i glwb Pen-y-Daren Merthyr Tydfil. Ers nos Wener, mae pethau wedi bod yn poethi ym Mhencampwriaeth Prydain, ac mae'r cyfan yn cyrraedd uchafbwynt heddi, gyda Chymru, yr Alban a Lloegr ar dân i ysgrifennu eu henwau yn hanes y byd Dartiau. Lloegr sydd wedi dominyddu'r Bencampwriaeth dros y blynyddoedd. Ac yn barod y penwythnos yma, maen nhw wedi cipio teitle y menywod,
a dim ond un oedd angen.
Y bechgyn a'r merched.
Mae fewn.
Cwestiwn mawr heddi yw all dynion Lloegr sicrhau fod holl teitle'r penwythnos yn mynd mewn un sach fawr dros y ffin i Loegr. Neu, yw tîm dynion Cymru a'r Albanwyr am sbwylio'r parti.
Tarw coch amdani i ennill yn groes i'r taniad.
Mae Merthyr yn barod i goroni pencampwyr Dartiau Prydain 2026. Ie, croeso mawr ato ni a dyma chi drefn y chwarae heddi. Byddwn nhw'n dechrau gyda gêm fawr ym Mhencampwriaeth y dynion, lle fydde buddugoliaeth i'r Alban dros Loegr yn sicrhau'r teitl i'r Albanwyr. Fod menywod Lloegr eisoes wedi sicrhau'r teitl, mi fydd menywod Cymru dan arweiniad Rhian O'Sullivan yn benderfynol o greu argraff yn erbyn tîm menywod yr Alban. Ac am gêm sydd gyda ni i orffen y penwythnos. Dynion Cymru yn erbyn dynion Lloegr, felly shdedwch nôl i fwynhau gwledd o ddartiau gyda ni yma ar wasanaethau digidol S4C. A dyma ni y sefyllfa yma mewn i ddiwrnod olaf y Bencampwriaeth, ym Mhencampwriaeth y dynion. Un gêm sydd wedi bod sef honno prynhawn ddo rhwng Cymru a'r Albanwyr. Cymru yn wastraffus ar Albanwyr yn cymryd mantais llawn ac yn fuddigol o 10 set i ddoi yn y diwedd. A wedyn ni, dyma'r sefyllfa o ran y menywod. Felly fel o'n i'n gweud, Lloegr wedi cipio'r teitl yn barod ddoi. Cymru a'r Alban yn dechrau'n gryf yn y gemau yna, ond y Sison yn llwyddo i frwydro nôl. Chwarae felly am yr ail safle fydd Cymru a'r Alban heddi. A i fi mewn cwmni da iawn fan hyn, achos mae capten menywod Cymru, Rhian O'Sullivan, Llew Befan hefyd yn ymuno a fi fan hyn. Llew, mae ddod at y ti gynta o ddoi hebos yn ddiwrnod siomedig i Gymru.
Oedd, dwi'n credu popeth gallai di mynd yn anghywir yn iddo, ath popeth, ath hwnna i gyd yn anghywir, chymo. Dwi'n credu bod 10 i 2 yn anheg, dwi'n credu ar y ffordd nath ni chwarae. Dim ond doubles yn garn i lawr yn cwpl o'r gemau, ond mae'n rhoi ni mewn lle caled iawn yma mewn i heddi.
Ie, jyst pa mor rwystredig oedd y ffaith o'ch chi ffili ffindo'r double yna yn y diwedd?
Odi, achos, wel, oedd pawb wedi paratoi'n iawn, pob yn y chwarae'n iawn, ond just, mae gwahanol pwysau pan chi ar y llwyfan. So, ond dwi'n credu na gyd oedd y gwaniaeth, really, oedd cwpl o double, so fel o'n i'n gweud, mae 10 i 2 bach yn anheg yn o'n i, dwi'n credu.
A mae rai fi wedi, ges ti dipyn o gêm yn erbyn Mccle, Laurie, y seren ifanc o'r Alban. Nes ti wthio fe yr holl ffordd Llew, i ni'n mynd i weld cwpl o'r uchafbwyntiau fan hyn. Colli o 4 set i 2 yn y diwedd. Siwr i ti'n asesu dy perfformiad i ddo?
Ie, dwi'n digon apus ar ffordd chwaraeus i chi mod, yn wedig ar ôl mynd 3 ddim lawr. Des i nôl i 3 yr un. A o'n i'n meddwl yn ymhen yn unan, o'n i'n meddwl mae cyfle da dy fi nawr i fy mlaen yn y cymal ola, ond dechreuodd e off y 180 yn y cymal ola, o'n i'n meddwl, dyw e ddim mynd i fynd yn man fan hyn. So, dwi'n digon apus ar ffordd chwaraeus i, yn amlwg, siomedig i ddim ennill, ond chwarae teg i Mccle oedd yn, da iawn.
Ie. Mae fe da iawn, mae'n deg i ddweud. Rhian, wedyn ni, o ran menywod Cymru, pa mor bwysig yw e heddi bod chi'n gorffen y penwythnos gyda buddugoliaeth, a gobeithio cipio'r ail safle?
Wel, na beth ni'n mynd trial wneud heddi, dechrau'n dda a cario ymlaen yn dda. Chybod, o'n i wedi dechrau'n dda yn erbyn Lloegr nos Wener, a na fath eisiau ni cael nhw'n bwyntio a cario ymlaen heddi, ond ni'n mynd i wario yn parch ar fraint o wario am gwlad heddi, a dod i popeth ar y lein.
Yn bendant, achos hefyd, ni allwn ni fod mewn sefyllfa erbyn diwedd y dydd heddi, lle Lloegr sydd wedi cipio pob teitl y penwythnos yma. Rhian, maen nhw mor gryf. Os rhywun yn mynd i allu stopo nhw heddi, ti'n meddwl?
Wel, fi credu mae'r Alban gyda siawns na gyda y tîm y dynion yn gryf iawn. Os maen nhw'n dechrau'n dda yn erbyn Lloegr a dodyn nhw dros dan pwysau, falle bydd mae siawns dyn nhw ddim ennill popeth, ond na'r bwriad iddi i wneud yn dda yn erbyn nhw.
Yn bendant. Wel, boes, diolch yn fawr iawn a pob lwc am weddill y diwrnod.
Diolch.
Wel, i ni'n barod am y chwarae fan hyn nawr ac i ni'n dechrau'r cyfan gyda Bencampwriaeth y dynion. Nawr, os yw'r Albanwyr yn llwyddo i fuddu Lloegr, yna nhw fydd yn cipio'r teitl. Dyma ni te, dynion Lloegr yn erbyn dynion yr Alban. Draw ni nawr at meistr y ddeddod James Ward.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome one and all along once again to the Prydain Social Club here in Merthyr Tydfil. For this, the 2026 Tri-Nations British Internationals, brought to you by the Welsh Darts Organisation and S4C. We are now about to start off the final day of action, which will have the men of Scotland taking on the men of England, then the men of the men of Wales taking on the men of England, and the ladies of Scotland taking on the ladies of Wales. For our first match of today, we'll see the men of Scotland taking on the men of England. And the first game up, I'd like to welcome up onto the stage, representing Scotland, it's the captain, Scott Campbell! And his opponent, representing England, is Callum Francis. So this first men's match will be played over 12 sets, best of 7, and your referee for the first set, Aaron Mccle.
Bore everyone, and welcome back to the Prydain Social Club for day 3 of the Tri-Nations British Internationals. 3 of the 4 titles this weekend have already been won, all by England, triumphing in the women's, boys and girls. We've got the serious business of the men's tournament to be resolved today. We start with England against Scotland, who were victorious against Wales by a pretty hefty 10-2 margin yesterday. The women's tournament will then be completed as Wales take on Scotland before Wales face England in what could be a winner-takes-all decider. Callum Francis is representing England in the first set today. Scott Campbell, the Scottish captain, representing Scotland. 12 players per team in the men's tournament. Each player will play 1 set, and those sets are best of 7 legs. So it's a rapid-fire, cutthroat format, but with 12 sets, there is a lot of time to be elapsed, a lot of darts to be thrown, 84 legs potentially, if we have 12 for 3 sets. My name's Dan McCarthy, former Tri-Nations competitor and world champion, of course. Scott Mccle is alongside me today to see if Scotland can be as impressive today as they were yesterday evening. They battered Wales, didn't they?
Yeah, they really did. I'm hoping not with the England cap on, but yes, they were impressive yesterday. A lot of things did go their way, but you have to take advantage of your luck. And that's exactly what they did yesterday. There was no mercy with the Scottish team yesterday. 10-2 against the Welsh. How can they not come in with a bit of
100
zip and zest today and confidence coming into this big clash with England?
Well, it was Scott Campbell who closed the show yesterday evening with a 4-1 win over Finlay Pember. He's been drawn to play
100.
first.
England, you require 161.
Callum Francis of Hampshire, a regular player in the Modus Super Series.
41. Scotland, you require 146.
Yeah, Callum also did all his youth playing through the Hampshire youth system as well, so stuck to his guns. Played for Hampshire man and boy.
94. England, you require 120.
Shanghai finish on the cards, and that's a great guide for the treble. But Francis fails to utilise it.
Scotland, you require 52.
No real panic for Callum. Obviously, Scott Campbell had the darts in this leg. It's a double 16 now then for Campbell.
Game shot.
It's a really good start from the Scottish captain.
Second leg, it's England to throw first.
17 dart hold of throw for Scott Campbell. Now, I did mention in the introduction that this is a rapid fire format. What I meant was on an individual level
43.
it is. Players will only get a maximum of 7 legs, and then they've done their bit as far as the game is concerned. But these are marathon contests. We expect this game to last around about 4 hours.
91.
With the final set being thrown by Sean Holly, who was impressive in this tournament last year, and Davy Kerwin,
60.
who won his set yesterday. Francis down to 398, Campbell on 410.
Yeah, Francis has had 2 visits and both of them non-treble hitting.
100.
And Campbell has actually hit trebles on both his visits, so Francis on 398, Scotland on 310.
140.
That's a better visit from Francis.
Yeah, good darts. England now down to 258, but 2 treble visit here from Scott Campbell. A 140 would leave a finish. Could be even better than that.
140.
Wasn't far off.
Scotland, you require 170.
Well, the referee called a 140 and 170 is left for Scotland.
.46.
Not
England, you
much has
require
been chipped off.
158.
158 left for Callum Francis of England to level this first set up.
Sometimes a ton at that
60.
point would have been enough.
Scotland, you
Francis has
require
put pressure on
124.
the 1-2-4 of Campbell. Francis now sat on 98. Campbell then treble 18 for the bullseye. Doesn't go this time.
56. England, you require 98.
98 for Francis. It'd be treble 20. Now treble 19. 78 left. Should be treble 18. Let's go that way, sat on 60, but Campbell now
Scotland
back to 68 for 2-0.
And what would be a break of throw. 68 left for Scott Campbell. 16. And now up for double top for a 2-0 advantage. Scott Campbell takes care of it.
To Scotland.
And this has been assured, to say the least, from Scott Campbell.
Game on.
His finishing wasn't great yesterday, only 4 from 22 on the doubles, so he's already massively improving that statistic. England lead this first set by 2-0. I do apologise about the lack of graphics. We'll bring you them as soon as we possibly
100.
can. Campbell down to 401.
The good thing for both players is it's not the scoreboard on the stage, which is really, really
100.
These two are familiar with one another. They've clashed in the PDC Challenge Tour, which is the secondary series over on the professional side of the game.
45.
2 meetings, 1 win apiece, so evenly matched in terms of the head-to-head record.
100.
Waiting for the scoreboard to refresh. Campbell on 356, Francis on 301.
$140.
Well, the slight break didn't seem to disturb Scott Campbell. Brilliant stuff from him.
60. 60.
Callum Francis came mightily close to qualifying for Lakeside at the back end of last year. With darts like that, his runner-up in the Hungarian Masters, a gold-ranked tournament, which would have secured an automatic place.
85.
He's been knocking
England
on the door
Uruguay,
at
61.
Q School for a few years now. He's knocking on the door here of a first leg. Single 15, so he's got choices with 46, 6, 10 or 14. Conventional options. Double top.
Game shot.
And Francis' finishing isn't too bad either.
Fourth leg is England to prove
The England
first.
men's team have
Game
had to wait
on.
patiently for their chance to get up on the stage, and Callum Francis is looking to make hay.
60. 100.
Better first visit from Campbell. Scotland down to 401. Callum Francis in England on 441.
100.
Yeah, you feel this is a must-win leg for Francis because that'll level out at 2-2. If he doesn't, he's on throw. And he'll be 3-1 down with Campbell throwing for the match. So this is a very vital leg for Francis and the England team.
60.
If Scotland were to win this match outright, then they would pick up the Tri-Nations title for the first time in the men's since 2008. And it'd mean that our final match of the afternoon, Wales versus England, would merely be for pride.
I remember back then, it was 2008. I was on the verge of being picked for England at that time, and
95. Scotland Uruguay
Tri-Nations went the wrong way. The big
142.
shake-up of the England team, which saw me get included in 2009. So I remember those days fondly.
82.
Campbell down to 60, Francis on 186, so not in finishing range. He is now. Needs to pile the pressure on.
100. Scotland
Just
require
100
60.
was not what Francis wanted after the first start. Well, that's not what Campbell wanted. Leaves double top, played it very safe with dart 1.
Game shot on
Played
the
it
fourth
perfectly
leg to
with dart 3.
Scotland. Fifth leg is
Well,
Scotland
that
to throw
first
first.
dart shouldn't have perturbed Scott too much because he's only needing 1 dart at double and he's taking them out.
Game on.
3-1 to Scotland. They're on the brink of a perfect start.
It's absolutely what you want from a captain. Back in my time, that was Ross Montgomery doing it for the Scottish team. Alan Suter then took the job from Ross, and
140.
I wonder what happened to him, Alan Suter. Where did he ever go?
What hasn't he done? PDC darter, guide dog
50.
trainer, fireman.
He's just a fabulous person all round, that's what it is.
$140.
Exceptionally strong showing from Scott Campbell, averaging around 94. We only had 1 average in the 90s
60.
yesterday, and that was unsurprisingly Mccle Laurie's. His dramatic 4-3 win over Hugh Bevan. Best performing player of the match against Wales.
140.
Yeah, he's 11 points in the averages above, plus those. It's a really, really strong showing from the Scottish captain. And getting his men to the lead off that they need, and that's what you want from the captain.
81.
Your job is to motivate others and win your own game.
What about
49.
this for a leg from Scott Campbell? Double 16 left. Francis needs 2 trebles. Desperately needs 1 to get to a finish. Doesn't get it.
59. Scotland
And
requires
this
32.
could be a comprehensive first set for Scotland in their quest to win the Tri-Nations title. Campbell, double 16. It's a miss. 2 misses.
24.
3. But you're going to miss 3 darts at double. At least do it when your opponent isn't anywhere close.
No, absolutely.
60.
That is the time to do it. Campbell
Scotland
then comes
require
back.
8.
The first blood to Scotland.
Not much of a guide.
Game
But
shot.
he adjusts.
And the first set
Scott Campbell,
to
the captain,
Scotland.
has done his job over the past couple of days. A 4-1 win against Finlay Pember of Wales, followed by a 4-1 win against Callum Francis
Let's hear for
of
both Wales
England.
as they leave the stage.
That
England's
was a
Callum
quality
Francis
opening
and
salvo
Scotland's
from Scott
Campbell.
Campbell, the Scotland captain, looking to lead by example, looking to inspire his teammates and colleagues. And it is Campbell who's got off to the perfect starts. Double 4, the winning double of choice. And in fairness to Callum Francis, he didn't push him often enough. Really good stuff from Campbell. He's about to speak to Shauna Dafford down in the presentation area.
Yeah, Scott, thanks so much for coming down to join us. Well, my word, that was the perfect start for Scotland today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm chuffed I'm actually on first today, because it means I can get behind the other 11 guys. Being a little bit later yesterday as well, I never really gave myself much time to get ready. So today I can now get behind the rest of the team and hopefully push towards a win.
Yeah, I've got to say, yesterday, this Scottish side, you all looked like you were playing with so much confidence. It looks like it's carried into today. You know, how determined are you to stop England from lifting that
Yeah,
trophy?
look, we're gutted it whenever won the British Internationals last year by losing it for a set, but we also played very well here at the Six Nations, so hey, we're coming. It's getting closer, but we just need to keep the head, set at a time, and hopefully keep going.
Well, Scott, appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Diolch. Wel, nôl â ni nawr at y chwarae, a nôl at meistr y ddefod, James Ward.
We now move on to set number 2, ladies and gentlemen. And first to the stage, representing England, is Lewis Gurney. And his opponent, representing Scotland, it's Stuart Weirs. Your referee once again for the second set is Mccle.
So Scotland lead by a 7-0 in what could be a pivotal and title deciding game of darts. Scotland, if they get to the magic number 7, they will have done enough to regain the Tri-Nations title. Scott Campbell has done his bit, not just yesterday but today, and a very good performance against Callum Francis of England. Stuart Weirs is up next. He was first on for Scotland yesterday against Dean Reynolds. He won that one. It was a tense nail biter 4-3, and I think if Weirs was being honest, he'd say that he had to ride his luck because Reynolds had darts at double in all 7 legs. He missed several match opportunities.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Second set, first leg.
Magical
it's England to throw first.
4 darts
Game
at
on.
double, including a lovely 1-2-4 finish on the bullseye. He goes up against Lewis Gurney, who
60.
wasn't originally in the squad list for England, with Chaz Barstow having mowed a Super Series commitment and Jamie Hughes, I believe, carrying an injury.
31.
Gurney and Noel Grant received call-ups to represent their country late on, so in some respects, Scott, it's a bit of a free hit for Gurney. It's a chance that he didn't expect to get at the start of the week.
Yeah, you can call it a free hit, but he's coming on to now
60.
the English being 1-0 down, and something,
100.
there's a bit of a squeaking I heard from the side of the stage there. I'm not sure what was going on, but I think, yeah, there's a fire exit to that
59.
side, so somebody must have either left or opened the fire exit door. So, but Gurney, for me, I think he was unlucky not to miss out in the first place on the team, and played a valuable role in the Six Nations win here last year. And sometimes I'd like to see that rather than keep going on the stats. Let's have a bit of feel about how you pick your team, and he performed well here last year, Gurney.
48
in the Six Nations, and so, you know, good thing for maybe sometimes saying we're going back to the same venue. He's got good memories from there. Let's have him in.
England were Six Nations title winners
18.
back in the summer. 9 now for Gurney. First dart was nowhere near.
Score.
A bit closer with the second and third darts. He's given Stewart a glimmer of hope, which is now no chance.
99.
Yeah, with Wares back on, I think he was a bit tentative with that first dart in his last visit. But no such problem this time round.
Second leg is Scotland and broke first.
Holds his darts nicely there, Gurney.
Reminder that it is 1-0 to Scotland. Wares and Gurney nearly taking part in the second set. We've got Jensen Walker, a Lakeside semi-finalist, coming up next against Jason Hogg. Hogg was one of just 2 Scotland players to lose their set yesterday, along with Colin Hepplewhite.
140.
And after that, Robbie Martin faces Jamie Bane.
48. Scotland Uruguay 161.
Gurney plays his darts with Sussex in the county system.
Scotland Uruguay 61.
I believe there might be a change in order there, though. I think he could be going somewhere else.
Game shot on second leg to Scotland.
Convincing second leg from Stuart Wares. Makes it 1-1.
Excellent darts from Stuart Wares. His best leg yesterday was 18 darts. That was a 14 darter, so already big improvements.
60.
And every set is massive for England, Scott, because Scotland won by such a margin yesterday, 10-2. England almost need to try and repeat that or get as close to it as possible to give them the best opportunity.
Yeah, they do, and
60.
Headed off to a slow start here as well. And something about experience at these days in these internationals. You need a bit of experience, and obviously with the way of the world, of the darting world at the moment, all the international teams do have
100
issues of who they can pick because other things come first now. So a lot more competition for players.
Well, the scoreboard is frozen. The score that you can see on screen is the correct one. So Gurney is a good 53 points clear of Wares. Neither player's feeling any nerves or tension. This can't be helpful, but there's not much that can be done about it. Rogue internet connection sometimes means that the scoreboard will freeze.
England Uruguay 128
for Stuart Wares. Pressure on Gurney, needs treble 20. Now bullseye.
96.
Well,
Scotland
looks like he
chose
chose to 18 it up for 32. That's the answer to that one. 9 for double 16.
85.
Crucial moments here early doors. on the top of set 2 here, England versus Scotland. The scoreboard freezing does put players on edge. He knows what he's got left, but he's got to wait for it to appear on the scoreboard. The scoreboard is right on our TV graphic, but unfortunately it's not correct on the Dart Connect graphic that is out there for the players and the referee.
Gurney having to wait his turn to come back for double 16.
And he's quite a fast player, and he likes to get on with things, does Lewis. And well, he's part of the Whippet Boys, so why would he not be? A little team of the guys who call themselves the Whippet Boys, mainly because they throw at 100 mile an hour.
Well, he's looking a bit antsy, isn't he? Wants to get on with it.
Funny enough, Calvin Phillips from Wales is part of the Whippet Boys as well, because he plays his darts in Sussex, and we'll see him later on this afternoon.
The referee's just explaining to the two players, I think, what's going on. I would suggest that Gurney and Wares are fully aware that there is a malfunctioning problem with the scoreboard.
Not ideal, is it? Not ideal at all.
Right, well, the scores on my screen have now come through.
England, you require 32.
So off we go. After a forced break.
Game shot on the third
Well,
leg.
Lewis Gurney won't mind having another break if he can throw darts as accurately and as confidently as that.
Game on.
Have all these things thrown at you as a player while you're under pressure.
45.
It's how you react to it.
$140. $100.
Both players throwing at a pace that they're really happy with, I think. Both enjoying each other's
60.
pace. Nobody's getting in the way of each other. Getting out the way of the board. Lewis has always been quick and throws while the player's coming back alongside him. Doesn't seem to have ever put him off. Me personally, I like the player to be round behind me and before I release my first dart, but
100.
when I was Lewis's age, I can't remember what I used to do, to be honest. It was that long ago. I was probably the same, wanting to get on with it.
57. Scotland, you require 116.
Impetuousness of youth, I suppose, but it's a style that definitely works for Lewis. This is working out for Stewart, double 18.
98. England, you require
Well, he hit
164.
double 18 on his previous leg win, misses it on that occasion. Only on the 164,
58.
deciding to go the 54
Scotland, you
route
require
first.
18. Game shot on the fourth leg to Scotland.
Straight in.
Fifth leg, it's England
Double
to go
nine
first. Game on.
Could be seen as a tricky one, but it was well hit by Wares.
140.
Really good start to the leg from Gurney here. He's really digging in.
96.
The men not averaging at their best, but this is all about a battle. This is all about a scrap. That's what English international darts is all about.
43.
An Englishman wearing the England shirt, a Scotsman wearing the Scotland shirt. It's all about pride. It's all about passion. You're not really
60.
worried about the average. You just want to get up there and do your bit for the team. And Lewis Gurney's bit for the team here is trying to stop the rot early doors. You don't want Scotland being 2-0 ahead.
82.
You want to level it up and get it back immediately.
Otherwise, all the England players will feel as if they're in chasing mode and survival mode.
You're
60.
exactly right, Dan. And we see it a lot with county darts, where you'll see a strange result, say from one county against another, a lower county beating a higher
58.
county, and you go and look at it, and you'll see that the lower county had a bit of momentum, winning 3 or 4 games on the trot, and everybody had confidence and followed that on with the next few that go and visit. And it's exactly the same principle as what happens at counties that happens here within the international scene. And if you're a player that's been around it and you're used to it, you kind of know how to deal with it. There's the Scotland team there, all supporting. Stuart Ware's on the hockey.
Awful lot of camaraderie, not just within teams, but between teams as well. See in the walk-on areas, the
55.
Scotland players will get fist bumps from the England players and vice versa. Leading high spirits.
56. Scotland Uruguay 170. England Uruguay 64.
So should get a dart of something here, Lewis Gurney. He's going to get 2 at double top. He only needs 1. Super stuff from Gurney. A shake of the head. Don't shake your head, young man. Nod it forward. That was brilliant stuff.
All 5 legs, holds of throw. Lewis will have the advantage for England if we do go to a 7th leg.
100.
There's that 3rd leg that could prove to be costly for Stuart Wares. He had a chance to break Lewis Gurney.
140.
Then there was the gap in play because of the scoreboard.
60.
Fair play to Stuart Wares. We saw him sticking in yesterday against Dean Reynolds when Dean Reynolds from Wales was throwing the kitchen sink at him.
60.
He's now sticking in there. He's gone ton, 140, 60. Gurney here needs another one of those trebles, 81. And he doesn't get it. So 100 behind plus these, and so Stuart Ware's now looking at going 3-3 all day long here.
100.
Another treble.
81.
Gurney doesn't
Scotland
get it,
Uruguay
so
101.
Wares with plenty of time on his side. Double 16. Cracking leg of darts.
And the 6th leg to Scotland.
And the irony is, Stuart Wares has been the better player in this game and might lose it, whereas in his match against Dean Reynolds yesterday, I think Dean was the better player, but Stuart managed to take it. All about how you time those winning doubles.
Stuart looks fully focused here.
Tons might not be enough at this stage.
60.
Darts has come back to him now. It's all about now and what you do from here. You want to be out in 9 from 301 here.
100.
Gurney struggling to follow the very good first darts that he's throwing.
55.
3 tons on the face of it's a good return, but when your first dart's perfect, you want more than that.
You do, and then you've got to be careful what you wish for, because the next throw, you could go troubleless, and that's exactly what's happened here. Be satisfied with a ton. Now he's offered an opportunity here to Wares. And Wares has jumped in with a double treble visit. And now Gurney has all sorts of pressure on this 1-4-2. Needs a treble desperately.
100.
Gets it with the last dart.
Oh, he'll be very satisfied with that, son. Treble 18. Wares won't get a match dart here.
98.
All being good, Gurney should get 2.
Double 16. And Lewis Gurney gets England's first leg, first set on the board. And that was tense. Handshake from Stuart Wares. Lewis Gurney was well outplayed by Wales for the majority of that match, looking purely at the averages, but he managed to hold 4 times in a row. It's a rare loss for Scotland, just their 3rd in the men's competition in a set so far this weekend, and Lewis Gurney, parachuted in from the reserve list, has done England proud. A 4-3 win for England. It's 1 set apiece here at the Prydain Social Club.
Set number 3, and first to the stage, representing Scotland, is Jason Hogg. And his opponent, representing England, is Jensen Walker. Your referee for this 3rd set is Jake Powell.
Set 3 then, and it's level pegging between England and Scotland as Jason Hogg looking to avenge a rare Scottish defeat yesterday. Lost to Dan Bane in his set. It was an erratic performance, it's fair to say, from Jason Hogg. There were a couple of 180s in there, but there were a couple of really poor, wild visits. So if he can just tighten up, he'll give Jensen Walker a game, but it's arguable that Walker is England's most talented player in this squad. Someone who's been on the scene now for a few years at youth level and now at senior level. He's been winning senior titles. He got to the semis at Lakeside. He's been playing PDC Pro Tour darts, UK Open darts. Wherever there's a dartboard, you are likely to find Jensen Walker combining his love of this sport with an accountancy degree at the moment.
135.
Scott, would you agree that Jensen is one of the stars of this England squad?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. He, over the last sort of year to 18 months, he's really established himself on the Motor Super Series with the ADC stuff, and unfortunately he then had to make a choice between the ADC Globals and the WDF World Championship at Lakeside. Both clashed, so really difficult one for him.
58.
But yeah, that's a sign that you're doing something special. and you're at the right end of the game.
60.
This is actually his debut for England in the seniors. Been around
46.
captained him while he's been in the youth team.
180.
And he gets the first 180 of this match. It's been a fine, fast start from Jensen. Nicknamed the Interceptor.
100. England require 60.
He's eyeing up an early break of throw. Just seen 7 holds of throw in a row.
36.
Pattern was nearly broken.
And Jason Hogg's struggled to settle in here a little bit, hasn't he? He's unfortunately lost 4-3 yesterday.
53.
And that does play on your mind. It does play on your mind. You know, you can't wait to get back up there and put it right. And he's up there at number 2 spot here in this game. But the unfortunate thing is he's playing a man in the form of Jensen Walker.
Game on. $44. $60.
As you can tell from the split screen, Jensen does stand way over to the left-hand side of the jockey, so that's why you're seeing his hand get involved in the shot.
66. $85.
Good first start.
95.
Could bring the bull into play here. No, he was aggressive. Had he gone for the ball and hit the 25, 5 extra points would have left him on a finish. 167.
60.
And he's probably assessed that Hogg has started slowly and thought he didn't need to switch around the ball.
100.
No, that's, I think, a bit of board management on Jensen's behalf there, I think. If he didn't have bounce outs, he'd be having no luck at all.
72.
Another 16 then for double top and a 2-0 lead for
32.
Walker. He will be back. Jason Hogg back on 180. He'll be looking for a dream 140 here to really pressure the shot of Walker. That's not going to happen. A ton would still
60.
apply something.
England
Very nicely thrown darts, but not finding their desired destination.
60 doesn't do much.
He's got the second leg.
Walker
England
takes charge of the second leg in this third set.
Game on. $121. $137.
Didn't have a single 4-0 yesterday in the men's contest between Wales and Scotland. If Hogg doesn't get his skates on, he might be facing a whitewash.
81. $100. $99.
It's a better leg.
$97.
But even so, Jensen gets to finishing range first.
Both players have yet to have a treble-less visit in this leg. That's why it's remained so tight.
59. Scotland require 120.
Unlucky there for Walker, but 1-2-2 coming in for Hogg.
Needs a single, well, gets it even better, double 7.
150.
Goes inside on double 7, which is not a nice place to be in. Double 14, another break and throw. Not to be for Jensen. But these are nasty to say the least. There is the proof. Hogg misses the big number, busts the score. And his best chance of winning a leg against this talented teenager might be over. But he will come back. None of those were thrown well by Jensen.
And that's rare from Jensen Walker, offering Hogg this second opportunity.
No score.
And he's busted it again. Jensen takes a sip of water, calms himself down. Fairly routine thing for him. This is how he does it. Double 14 then. Double 5.
18.
Really struggling to get this one done, and I'm sure there's some England fans out there with the head in their hand. Third time of asking, Jason Hogg takes it out. Didn't need another invitation. It was for a breaker throw for Jensen Walker. But he's got to hold on to this leg, otherwise he's back all square.
Third time lucky for Jason Hogg.
120.
Jensen will be furious. He can be a fiery character, and he won't be happy at the fact that he's missed 7 darts at double.
You've got to have a certain amount of fire to be a really good dart player. You've got to have it, but you've got to be able to control it. You've got to be able to raise it and lower it like you do your gas hob. You've got to be able to turn it up and turn it down and keep in control of it.
44.
Lots of head shaking here from Hogg. That won't be a good sign to Scottish contingent here in the crowd.
Much better from Jensen. Hogg needs a match really to put pressure on.
Yeah, well, the 2 bad visits from Hogg really invited that big shot from Jensen to come in. Something you have to have in your repertoire. Double 16. And he takes that for 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, Scotland to go first. Game on. 80.
Jensen's a much younger player, but he does have a fair amount of stage experience for someone so young. Playing in front of TV cameras is nothing new to him.
104.
Starting to get in the groove, looking for another break to end this third set and put England's noses in front.
174.
Hogg once again shows that an international darts only takes it lying down. They can be down and out, but until you hit that winning double, they're not out. They will continue to fight and fight.
140. England require 170.
Hogg is fighting.
57.
Treble-less from Jensen. Double 14 was missed 3 times by him earlier. Hogg show how it's done. Yes, he can.
Scotland.
His best leg of the match by far.
England to go first. Game on. 97. 60. 60. 140. 97.
Cover shooting's been ideal for Jensen. Jensen Hogg is making a real contest of this. Looked a mismatch in the early stages.
140.
He knows it's a bit of an Elvis moment. It's now or never, doesn't he? And did really well to get.
137.
He's doing really well again. Pressure on the 107 here.
Double 18 for the sets.
89.
First chance for Jensen to get off stage is gone.
64.
Hogg will get 2 at double. Centres all the way.
Got the 6 legs. Scotland.
Well, fair play to Jason Hogg for digging in, because it was a dreadful start from him.
Game on.
Jensen Walker won the first 2 legs without any sort of reply. Hogg has fought his way back.
104.
And now a 2-treble visit makes him hot favourite for this match.
He really does. He's got Walker under all sorts of pressure here.
125.
But this boy does love pressure. Jensen likes being pushed. And we all know that some days it goes your way, some days it doesn't. Such a good response from Jensen. And look what that's produced. Look what that has produced for Walker.
81.
Really needed to be straighter to apply more pressure with the last one there, Walker.
Even if it was a single 20, the difference between 295 and 276 is
100.
pretty big.
44.
Hogg, since that score of 24, has looked really assertive. Walker needs a double treble visit here. Not going to get it. Didn't even get a single treble visit, so it's now 6 darts from here for Jason Hogg.
Single 18.
98.
That'll do. Three of them.
121.
Double 10.
Scotland require
Walker
40.
on 70. Jason Hogg to make up for lost time yesterday. Double 5.
30. England
3
require
missed
70.
match darts for Hogg. What could Walker do here?
Perhaps smartly takes a step back. Double 16.
54. Scotland you require 10.
Back to double 5 for Jason Hogg, who takes the third set for Scotland. Maybe something of a heist from Jensen Walker. Will be livid at having lost that. He went 3-1 up. He missed 2 chances to win the contest in leg 6 and leg 7. It's 7 darts at double in the third leg. Jason Hogg has escaped. He lost 4-3 yesterday. He has won 4-3 today.
Well, Jason, it's great to have your company. My word, that was a bit tense, wasn't it? How are you feeling?
Not a I'm always knackered. Aye, but no, I'm over the moon. Second game for Scotland, and just over the moon.
Yeah, what was it like up there against Jensen? We know how much of a talent he is. How much did you have to dig in to fight back in those legs? A lot.
Yes, definitely. But I've played him in Budapest before, and he beat me, so I got the revenge back then, so I'm over the moon.
You absolutely did. Yes. Jason, you know, in terms of Scotland, how determined are you now to stop England from clinching all 4 titles this weekend?
Big time.
Big time.
All the boys are with each other, so we'll win.
Amazing.
We'll win.
Jason,
looking forward to it.
I'll let you go and have a rest. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr.
Sleep now.
Yeah, go and have a nap.
Thank you.
Wel, i ni'n barod i fynd fan hyn am ornes sydd gyda ni rhwng Lloegr a'r Alban. Felly, ewn ni nôl nawr at Gareth a Dylan yn y pwynt sylwebu.
We now move on to set number 4, ladies and gentlemen. And first to the stage, representing England, is Robbie Martin. And his opponent, representing Scotland, is Jamie Bane. Your referee for this 4th set, once again, is Jake Powell.
So Scotland and England have taken it in turns so far. Wins for Scott Campbell, Lewis Gurney, and most latterly Jason Hogg, surviving 2-set darts against Jensen Walker to put Scotland back in front. Jamie Bane had a pretty comfortable time of things up on stage yesterday evening, beating Cavan Crash Phillips 4-1, averaging around about 80, but he's up against a form horse in Robbie Martin, someone who you know very, very well, Scott, from your days at Dorset.
First leg,
yeah, very much
England
so. He's one I spotted.
Game on.
I don't know how many years ago now, playing in a little pub called the Green Man in a town called Wimborne in Dorset.
60.
Playing alongside his brother, and his brother at the time played county with me. There was something about Rob, the way he throws, the way his attitude was. I said, you're going to be a star one day, mate. Whenever you're good and ready to let it happen, you're going to be a star one day. And he's on his way to there for me. He's kind of dominated county, him and Tommy Morris and Ricky King, and we've seen both Tommy Morris and Ricky King in the England shirt in the last few years. Both also from Dorset, and it's now Robbie's turn, which is, for me, more than overdue.
82.
I'd love to be his captain. That's the hardest thing for me today, is that I'm not Robbie's captain today. But yeah, no, it's a great moment for him and his family and everybody that's watching, all his friends, and for us at Dorset as well.
Well, Robbie came very close,
61.
agonisingly close to securing his professional status at Q School back in January.
99.
Missed out on a tour card by virtue of legs difference, but he's put that behind him, and he can take that as a positive experience, showing how well he's playing at the moment.
140.
A visit of 140 gets him down to 98, but Bane's first to a finish.
45. England require 98.
For a last start, leaves 99. That's a bit close for comfort.
Yeah, caught a flight, didn't it? Bane now 10 for double 16. Misses on the inside, and that was for the breaker throw. Martin here, then double top to hold throw. Does it nicely. England in front. 1-0 to Robbie Martin.
99.
Dart, hold of throw for Robbie.
57. 85.
Jamie Bane has had a tour card in the past. I believe he relinquished it after just 1 year. Deciding that life as a professional wasn't for him at that time.
I think you have to give him credit for that. I think 96. A lot of people go, oh, you're mad, and this, that, and the other. Look, I've been on there and done the Pro Tours for 2 or 3 years, and it's it is difficult. It's a lot of time away from family, especially when you're travelling for where Jamie is. And I kind of have a big found respect for him deciding after a year it wasn't for him. It wasn't the type of darts that he wants to play, and fair play to him. Whether it was financially, whether he, to travel, whatever it was, whatever the reason, whether it was his family, it was a brave thing to do. And it doesn't seem to have hindered him in his darting life either.
137. England require 154.
He's a very ferocious player, Jamie Bane. Gets around the board quickly. Martin couldn't follow the first start, treble 19.
90. Scotland require 24.
Well, Bane's made a mess of that. Must have just had a bit of brain fog.
Well, he's super lucky that he didn't hit it.
No score.
I mean, what sort of thing? And now how do you handle the embarrassment? You've offered an opportunity here to Rob Martin. 16 for double top. He's already hit double top.
24.
Not to be this time, and that would have been a real horrible steal. And how would you have got over it?
Well, he's aimed in the right direction now and gets
Scotland.
double 12.
England to pull first.
What a strange ending to that leg.
It's funny what you can do when you go for the right double at the end of a leg.
49. 60.
Honestly, I can tell you now, it's 10 times worse watching. It really is. You can't do a thing about it. It's horrible.
58. 41. 100.
Staying nice and straight is Robbie.
136.
He's left himself on 154 again. What can he do with his second crack of it?
140.
Might need to take it out.
154.
Bane's poised on 124. Gets the first treble 19. Gets the second one. Double top for Robbie Martin.
114. Scotland require.
Yeah, that's the direction he does like to go. For double 11. That's treble 14, double 11 for Jamie Bane here. And hits the 1-2-4. Robbie Martin unlucky on the 1-5-4. Jamie Bane goes in, breaks through with the 1-2-4. Gives it back to the Scottish boys. He's been here before. He knows what it takes amongst this team game.
Well, you heard the roar. Rolls like that have been few and far between. Jamie Bane knew then to give it large with the break of throw.
100. $60.
He's had a lot of those visits, is Robbie, where all three darts are above the wire, so maybe indicative of a
83.
Slightly early release.
$60. $121.
Bane's flying now.
Yeah, pace of throws increased, doesn't it? When you throw with a little bit more pace, you then to throw a little bit harder and more direct.
134. Scotland require 101.
Good darts from Robbie.
77. England require 147.
147. Be quite a fitting time of year for that particular checkout, but not to be.
97. Scotland require
For the Crucible.
No score.
Real big opportunity to break back here for Martin. 18 for double 16. Double 8 options.
42.
And the moment's grabbed him.
Scotland require 24.
Double 12. Fouled by Jamie Bane. It's the third leg on the bounce. And Robbie Martin can't say he hasn't had chances. He could have won all four legs. Had he been a bit more efficient on his doubling. Treble 20 striking, not bad there.
59.
Needs to find something pretty magical to come back and win this.
Jamie Bane has the experience here that he doesn't. He won't be too bothered if this leg goes astray
43.
because he has the darts in the next one. Martin has started it really well with that 180. Really needs to back the 180 up. There's some treble visits here.
42.
Hasn't quite happened.
$81. $139.
Good response from Robbie.
100. England require 80.
Starting on the 16s, so that leaves 56. Bane wasn't on a finish, so
60.
there's more logic to going that route.
$98. England require 20. In shot the fifth leg. England.
Martin gets his first leg on the board since the opener.
91.
Bane knows now that this is his best chance to win this match on throw. Robbie Martin somehow has to find a bit of freedom and throw with a bit of freedom.
180.
A bit like that. A bit like that.
100. $79.
Switches nicely, Bane there, blocked on the treble 20, hits the 54. Martin here needs another treble, you feel.
140.
And this is some leg from Robbie Martin, 180, 100, 140. And he's going to get a chance to take the 81, but what a brilliant setup shot, short iron into the green from Bane.
Could be an 11 darter.
Double 12 here.
57.
He's on the wire. And Bane returns for 32, but you wouldn't bet against it.
Well, Martin has had his chances. And he hasn't taken his. Bane has taken his.
And the fourth set to Scotland.
Fourth set goes the way of Scotland, and Jamie Bane is thrilled at having won that. A second win in successive days, firstly against Wales and now against Robbie Martin of England, who performed very well. He's probably been England's best player so far, but he only walks away with 2 legs next to his name. Bane with that magical number 4 to get Scotland yet another set. It is England 1, Scotland 3 here at the Penny Darren.
We now move on to our 5th set, ladies and gentlemen. And first to the stage, representing Scotland, it's Colin Heppleway. And his opponent, representing England, it's Noel Grant. As well now it's set number 5. We do have a change of referee for this one, and it's Mr. Lee Roger.
Back to the action then, where Scotland lead England by 3 sets to 1. They are 4 sets away from lifting the Tri-Nations British international title. So it's down to Noel Grant to try and stop the rot for England. Player who wasn't originally meant to be in the squad, but because of various withdrawals, like Lewis Gurney, he's earned his place back in the England side. And he goes up against Colin Hepplewhite, who was beaten 4-2 yesterday by Iwan Halsall. One of the best Welsh performances, and if we're being brutally honest, there wasn't a huge number of good Wales performances to choose from, but Halsall was great. Hepplewhite only managed to win 2 legs, so he's got his own motivations as well as motivations for winning with his country. Hepplewhite throws first, and it is imperative, Scott, that Noel Grant makes a good start here, and that he proves to everyone in the building why he should have been here in the first place.
45. Yeah, definitely. I think it's a tough position for Noel to be in. Comes into the team kind of through the back door, and now the team are 3-1 down, and the mental side of the game that always gets you in this game. I don't think Noel's one of those that overthinks anything. Really salt of the earth, lovely chap. So I'm hoping he does get that good start. Somebody's got to stop the rot. Experience as long as your arm, as Noel Grant.
81.
Not at this level on a regular basis is the concern for me, but because of the situation he's in. That's better from him. He's now settled down. That's good. First 9 darts are always difficult, no matter who you are, no matter how experienced you are. First 9 darts are always hard.
98.
Could go bull.
98.
Well, the thinking was right from Noel. Execution not, so not on a finish.
59.
What he is doing here is making Colin Hepplewhite think he's not getting everything his own way on his own throw in this first one. Not being
60.
allowed to settle.
Scotland require 137.
Already get the sense this one could be a big battle. 64 left, 8 or 16. That leaves
89.
singles to double.
England require 114.
.39 left, so he'll go for it. 7 or a 19.
82.
It's a good reason to throw. Goes for the 7. Now going to sit and hope. Hepplewhite's going double. Double 4 now for him.
40.
Just outside, so this is a opportunity
32.
to break through where it's been a really scrappy leg. No real big scoring in it. And it would be a bit of a steal for Noel Grant here. And a feather in his cap. If he could seal the deal, and he hasn't.
Scotland require 8.
Double 4, Colin Hepplewhite. He's getting closer.
No score.
But he's not close enough.
England require 8.
Well, it was proving a troublesome target, but Noel Grant does hit double 4 for an early break of throw against Colin Hepplewhite of Scotland.
If my eyes don't deceive me, that was the biggest deflection off the flight to go in that I've kind of seen. So now you start to think the luck's in my favour when you go to the board.
85. $100.
Grant on 416 with an opening salvo of 85.
$34. $95. $125.
Yeah, nice visit from Noel Grant. This is County Darts for Warwickshire.
60.
The team manager sees a lot of him playing, obviously. The team manager is also Warwickshire's county manager. Has been for a few years now.
99.
Neil Pritchard.
Not been overly convincing from either player so far.
It's one of those games that's there to be grabbed, isn't it? It's for England, it's absolutely vital that they win it to return it to 3 sets to 2, and that's what's making it a really difficult game for the English. And of course,
81.
With such a great start from the Scottish, Hepplewhite doesn't want to sort of upset the apple cart and stop the momentum, so it's kind of a really edgy game 45. For both players here.
England requires 77.
But at the same time, a very winnable game as well for both players.
Double 10. Okay, double 4 was tricky last time, not so much this time. And Noel Grant doubles his lead.
So leg into Scotland to throw first.
Good leg of darts. And now England have got that little cushion in this 5th set.
Now, in international 53. Darts, you never think of the cushion. You just go hell for leather when you get to throw. That's what you do. You absolutely focus on what you're doing. Noel is a more deliberate thrower. He will not be rushed. You will not push him along. Takes his time in his preparation. And his preparation is what makes him throw well when he gets there. He's not a particularly slow thrower when he gets to the board, but he has his own preparation and getting himself ready to get there. And once again, opening exchanges here. Very good. Hepplewhite has the darts. 135 and ton. Really good start from him. Hepplewhite 53 and 140. Is Hepplewhite going to back the 140? Get himself back in this match. Went across to the 18s because he hit the treble 20. I'd have liked to see him go on 18s first, but look, he hit the treble 20, so nothing wrong with that in any way, shape or form.
We are seeing more players these days be
61.
ultra aggressive on numbers like 308, feeling that it's not worth going for treble 18, because if you hit the treble, you've got to hit 2 more to leave a finish.
The problem is going the 18 route, and I will find is if you hit a 4 or 1, and then you're out on 300, one, you look daft, 2, you feel daft, and then what's the chance of you after hitting a 1 going bang a couple of trebles? It generally doesn't happen. But it is the right way to go.
130. Scotland require
great last start.
110.
25 he was chasing. Doubles his score by hitting the 50 and the bullseye.
98.
Again, that's a really good approach 75. Play from Hepplewhite. It's now all about Noel Grant and this 75. 66 has to go 16 ball now.
Played it safe.
50.
Really good attempt from Noel Grant there, really good attempt.
Applewhite double stick straight in.
Scotland.
And where Noel Grant settled down with the first two legs, that should settle Colin down.
Game on.
Yeah, for Grant, he'll know it's just to hold a throw.
$85. $53. $59. $23.
Definitively advantage Noel, especially after that.
140.
Excellent visit. And 1-2 treble visits should be more than enough here.
45. $100.
Yeah, really good stuff this from Noel Grant.
$28.
Just keeping the pressure on with every visit is what he's doing. Treble 20 coming in then. Treble 19 for double top. He's hit the treble 19, double top, has a good look, just checks the score.
77.
That one's still rising.
Yeah, Applewhite back on 3-5-2. Really didn't have to blow the chance that
60.
he had to do anything silly.
England, you require 40.
But now you want to be getting it as quickly as you can, get the leg over and done with and on with the next.
Game
And that's exactly what Noel Grant's done. Using that vast experience that he has.
$140.
White straight in the 140 to apply the pressure back on to Noel Grant.
Yeah, immediately putting the last leg behind him.
$60.
Noel Grant is here to show why he should have been in the original squad. No Chaz Barstow for England. He was away at the Motor Super Series in Champions Week. No Jamie Hughes. You may have spotted him. Darts Fanatics on the walk-on a little bit earlier with his fingers bandaged up. Allegedly had a workplace accident, which is
60.
forcing him to not participate here, but he's still here in support.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always supported England, even in his time with tour cars. He would come back and head up to Skeggy when England were on home turf and support the team. He does actually have the England Darts logo tattooed on his calf. Loved being part of the England team, did Jamie Hughes. And his recall was brilliant, but lift for the team really. Just unfortunate that I think it was the start of the week he had this cut his fingers and work injury on his dart hand. Wear gloves, Jamie, in future. But yeah, it's given Noel Grant his chance.
60. Scotland, you require 156.
Quite something for a player who really struggled with injury during his time on the professional circuit. But at his best, Jamie Hughes is a fine player.
I have to say, back in the days of the BDO, if you said to me, give a set of darts to somebody, one dart, and they needed it double top for you for 10 grand, I would pick Jamie every time.
Colin pin double 16 with one dart. Yes, he will.
Scotland. 6 leg is England and throw first.
England hold. It's another set on the board. Scotland break. We go the distance yet again. Already seen one game go, or two games, should I say, go 4-3. There's Gurney beating Stuart Wares and Jason Hogg beating Jensen Walker.
57.
Never expected it to be any different, this England versus Scotland tussle. Scotland come into it having beaten Wales yesterday 10-2. They come in on a high. The captain got the ball rolling for them. Scott Campbell, he had a win over Callum Francis 4-1. In the second game, Lewis Gurney beat Stuart Wares 4-3. In the third game, Jason Hogg beat Jensen Walker 4-3. And Bobby Martin, my Dorset teammate, lost out 4-2 to Jamie Bane in a brilliant game in game 4. So this is game 5. That's why we're 3-1 on the set score. You can see that just on the left-hand side. The running score of this set and this match
95.
is 3-2 in the favour of Noel Grant. I'm not sure whether he's the first Noel to represent England.
60.
His birthday's not Christmas Day, is it?
No.
100.
The first Noel will be listening for the sweet sound of game, set and match at the end of this if it's going in his favour.
Only 6 points in it after 12 darts thrown. Down for the 19s.
59.
One treble in 15 darts. Means Noel Grant is on 170. Applewhite needs the ball for the save.
58.
Fails to find it.
England, you require 170.
And Noel doesn't need to be a hero here. Even if he hits 2 trebles, it might be worth laying up. Those darts flopped in the board.
$100. England, you require 100.
Really big shot there from Hepplewhite. Grant now 112. Got to stay straight with the first. Does that right. Now needs the treble. Gets a treble 1. Treble 19 is the shot.
42.
So,
Scotland,
Hepplewhite then 77 to level it up. Treble 19. 18 for double top now. Just in the 18, double top.
37.
High, wide and handsome from Hepplewhite. So Grant should get a dart. Should get a dart or something. Is he going treble 10 or treble 18? He's gone treble 18. That is not in.
Double 6.
Double 6 now. 12 left.
His eyebrows nearly hit the ceiling. Well, it's a match and set chance missed for Noel Grant. Not the double he wanted. He wanted double 16. Hepplewhite closer to the treble there. Double 5.
35.
They were all poor darts.
England, you require 12.
So double 6 it is.
Other side.
No score. Scotland, you require 5.
4 match darts go begging. Hepplewhite here. Single 1 he needs. Now double 2. Takes a step back. Gives it a good look.
cut the tension with a knife.
Game shot.
And Colin Hepplewhite is up to the challenge. Double one is found, and England are squandering chances here.
Game on.
Jensen Walker had 2 darts to beat Jason Hogg. Noel Grant has had 4 darts to beat Colin Hepplewhite.
43. $45. $60.
It's had its moments, this match, of quality. The doubling has probably damaged the average and overshadowed those moments,
46.
I would say, in this one. You feel a couple of decent visits back-to-back in this leg could seal it for a player. Hepplewhite has just hit a ton. Is it going to be him? Or can Grant now hit back?
85.
That'll do. That has to do.
$60.
Really is a big leg in the context of the overall match.
60.
And currently trailing 3-1. 4-1 is an awful long way back. We have done it in the past.
44.
But it's still an awful long way back.
This is not the time to start spraying the darts.
$33.
Great visit.
129.
129 for Colin Hepplewhite, leaves 65. This is the start of a super visit for Noel.
100.
Should have been more.
Scotland requires 65. $25. England require
Strange visit that one, but got there in the end. But does offer Grant chance at the 1-3-2. Does he stay there? That's a good option. It sat there nicely to be hit, didn't it? And the second bullseye not going to be. Really needs to leave something now.
108.
Well, the way that Noel's darts stand up, that first dart was a perfect guide. He did eventually use it, oddly enough, with the third dart. Could be a fine last act from Noel. 7-7.
No score.
I just felt that visit was first dart or no dart.
England, you required 24.
Come on, Noel Grant, fill your boots.
12 to end the tensest set yet. And Noel Grant gets over the line against Colin Hepplewhite. Both players shaking their heads. They know that they didn't play to their full potential. But it's not about playing to your full potential, it's about getting results on the board, and that's what Noel Grant has done. A big puff of the cheek as he walks off.
Scotland's
and he's closed the gap for England. They now trail Scotland by a set. It's Scotland 3, England 2.
We now move on to set number 6, ladies and gentlemen. And please welcome first to the stage, representing England, it's Paul Hogan! And his opponent, representing Scotland, is Scott Robertson. Your referee once again for this set, Lee Roger.
Set 6 then between England and Scotland, and it's down now to the evergreen experience, Crocodile Dundee, Paul Hogan, who has been part of the England darts furniture for many, many years now. Someone who's a Lakeside experienced member of that team before. Scott Robertson is Paul Hogan's opponent today, and he was excellent in the second set of Scotland's win over Wales yesterday, an average of just over 88, a 4-2 win for him against Diane Roberts, and his finishing was on point as well, nearly 50% on the doubles. So Hogan will have to work hard to beat him.
Game on.
But Scott Mccle, you cannot beat experience, can you? And Paul Hogan has got that by the bucketful.
140.
Yeah, to be fair, he's probably got a tractor and trailer load of it, to be honest. He's a brilliant dart player, and the superlatives.
100.
Superlatives, there are just so many for Paul Hogan. He used to do the BDO circuit, and I think he qualified twice for Lakeside
100.
through the BDO circuit, but he was king of the qualifiers. He used to go to the qualifiers, do his county qualifier, turn up to the qualifier and be one of 2 from the UK to qualify every year, and he did that about 7 times in a row, and it's hard to qualify from the qualifiers once, but Hogan used to do it year after year. Just brilliant stuff from him. Changed of equipment in the last few months. Used to use the old Eric Bristow sort of red ring dart. Swapped over. 33 average at county last month as well, so banging form is Hogan.
Still regularly plays in the Modus Super Series as well.
25.
Didn't like that too much, but Robertson's back on 260.
England, you require 136. $60.
Better from Scott Robertson.
180.
The best visit.
76.
And now Paul Hogan be advised to take care of this. Staying up there to leave double 18.
40.
Yeah, double 18 is one of his favourite doubles.
Double 10's clearly a favourite of Robertson's. No second invitation required. It was 4 from 9 on the doubles for Robertson yesterday, and he showed that there was a lot of strings to his bow. 10s, tops, 18s and 16s were all hit by Robertson.
81. $81. $40.
Well, Scott Robertson and Scotland are in the box seat here.
100. $100. $81.
Well, that slip makes this checkout much, much harder than it should have been. 139 is very rarely taken out at the
60.
very top level.
Scotland, you require 139.
Starting on the 20s.
$59.
That's the first troubleless visit of this leg from Scott Robertson. That's what's given him the impetus here on Paul
100.
Hogan.
Scotland, you
Hogan's
require
third
80.
treble of the leg in 6 attempts.
Double top.
40. England, you require 120.
Could be awkward. The Paul Hogan darts do lie flatter than most, so he's above the treble wire.
88.
It's going to be difficult for him to find the target.
40.
Yeah, went out and hit the treble 16 nicely, but is he going to get back to return to the double 16? Robertson here got a perfect dart and he's used it well for his second dart. Scotland go 2-0 up. Let's see what they're thinking of that in the crowd.
$96. $60. $60. $140.
Get the sense that Paul's having to chase most of the time.
60.
And every visit is of vital importance. Scott Robertson is going about his business very well. Looks calm and confident.
100. Scotland, you require 161.
He needs a double treble visit here without doubt. There's one. Not there, Hogg, not there. 105.
125. Scotland, you require 83.
Not sure about that, but he does get the treble at least to leave single to double. But will he come back? Bullseye for Robertson.
58.
Paul Hogan will come back.
England, you require
Searching
60.
for just a second dart at double. Good stack on top.
Game shot in the third leg. England.
Well hit from Hogan.
Scotland to throw first.
And England are back in this set.
Yeah, all about that last visit, wasn't it? The 1-2-5 with the last visit. And then taking that out in two. Good stuff from Hogan.
41.
Should give him a lift. Forcing himself upon the game. Easiest thing to do at times up there in an international
41.
game is let the game pass you by as it starts to go wrong. Can't do that. You've got to throw every dart like it's going to be your last.
100. $45. $140.
Yeah, really strong visit there from Robertson to assert himself back in the leg. He needs another.
140.
Going to need a double treble visit again in his next visit. He's going to trouble Robertson in this leg, you feel.
40.
Well, that's a chance and an opportunity.
Well, if something is creeping into Scott's game, it's those drift
Your referee for this, Mccle.
It's finally poised at the Prydain Social Club between England and Scotland in this Tri-Nations contest. If Scotland do get to 7 sets, they will win the title for the first time since 2008. If England win, then we're all left guessing ahead of the last game this afternoon when England take on Wales. In set number 7, we've got Jared Cole, an England regular, against Nicky Danoon, with one of the most jovial walk-ons you're likely to see. Sorry that you couldn't hear any of it, but it looked quite fun, didn't it? Looked like a good mime show. We've had a bit of a shuffle up in the commentary box as well. Scott Mitchell has done a sterling job so far this weekend. He's finally got his wish, and he's gone to one of those farmers' protests. But in his place, we've got someone who's already taken a title here this weekend, so she's got her feet up, the cigar out, and the drinks on the go. Laura Turner, good afternoon, and welcome to the Prydain, and congratulations as well.
Yeah, good afternoon, thank you. Yes, yeah, great to get a win here for the England women, but it's now all down to the England men if they're going to. We've seen the England girls win, we've seen the England boys win, the England women, so just one more left if we want to get a full set.
Well, England have taken the full set many times before in this event, and they would love to do it on the turf of the Welsh. That game is coming up later this afternoon. In between, we've got Wales and Scotland finishing off the women's event. That's a battle for second position.
60.
But we've got to finish off our second men's game, Cole versus Danoon. We saw Nicky in action yesterday against your brother-in-law, Laura.
59.
Gillett. It was a narrow 4-3 win for him, averaging just shy of 82 in that game. 97. I suspect he'll have to go a little bit better against Jared Cole, who's one of the more strong performers in this England men's team.
He is, yeah, he's really experienced. He was part of the 4-man World Cup team that went out to 85. South Korea back in September as well. He really does, take so much pride in being able to put on that England shirt, represent his country.
55. England, you require 150.
Everyone that I speak to that gets the opportunity to do it, to be fair.
Cole started the stronger of the two, looking for an early break of throw, and well, it is 3 apiece. It could be a little bit better for England. Jensen Walker missed a couple of step darts against Jason Hogg in our third match earlier, but we're in the game's second half now, as Cole looks for double top. Now the 10s.
38.
Close with both, but not close enough.
No, it's a long-range opportunity here for Scotland. But the 140 not going to go, so Jared Cole for England, looking just to pick up that first set, hold a throw.
England, you require 20.
Sluggish start from Nicky. Cole's got to hit the double, and he does, right in the corner.
First leg to England. Second leg, it's England to go first.
Step back, as Jared Cole has broken the throw.
Game on.
This must be one of your favourite buildings to play darts in now, after winning this weekend and winning the singles title last year.
Done okay here for the last kind of 12 months, absolutely. Yeah, a couple of wins this week, and it's been very good indeed. As I say, England have really made the most of their opportunities here in Wales. It's just now down to the men, and it's so delicately poised, this match as well. The tie between England and Scotland.
100.
We've already had 4 of the 6 matches so far go the distance. That's how tight this match has been.
100.
Well worth the early starts then.
Absolutely. It was a really quick turnaround, to be fair, for the England women, because we played the very last game on the Friday, and then we were second game on the Saturday morning, so it was just all about focus and just making sure that,
39.
You're there and ready to play.
We are expecting a marathon day today with 2 of these 12-set matches, and then the women's match 6 sets long, 60. So 30 in total.
And it would be good, wouldn't it? I mean, not for Scotland perhaps, but for England and Wales and everyone watching, if it actually all did go on to that very last match of today.
Yeah, if you are a neutral, you would be cheering on England, because if Scotland win, the title's theirs, and then it's merely a battle for second. Yeah. And no one wants that.
No. No, when it's already out of your hands and you've still got a match left, it's hard to get yourself fired up.
157.
Treble 19. And back up to the
139.
Thought he was going to go for the 18. Decided to just pile in the treble 20. Not that it put Jared Cole off. 2-0 and a solid enough start from the Englishman as Lewis Gurney watches on.
100.
Yeah, ended up all being academic, didn't it, for Scotland anyway, in that second leg.
He's a busy boy in the world of darts these days, Jared Cole, because if he's not playing, he's turned his attention to spotting, hasn't he, at the Modus Super Series. And for those that don't know what a spotter is, they're the person that tells the director where the player is going to throw. So right now, they'll have just said the word down to him, they'll have panned the camera down, combined the knowledge of mathematics and looking at the player's eyes, and Jared's been doing that as well.
Yeah, to some good effect as well.
57.
I get to work with Jared when we work at the Modus Super Series, and say he's a teammate for England as well, so we do see a lot of him, and I just think of the way that darts is at the moment and the way the sport is, there's just so many opportunities now for people to start forging careers, not just on the off-key, but away from it.
The counting error from Danoon's not punished. Left the bogey number after the last shot.
123.
Warming up to the task.
Yeah, it's a much better leg from Danoon. It's down to a double, to 15 darts.
Game shot on the third leg to Scotland.
With his first dart at double, Nicky Danoon strikes to reduce the gap to 1.
Game on.
Still advantage England though. Winning this set for Cole would see them lead for the first time.
70.
They've much been on the back foot, haven't they, against Scotland? Scotland, a really strong team. They showed that yesterday with their 10-2 win over Wales.
57.
Were you surprised at the margin of victory for Scotland?
Absolutely, especially when you look at the Welsh team. Obviously, I've known a lot of them.
100.
Brother-in-laws in there, and you've then got the experienced players like your Clough Evans and your Mark Challengers, and it just didn't click for them. Scotland 95. Just took their chances much better than Wales did, but yeah, I didn't expect it to be 10-2.
Yeah, Bevan was probably the best player for Wales, and he was just handed the worst draw in the form of Mccle Laurie, who we're going to see in a couple of games' time against Nigel Hayden.
What a scarily good talent Mccle Laurie is.
95.
Practicing with him out the back yesterday, and yeah, it just makes it look effortless.
Yeah, he's got a huge future ahead of him. Very confident that he can go back to Lakeside and not just defend the boys' title, but 60. Win the overall Open.
92.
We were there, weren't we? And he was pretty close to winning the whole shebang when we were there.
52.
It was the big man Jimmy Van Schie who stopped him in his tracks.
You notice the different staging that we've got here this time round, because the aforementioned Jimmy Van Schie isn't here, so we haven't had to make the stage lower this time round.
Cole makes it 3-1. That's not a joke, by the way. The stage was a little bit closer to the crowd to accommodate all 6'9.5" inches of Jimmy Van Schie.
58.
He's now going strong in the PDC now.
85. 100.
I did notice actually when we got here, when we were talking about the staging, that they did get the likes of Mccle, Laurie up on the oche just to make sure that he's quite tall
59.
himself, just to make sure everyone fit properly.
Well, he is a big lad, and he's only 15, so he's probably not stopped growing yet.
45.
That is something I noticed about all of the youth teams, really. Why are all teenagers these days 7'9" tall?
Honestly, I'm not tall. I don't class myself as being particularly short either. But I will say, I felt like I was just dwarfed by all of these people. I just felt very, very short. But you're right, yeah, the youngsters are a lot taller than I remember.
82. Scotland, you require 158.
And this game has really rattled along. 84 left, so he'll try find treble 20. It's down to a manageable 2-darter.
Yeah, and Cole just not able to really apply very much pressure at all. And to go back within a leg, double 4 is pinned for Scotland. And much to the delight of the supporters looking on the teammates. I'd say most of the players that you're seeing play represent Scotland, Wales, England, etc. They will play in a county situation, which is a very similar format, 12 men, 6 women. But there is just no kind of similar camaraderie that you get as a player than when you're playing internationally. Everyone is absolutely glued to the action.
And what I've noticed as well, it's not just camaraderie between your own team, it's with all the other teams as well. Everyone gets on well here.
Yeah, we do indeed. I mean, sat there with our England shirts on yesterday, but obviously I was cheering on my brother-in-law who was playing against Scotland at the time. I'm not sure Jared will want me to do it in the next match because I think Mike's got Jared, but
60.
I could be a good neutral.
You are correct. Game 3.
Big visit there for Scotland.
140.
Followed by a big visit from Jared Cole.
77. England, you require 80.
Not enough for Nicky Danoon. So Jared Cole will get 6 darts to take care of 80. Goes the 16s. Now double 12.
68.
First dart pretty wild.
Yeah, it was a flyer, wasn't it, for double 16, but as you say, he's got time on his side.
43. England, you require 12.
Well, England are turning this one around. And now England lead. Jared Cole with that dart at double 6 has given England the advantage. They were trailing 3-1. Scotland made a flying start. But wins for Noel Grant, Paul Hogan, and now Jared Cole. England are in the box seat with 5 sets remaining.
Well, Jared, thank you for coming down to join me. Now that felt like a big moment in this match in terms of England's perspective.
Yeah, for England, that's a massive point. But also, we lost a couple of points earlier that we wouldn't expect to lose, but there's enough of a team here to make sure we win this. And that's the attitude that the whole team has. We want to win this. We really do.
Yeah, we could definitely tell. And one thing we've seen throughout this entire weekend with England is that you guys never give up, do you? You always find a way to claw your way back, to fight your way back.
Yeah, we were 3-1 down a little while ago, and now we're 4-3 up. Like, we're really happy with that. But also, as a team, there's a lot more to come. I know that the rest of the team, even the ones that have played, there's a lot more in the tank. It's just a case of managing yourself, but also knowing that another game's yet to come. Like, it's a big moment, as I say. Tri-Nations is a serious deal for England. We want to win this.
Absolutely. And, you know, if you win this one, there's still a lot of darts to be played, but if you win this one, you know, it all goes down to that final match then against Wales. Just how determined are you to make sure that that's the case tonight?
Yeah, we want it. We really do. Like, as I say, we won it last year, and it was really tight. It was really tight. But we still want to win this, and we want to make sure that we win it. Like, so, without sounding too sarcastic, it's a case of top. Oh.
No, I know.
England want to win this. I can promise you that. England want to win it. And as a team, we're ready for it. We want it. We really do.
Absolutely. Well, Jared, I will let you go and catch your breath and have a rest, and good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
A dyma ni, wel, mae'r chwarae yn parhau yma Merthyr, ond I fi nawr, you can go if you want, Jared, ond I fi nawr yn goffa gadael chi, achos yn hwyrach prynhawn yma ar S4C, mae yna bêl drod byw rownd erfynol Cwpan Cymru Bute Energy rhwng menywod Caerdydd ac Abertawe. Felly I fi'n gorfod jympo yn y car I fynd lawr I rodni Prydain, ond I fi'n mynd I adael chi yn nwylo ein tîm sylwebu ffantastig ni, Dylan a Gareth.
Welcome back to the action here at the Prydain Club, Merthyr Tydfil. We now move on to the 8 sets of this men's match. And I'd like to welcome up onto the stage first, representing England, it's Carl Wilkinson! And his opponent, representing Scotland, it's Derek McClean. your referee for this set once again will be Aaron Mccle.
Right, England have turned this around now, and up steps the England captain, Carl Wilkinson. Yorkshireman who's leading this delightful darting dozen tonight. Hopefully for him, he'll be leading them towards victory, because England now need 2 more sets to guarantee a point and 3 more sets to guarantee the 2 points, meaning they will have it in the palm of their hands as they face Wales. Derek McLean is the opponent for Carl Wilkinson.
First leg, it's England to
it was a pretty scruffy game he had yesterday evening against Richie Edwards of Wales. It was a sub-70 average. It was a catalogue of missed doubles for Derek.
140.
But this is a game that should fly, because Wilkinson throws at a good pace, and so does Derek with 60. That very sort of unorthodox jabby action of his.
Yeah, as you say, with this one, I don't think either of these two are going to be hanging around very long.
60.
Wilkinson, very experienced player, not only here playing for England again, but we've seen him out picking up titles at Motor Super Series. I know that he was quite big on the WDF tour for a while.
Former TDC tour card holder as well.
100.
It used to be an absolute dream for him coming from Barnsley, because all the tournaments were at the Metrodome.
Not anymore.
The Halcyon days.
140.
God bless it.
So now we seem to negotiate a time between, what is it, Leicester, Wigan, and the occasional Milton Keynes thrown in.
Can't forget Hildesheim, Germany either.
I can put it at the back of my mind.
Got a cracking steakhouse, better than what Leicester, Wigan and Milton Keynes have to offer.
I know, it's just how long it takes you to get there in the first place.
Come for Wilkinson, but Derek McLean has sneakily made an excellent start. Just as I say that, he hits the double when he wanted the single. And that leaves 23. He's a very rhythmical player, but that's the danger of throwing so quickly.
73.
Sometimes the darts go off-piste, and to add insult to injury, he definitely didn't need to leave double 2. Wilkinson didn't need to hit that.
Yeah, both players, it's a case of making sure about single number. And neither of them have, but it's tied up okay in the end for Wilkinson, but it's McLean with a break opportunity early on.
Game shot on the first leg to
the third time of asking Derek McLean on double 1.
Scotland to throw first. Game on.
It's the first leg on the board. It's an 18 dart break of throw.
134.
I do wonder for someone like Wilkinson, he's obviously
60.
represented his country on a few occasions, but you know, the fact now that he's stepping up, he's captain, yeah, does that come with a different kind of pressure when you're meant to be there, like, leading the way?
Yeah, quite possibly, because everyone will be looking to you for inspiration, I suppose.
85. 72.
Already for McLean, this is a much better performance than he put in against Wales yesterday. But it's all about maintaining it.
66. 94.
Derek McLean can't grumble with the way that he started this match.
60. Scotland, you require 118.
There is no hanging around with Derek McLean.
86.
Well, he opted not to go for double 19. Playing it safe of sorts to leave a more favourable double 16.
140. Scotland, you require 32.
Robertson's on his case.
16.
I bet Derek McLean now wishes he went for double 19.
Always the way, it really is. But there's a chance here to make it one apiece. It's bullseye for England, and bullseye's pinned.
On the second leg to England. Four-legged England to throw first.
That's a proper
Game
shot
on.
from Carl Wilkinson. First time we've seen a finish on the ball in this match.
Yeah, Scotland breaking in the first leg, and it's a break straight back for Carl Wilkinson of England.
45.
Even more impressive
59.
knowing that you've only got one shot at it.
Yeah, finishes like 90, 110, 130. They're those ones where you can just keep going for the treble 20, and hopefully one of the two nuts that you get goes in. But if it doesn't, then, especially with 90, then you know that you're definitely going to get a shot at the bullseye.
$85.
Almost pained look on the face of Carl Wilkinson there as he pulled the last one into a 5, and he's punished with a maximum from Scotland.
England, you require 131.
Takes Derek McLean about 3 seconds per visit, it seems.
40. England, you require 116.
Not great from Wilkinson. That's not a good start from Derek.
28. England, you require 91.
Erratic nature of his throw again.
Yeah, you did mention it previously, didn't you? That it's just the speed that he plays with. He doesn't give himself much time to adjust when things aren't quite going right.
39. Scotland, you require 88.
Bit of a loose visit from Wilkinson.
7-7. Now he does take time to think. Gets the maths right, gets the throw right as well.
To Scotland. Fourth-legged Scotland to throw
3
first.
breaks in a row.
Game on.
So again, it falls down
45.
to the captain, Carl Wilkinson, to try and find another response. Try and find a break straight back.
47. 100. 60.
He would have been disappointed there. Couldn't find a big treble,
60.
but Malcolm McLean.
Must say as well, I am a fan of the England shirt design. Knight in shining armour on the back and the
55.
red rose on the front.
There is a lot going on. There's a lot to look at.
It provides conversation.
60.
It's a good shirt.
It does provide conversation, yes.
Scottish shirt a bit more reserved.
100.
I was kind of doing a little bit of spring cleaning the other day, and I found my shirt back from 2008, and that was the old
60.
school, kind of almost like the Steve Beaton style, but, you know, just plain white, red collar, buttons all the way down.
Any shirt looks good on Steve
60.
Beaton.
I'd agree. I do agree.
78. 85.
Playing down
Scotland
to a 2
Unicorn,
darter.
98.
12.
74.
Quickly as that,
England
so
Unicorn, 94.
close to striking.
Yeah, great effort, just the wrong side of the wire, and there's a chance here, once again, for Wilkinson to level things up. He's tried the double route, and it
54.
hasn't paid off.
Scotland Unicorn, 24.
6.
12.
So little time for the camera to react.
England
Derek
Unicorn,
McLean's that
40.
quick, but he's off target again. Wilkinson looking for a 4th successive break in this set. Able to get it.
Scotland, you require 12.
McLean had his back to Carl Wilkinson that entire throw. Double three.
9.
You cannot convert the leg.
You require 10.
Really scrappy leg. There's a bit of a grin on Carl's face. No grin now, though.
Scotland,
I'll be honest, I can completely empathise because I got stuck on a couple of legs this weekend. And when they don't go, it's very frustrating. And the pressure is elevated because of the position you're in, because you're trying to win a point. Not just for you, but for the team. And the fact that you've got that England shirt on or the Scotland shirt on.
Game shot on the fourth leg to England.
Well, that
Fifth
now
leg
the
is England to
farcical
go first.
fourth leg comes to an end. And in 28 darts, Carl Wilkinson breaks.
Game on.
And that is the thing when you do perform poorly playing for your country. You're not just letting yourself down. You're not just kicking yourself. There's others that probably want to kick you. If you do let them down. So it's double the pressure.
Very much so.
41.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. You're part of a team, you play as a team, you know that not everyone's going to win every single game, but we win and we lose
100.
together. And I do feel that's the case, but you don't want to be one of the ones that does, just cost the team a point.
97.
Well, that's a much better leg for Carl Wilkinson, down to finish after 9.
England, you require 161. $65.
Use of the ball. Use 96.
85.
God, that was only 5 points difference. This is a 2-dart finish as opposed to leaving 101, which would have been a 3-dart combination finish.
56. Scotland,
The
you
next
require
best result to
138.
96 is leaving a good double.
43.
Derek's
England, you
so
require
wayward
40.
right now. Oh, Wilkinson should be confident of taking this. I say should. Gets closer.
No score. Scotland, you require 95.
Mccle trying the
England,
double route
40.
to no avail. So again, Wilkinson top of the board is the target. Now double 10. And it is a hold a throw.
To England. Six-legged Scotland to throw first.
England boys team watch on and like that.
100.
The first time in this match, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we've actually had someone holding their throat.
60.
You get a fifth break in 6 legs. 5-3 England. Ahead of the
100.
return of, well, not Mr. Laurie, Master Laurie. You're still a child, pal.
136. 60. 86.
Thinking out that treble 19, trying to leave something when he returned. It just keeps him interested in the legs still.
134. 101. Scotland, you
This
require
to
107.
level things up to go to a last leg decider, and he's missed the big 18.
75. England, you require 118.
Careless from Derek. How about this, Carl? Doesn't get the requisite treble.
58.
So Derek Mccle
Scotland, you require
wants double
32.
16. Take this match the distance.
No score. England, you require 60.
Always look rushed. Wilkinson looks at top
Shot,
and gets it. Not convincing by any stretch of the imagination. But England now have a 5-3 lead in this second men's Tri-Nations contest. The captain steps up and delivers the goods. One more set needed to guarantee a share of the points. Two more, and England going to their match with Wales, knowing that this tournament is in the palm of their hands.
We now move on to set number 9, ladies and gentlemen, and the first player to the stage, representing Scotland. He is the reigning and defending JDC and WDF Youth Champion of the World, is Weesoaks Mccle Laurie. And his opponent, representing England, it's the Undertaker, Nigel Hayden. Your referee for this set is Jake Powell.
Well, Mccle Laurie is worth the entry fee alone. He is that kind of player, star man. Throughout all of yesterday, a 170 finish to win his boys contest against Lloyd Stereo. And then he was the shining light in Scotland versus Wales yesterday evening, had the highest average, most number of 180s, highest checkout, most number of ton plus checkouts, and the best leg. That's a pretty good hit rate already for this fabulous 15-year-old who is destined for big things in the world of darts. Nigel Hayden is vastly experienced, the former Undertaker. He's the opponent that has been drawn to face Mccle. And the biggest compliment I think you could pay Mccle is that absolutely everyone in an England shirt will have wanted to avoid him.
77.
I do agree with that. Yeah, he's just a player on the up, isn't he? We got to watch him up close when he was at Lakeside, winning the boys' title, runner up to Jimmy Van Schie in the open category. But he's just young, isn't he? He's just young, he's fearless. He hasn't got the scars that a lot of players have, and backs it up with some brilliant darting.
96.
Never shy in expressing himself either, so if things aren't going Mitchell's way, he will bark and he will chastise himself. So it's a clash of
45.
the generations, clash of the styles. Nigel Hayden much more methodical. Does have a very pronounced lean as he throws the dart.
100.
You get a kind of better indication, don't you, when you get that side view. But even there, there's this kind of lean down and a lift up.
He is quite a tall man, but he does look 5'6" when he throws. That's how much he does lean over.
140.
Laurie down to 88 after 4 visits.
Yeah, Mccle Laurie not hanging around. Has the advantage of throwing first in this match, and he's trying to make the most of it. He's got time on his side. Nigel Hayden not able to leave a finish.
Double top.
He's got the first leg.
No
Scotland.
drama.
Second
Mccle
leg.
Laurie,
England to
as he usually does,
Game on.
makes that look very easy. This is a set that I think most people would expect Scotland to win. So Nigel Hayden does have an opportunity to make a name for himself in this tournament at least. Not only would it be a win against Laurie, it would be a set win that would guarantee England a point at least.
And he didn't get it all his own way, did he, Mccle Laurie, in the boys' tournament, losing out to Kaya Basil
58
of England.
What a tournament he had. He was tremendous in both of his matches.
Yeah, another player I think that won't be long before we see him step up into the seniors category.
55.
Just because of how well he is playing.
'96.
There you see that pronounced lean from Nigel Hayden. Hayden himself did have a tour card for a few years, 2009 to 2015, and then had to retain it until 2017, and then stepped away from the PDC tour. I think that's one thing people forget, isn't it? That unless they make really quite often at the back end of tournaments, people forget how many players have actually had tour cards, have had that experience.
Well, quite a few that we've seen already today. And more to come as well.
43.
That's of Carl Wilkinson and Matt Clark, who's coming later.
I'm sure it won't be too long before Mccle Laurie has his eyes on a PDC tour card himself.
Could be as soon as January. Turns 16 in November, so he does become eligible to go and play the full tour. And if Mccle Laurie's name is in the Q School hat, everyone will be keeping an eye on him.
Scotland require 147. $131.
Beautiful set-up play from Mccle Laurie.
Averaging just over 100.
60.
Hayden is struggling to live with his talents. Double eights. Doubles the lead. 2-0 Mccle Laurie.
Bootleg Scotland, the full first.
Blake could throw as well.
He's just making it look so comfortable. As you say, Nigel Hayden just not able to keep up with the pace of Mccle Laurie at the moment.
It's
a good switch with the last start for Nigel Hayden.
Switch he had to make as well. The darts of Hayden do land quite flat, so anything above the top wire is a hindrance rather than a help. Opposite for Laurie, he's still going
94.
Well, level 18 rather than go to the 19s.
Bit of a reaction from Hayden. Yes, that was high. That one just clattered into the board.
40.
Disappointment from Mccle Laurie of hitting a ton. I mean, a ton is a good score. If you can do that every time, then you're going to win more times than you lose.
Those mere mortals will be cartwheeling after throwing a ton.
180!
Well, it's the first maximum of the match, and it does go the way of Hayden.
Well, that 180 has come out of nowhere really for Nigel, and it's brought him back into this leg.
Scotland require 113.
13 for Mccle Laurie. Double top. So focused, so assured.
93.
But he dragged that.
England require 124.
2-4. Hayden may only get one dart at the ball.
If it's to get that dart, he needs treble 18. Treble 18 found ball.
99.
Good effort from Nigel Hayden, but
20.
to no avail as Mccle Laurie looks at making this 3-0.
No mistake made. We've not had a single whitewash yet in the men's tournament. Yesterday we got a couple of 4-1s, but no 4-0s. Nigel doesn't want to be the first on the end of that.
And Mccle Laurie, again, just looking at putting in a real stellar performance for Scotland.
93.
Currently averaging around the 96 mark. Good 16 points ahead of Nigel Hayden.
140.
I mean, the scary thing is, looking at those numbers, it doesn't feel like this has been his best and most fluent performance.
No, and the reactions we've seen from him, it just implies to me that he's got more in the tank. He's definitely got levels that he's perhaps not producing, but he's playing very well indeed.
80.
Nigel Hayden trying everything he possibly can to stay in the match. But Mccle Laurie back again, and it's his first match.
Well timed. A 4-0 win beckons for the 15-year-old.
$100. Scotland require 101.
12 or 4. Double 16. for a 4-0 trouncing of Nigel Hayden. It was never in doubt, was it? Mccle Laurie always likely to win that contest and win it well. Hayden couldn't live with his talents. He only had one dart at double. It came at the bullseye. Laurie, sensational.
As you leave his
as he
stage,
has
let's
been
hear for both
for
players
most
there.
of the
England,
weekend.
Nigel
And Scotland
Hayden,
have
and
closed the gap to
Scotland,
1 to
Mccle,
England
Laurie.
with just 3 sets remaining in this men's Tri-Nations contest.
We now move on to set number 10, ladies and gentlemen. And first to the stage, let's hear it for England's Lloyd Hennell. And his opponent, representing Scotland, is the Panda, Glenn Parsons. And your referee once again for this set, Jake Powell.
Welcome back to the Penny Darren Social Club. Now we have 3 more sets left in this first men's contest of the day. It's advantage England still, but it's slightly less comfortable now. Mccle Laurie has well and truly walloped Nigel Hayden, laid down another statement. They're the last darts that we'll see from Laurie this weekend. It's now down to his teammates to deliver the goods. Glenn Parsons was fairly impressive yesterday. He played the penultimate set against the speedy Liam Meek. A slow and steady competitor is Glenn, nicknamed the Panda, the origins of which I have no idea whatsoever.
England to focus.
He goes up against Lloyd Pennell with 3 games left, and Lloyd's got that carrot dangled in front of him, Laura, where if he wins this set, He's the man that at least guarantees England a point, so plenty to play for here.
Loads to play for, absolutely. Whether that will be on the back of his mind, I'd be surprised if it wouldn't. Although I will say that the positioning that I played in on Friday and Saturday, I think I got playing last and I got the 4-2 win for England women, and I played 5th and made sure that we were definitely getting a draw. Neither time did I realise that was happening. It was just, I just didn't even know.
He got the whitewash against Rosemore. What an 83 checkout that was.
100. $60.
It's on, isn't it? It's just much Laurie win there, just stopping that run of matches that England were on, reducing the gap by just 1 solitary point now. And this is where the pressure really does start to ramp up, both on the team that's chasing, but also the one that's just got that slight lead.
$100.
And because of the way that the fixtures fall, I do always wonder if there's ever such a slight advantage for the team that's already played up on that stage. They know what to expect, they know how hot it's going to be, they know all the lighting, the fact that the first game there was a camera person on the left-hand side. I was prepared for that by game 2.
They've also got that more recent match practice as well. Can't recreate that in the practice room.
Especially if you're a player like Glenn, who actually has got probably quite happy thoughts about, when he's returning there, because it was a 4-3 win over Liam Meek, but averaging just in excess of 85. It was a good, solid performance from him yesterday.
88.
Double 18. Well, he doesn't have to go there with Glenn back on 185 and opted to lay up instead.
Yeah, sensible play from Lloyd Pennell. Yeah, there's this temptation to go for a big finish or a bit of a showboat stopper, but
16.
Well, Lloyd Pennell
Scotland
meant to go for double 16. He hits double 8, and then when he wants double 8, he can't find it. That's the way it goes sometimes. A 170 set up, left 15. And now double 2. Glenn Parsons, who takes the first leg. He knew exactly where the camera was. He bellowed straight into it.
He played up there yesterday. You know where it is now. That's what it is.
We obviously know that of everyone involved in darts, the one that's the most aware and observant of where cameras are is Johnny Clayton with the ferret finger point. It feels like a Welsh trait, because yesterday a lot of the Welsh lads were staring and winking into the camera after their various exploits.
Yeah, so Lloyd Stereo, I think he ran at the camera at one point after he won for Wales Youth.
Game on.
Just having a couple of technical things with the scoreboard.
$100. Do you reckon that belongs to Glenn?
Quite possibly.
57.
Yeah. I'm intrigued to find out why he's nicknamed the Panda. I think you can see there just the scoreboard, and it's just frozen on the previous leg.
I don't think Glenn will mind too much, because it'll show him that he won. Accidental 170. Leave 15, and this isn't doing either player any favours.
No, and you have some organisations that still use the kind of traditional pen and paper markers that stand to the side when it comes to some of the kind of bigger showcase events, where the employment of technology, when it works, it's fantastic. But when it doesn't, it can cause issues. But the players have to be able to cope with that.
I think the Penny Darren Social Club may need a Wi-Fi booster or two.
I don't think it would go amiss, would it?
$57.
The Lloyd penalty looked really disappointed. He felt like that was a bit of an opportunity squandered by him in the opening leg. He did well to set up lead 32 and couldn't see it off. And like I say, shaking his head in the background, he needs to be able to bounce back and do it quickly.
43.
Glenn is starting to play very well indeed.
$100. $44.
Couldn't find the big trebles, trying to find one with the big switch, but I feel for Lloyd here, he's going to need at least 2 big trebles just to put any kind of pressure on them Parsons.
92.
That's one big treble, one little treble, which isn't enough. Treble 18 would be handy.
98.
Well, that was the plan, the execution not quite there, but he knows he'll be back for 76.
140. Scotland require 76.
Treble 20 for double 8. Part 1 done perfectly. Double 8 now.
Gives on the
Sneaks it into
second
the
leg.
corner.
Scotland. Third leg, England to go first. Game
Glenn
on.
Parsons is sneakily proving himself to be one of Scotland's MVPs. Obviously, Laurie will take that crown. I don't think anyone will
45.
dislodge him there, but Parsons has been effective so far.
Well, we've already seen so far, though, a 2-0 lead. It's not completely unassailable. Jensen Walker, he was a player that led 2-0 for England, but was pegged back and lost the match 3 legs to 4 in the end. Yeah, Scott Robertson did the same against Paul Hogan. Paul Hogan getting the win from a position of being 2-0 down. And this panel just needs to be really careful.
79.
The leg that he's thrown first on. Just chalk up one leg on the board and then try and find a way of breaking.
$59. $28.
And Parsons unable to rescue that throw. Just gives Penalty a little bit of breathing room.
This one of 3 games left in the first match of the day. Matt Clark of England faces Robert Hamilton of Scotland, and then closing the show we've got Sean Holly, who actually hit the highest average in this tournament last year overall, against the former copper Davy Kerwin.
100. England require 170.
Frustration, absolutely. There's options with the 117. Single 20 would have left 57. Ball. Alternatively, would have gone treble 2017 tops, but by hitting the 1, A big slip again from Pennell.
And that's a mess. Will Parsons punish?
113.
He does.
England require 106.
And not just that, he leaves a ton. It's a clever shot from Glenn. Well, Pennell, double 16.
74.
First start at double in the match.
Scotland, you require 100.
Will Lee Pennell be afforded the chance to come back? Another one in there for a ton. Check out. It's Lee 3 legs to
80.
nil. And just south of the desired target.
England, you require 32.
And England have lost each of the last 6 legs. 4 won by Laurie, 2 by Parsons. Pennell end this mini drought. This time he does.
Leg. England. 4th leg, it's Scotland the Fofers. Game on.
Yeah, for Pennell, he needs to find a way to break the Parsons throw. Parsons, it's pretty simple.
60.
If I throw first, if I win the leg, I'm going to win the match.
'93. '60.
Two consecutive traveller's visits for Parsons. Pennell knows that's an opportunity, but it's not one he seemingly is able to take.
'73. '45.
Well, Parsons, to me, he dominated those first couple of legs. Very comfortable indeed, but now Lloyd Pennell has a chance here to get right back in the match.
137.
Good visit from Lloyd. There have been glimpses from him, but not a whole lot more.
$125.
Better from Parsons, but Lloyd Pennell, well, he will be first down to a finish,
52.
but not as far down as he'd like.
$45. England, you require 146.
And that slip from Parsons means that Lloyd Pennell's got 6 from here for the 146. He's going to need them all.
80.
100 points the difference. 166. No matter how good at darts you are, can't be finished with 3 in hand.
$84. England, you require 66.
Parsons just tapping on the shoulder of Lloyd Pennell, who's got double 18 and takes it out no problem.
England.
We are now level at 2 apiece.
Quick leg, it's England the focus. Game on. $137.
Well, game of 2 halves, I feel, at the moment, because as I said before, at Parsons, it just felt like he was in complete control in the opening couple of legs, and now it's all about Lloyd Pennell.
135.
Maybe he's going to try and reassert control, but both players have started this fifth leg strongly.
100.
Yeah, a good find with the last start to make sure that that strong play continues.
$140. $95.
Tom Treble lose the bogey number, so Parsons with a chance here to really jump all over that.
Yeah, needs to switch if he is to leave a finish without finding a treble.
61.
Well, he did find a treble and he didn't leave a finish.
Both players in the same boat. Treble 19 leaves
99.
16, didn't find it. Campbell gets first crack.
But there will be some pressure on this 70.
125. England require 70.
Tops required for Parsons if he comes back to the oche. Double four is pinned. A nod of approval from Lloyd Pennell as he goes within one. He was in position, he was 2-0 down. He's now one leg away from a win. Yeah, one leg away from a win.
45.
Just one leg away of ensuring that England would get at least a draw from this encounter against Scotland.
Which would keep England in it, but
96.
given how big a margin of victory Scotland's against Wales was yesterday, England really could do with both points on the board. Otherwise they'd have to trounce Wales essentially in the final.
$85.
Yeah, we said before, didn't we, that it just felt like a 10-2 scoreline. It might not be likely that anyone kind of repeats that type of feat because we know there are some quality players
60.
in the Welsh side.
Definitely an off day for Wales yesterday. A lot of the sets they lost were tightly contested.
104.
A lot of 4-3s, which had they gone the other way, it could have been a much more equal game.
Yeah, and we've seen it recently with things like the Premier League of darts. There isn't necessarily always a home advantage. Just Wales are playing here in Prydain doesn't necessarily lend itself to the fact that they're going to win the titles. Yeah, Lloyd Pennell, despite hitting the 180, unable to leave a finish.
55.
He was on what we're now dubbing it a pre-bogey number. Are you happy with that term?
Yeah, I quite like that actually.
$95.
3-4-2, 3-4-5. Yeah, I'm a fan. Well done.
That wasn't me, but it's yeah, definitely something that started to.
Who have we got to credit for that?
I'm gonna. It's probably Rod Studd, isn't it? It sounds like something he might
Probably,
say.
yeah.
85. England require 70.
Double 16 for the win.
54. Scotland require 91.
Glenn Parsons, and he must not lose territory now.
Yeah, one match start come and gone for Lloyd Pennell. Yeah, and I can understand he's trying to play a safe route. 25 would then leave the option of 16 to ball. That is why some players like to go that way, but unfortunately you missed that
51.
number. You need to find a treble when he couldn't.
16.
So 8-8 for Lloyd Pennell to guarantee a share of the points. Set darts missed, but the fourth one is taken, and the Tri-Nations have been blown wide open now. Lloyd Pennell earning England the number 6 next to their name. One more set will give England 2 points to go with Scotland's 2 against Wales yesterday evening.
For both
and
players
then a win
as
for
they leave the
England
stage.
against Wales.
Scotland's Glenn Parsons and England
Tri-Nations win. Lloyd Pennell's done his
Pennell.
job, beating Glenn Parsons 4-2.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a few cars that need moved. First one is Kilo Juliet 16, Mike Yankee Golf. KJ 16 MYG. The second one is PK62. Welcome back to the action here at the Prydain Social Club for this, the 2026 Tri-Nations British Internationals. We now move on to the penultimate set of our first match of the day. And first to the stage, representing Scotland, is Robert Hamilton! And his opponent, representing England, is Superman Matt Clark. And your referee for the 11th set is Lee Roger.
So here we go then. We are getting down to the nitty-gritty of this England versus Scotland match. Set score is 6 to England, 4 to Scotland. England needing a win to pick up the 2 points. Scotland will have a waiting game to see the result. England taking on Wales, and in this match we see Matt Clark taking on Robertson. And Matt has been an internationalist in the past.
11th
This
set,
was quite a
first
time
leg,
ago,
Scotland
Laura.
reverse. Game on.
Yeah, good to see him back in an England shirt, and now he's got everything to do, because as you say, England have a point now. They know that they will definitely be finishing with at least a draw, but because Scotland beat Wales by such a heavy scoreline, you still feel that for England to have any real chance to be in contention of picking up the title, then if they can find these next two and finish with 8-4, then they'll be in good stead.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I think if I was out there, I'd be rallying the troops to say, look, at the start of the day, I would be looking for 7 points initially, and any more than that would have been a real bonus. A win here against the team that dominated the Welsh team yesterday. I don't see them playing like that again today. I think the Welsh team will be, later on this afternoon, will be a very different prospect altogether than what they were yesterday against Scotland.
I agree. I do agree indeed, because 10-2, it didn't reflect perhaps how well Wales played. It was just they were just the wrong side of a few really, really close matches.
Yeah, a few last leg deciders went against them, but
125.
just a big deflection there. Trying to find his range now. See, when you come off the practice boards here,
100.
we're in quite a sort of big wide open room, and then you come up onto the stage with a low ceiling. The whole perspective of the board layout and the throw is very different to the practice throw. Did you find that when you went up there yesterday, Laura?
Yeah, I found that a lot of mine were going high, and I did say I didn't know if it was perhaps just having that bit of adrenaline that's running through you after you've done your walk on and you're up on the stage. But yeah, I did find I had to make some adjustments.
36.
Because it was just
England, you require
between half an inch and an inch too high on pretty much every occasion.
It can be the way. The ball route there, Matt Clark. Covered nicely.
92.
Top, so Hamilton will get another stab at it.
No score.
And misses, and groans from the Scotland part of the crowd. You could hear there. That's Matt Clark. He's one of those, you'll never rush him along. He does everything at his own pace. That's a perfect marker, surely. He's taken a step back and has another look.
20.
Goes underneath.
Scotland, you require 40.
They dragged it low, and Matt Clark will not be able to afford to miss too many darts at the outer ring, but he hasn't been punished by Hamilton. Hamilton yesterday was a 4-1 winner over David Davies of Wales. David Davies, another player who's in very fine form, just couldn't find it yesterday. Matt Clark still searching for that first elusive double.
Indeed, a really nervous start. Francis there in the crowd. He played up early doors. Things didn't go well for him, but he's here now supporting his teammates.
No score.
This is just under, I think, a 12th start now for Hamilton. Clark has got to be thinking, happy days. Give me enough chances, I'll get it. That's exactly what's happened.
England. Second leg, it's England to throw first. Game on.
A breaker throw as well, so that could be important as the game goes on. Matt Clark has done an awful lot within the darting game for many a year. And he's kind of back at this end of the game now. Came back to the seniors type of stuff and had an injury
44.
and a few health problems, and now he's over those and back sort of playing really nicely and getting selected for the England team.
Yeah, I mean, he's a former tour card holder, held his card from 2009 right the way through to 2014. Lost it for a couple of years, but then picked it back up 2016 and left the PDC circuit back in 2021. And as you say, when he's come off the PDC circuit, then he's then looked back to the WDF, and we're seeing him more and more going round on the circuit. Made the WDF World Championships as well back earlier on this year.
Yeah, again, it's good to see him back, and I think when we talk about the game being a young person sport these days, with the way that the Bo Greases and the Luke Littlers and are sort of going through it, and I still think there's a place for the ones that are longer in the tooth. I think when they start playing these younger players, and these younger players, start to beat them, you then realise they're the real deal, because the guys that have been around for a long time, they've got a bit of match craft, got a bit of game craft, and it's not always that easy to get past them. So when you have to start getting past them, you then start giving them credit for what they do achieve.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you cannot underestimate the experience that some of these players have. But as you say, there is just a wave of young players as well coming in that just absolutely fearless. We've already seen Mccle, Laurie up here. Kaya Basil had a great tournament for England on the youth side.
44.
Kaya Basil grows a better beard than I do, and I see that today he shaved it off. So I don't know whether he saw my comments from yesterday and got a bit embarrassed. I don't know. Tops it is then for Clark.
16.
Two good markers, and you can see
Scotland, you require 8.
Jensen Walker there feeling every dart as well.
Yeah, last little glance at the camera there from Jensen Walker, but yeah, I think he knew what was on the horizon, because Hamilton levelled it up at 1 apiece. He's now found a break straight back, and the opportunity here now to throw first in leg number 3.
I think it's fair to say that Matt Clark robbed the first leg
60.
a little, and then definitely the second leg. He had that one robbed from him, so we're even, Stephen. We've got to where we should probably be at this point in the match, at 1 apiece.
Yeah, fair dues. But when you're up there, you don't think of it like that, do you?
Oh no, absolutely not. You don't think you've ever robbed one. You think, I earned that. And that's the mentality to take to your next leg. But yeah.
$34.
Being set 11 of this match. We do have one more to go. Being Sean Holly,
81.
representing England, taking on Davy Kerwin, and that is one of those matches that I looked at the start of the day. I thought, that could go either way. Two really passionate dart players, brilliant dart players, and they would probably have been hoping that it wouldn't be going down to them.
134.
Yeah, I get that, but I think if you're a David Kerwin's shoes, you just hope that you might have the opportunity to level things up for Scotland. If Hamilton can get a win here, then Kerwin would be fighting
60.
for that point, that draw. Alternatively, though, you've got Sean Holly, who I am sure is hoping Matt Clark can make it 7, because then the win is in the bag for England.
Yeah, and here we go. Got a chance to fill it up there, but it's a really good visit under the circumstances. Seems to be playing better this leg. Not having the darts, feels to be playing with a bit more freedom, but that's a good response from Hamilton.
108.
A great response from Hamilton, as you say, but it's Clark with the first chance here, 108. One of those finishes they will have gone for time and time again, but he's missed the big single number. We've seen that a few times already today.
Yeah, I can't explain to people enough how wearing that
76.
white shirt with the red collar makes so much difference to how your arm moves, particularly in your early times in it. You get used to it after that if you manage to get back to play. And what a brilliant 117 shot that is from Hamilton to hold throw. Clark made a mistake missing the big 19 to get himself a double, and then didn't get a chance to return. Just the man from Scotland poked out the 117.
Yeah, and it'll be frustrating for Matt Clark because he has a darts in every single leg. He could have found himself 3-0 up, and as it stands, he finds himself trailing 2 legs to 1. And now really on the back foot as Hamilton kicks off leg number 4 with a max.
Yeah, needed a double treble visit here to go with him, and Matt Clark uses all his experience to do just that.
Five perfect darts into a leg. Just a little bit of a pull with the last one, but this is a really, really strong leg for Hamilton.
And little number 9 gets retracted from the scoreboard.
I know, you just want to mention it, do you? We kind of think of it as a commentator's curse, that as soon as you mention it, there's a dart missed.
It's a really strong leg here for Hamilton against the throw.
81.
As you can see there, it's even got the Scottish crowd shivering.
60.
Well, they will be less nervous if Hamilton can find a way of finding this 105 finish. Well, I think the route was trying to bring in the bullseye.
45.
Little bit messy there from Hamilton.
Yeah, he'd like to have been going back for a double, wouldn't he?
52.
Not gone the
Scotland
way of
requires 60.
Clark either, so double top.
40.
Handful of darts at that in the first leg and lost it. And that's how Clark got his one on the board. 129 here. Got to hit the big 19. Sometimes when you're going full on for the treble, that can happen. You drift.
82. Scotland, you require 20.
So double 10 in for Hamilton, coming in at a 3-1 lead. He takes it. The roar of the crowd is from the Scotland section. And they are happy with their man.
Scotland at throw first. Game on.
Hamilton now has the darts to close this set out. He'll be thinking, I'm going to make Scotland here 6-5 and make it all to play for in that last game.
He's really starting to motor now, isn't he? Hamilton kicking off with a 2 treble visit and just putting Matt Clark on the back foot from the very off. That last leg was the first time Matt Clark didn't have a dart double in a leg, but he still had a little poke at a finish. Absolutely no reaction whatsoever from Matt Clark, who, after that first dart went in, I felt like that 59. Was asking for it more in the treble 20 bed.
Yeah, Disappointed that it didn't follow up and more go in. Back in there again with the first dart.
95.
Once again, he's unable to hit it with his following two.
Yeah, just a few points separating them, but it's now Hamilton first on to a finish. All Matt Clark can do here is try and set something up, get himself down to a double or a small combination finish.
59. Scotland, you require 141.
Hasn't quite turned the throw, so the throw still stays with Hamilton, but some sort of trouble
60.
here.
England, you require 147.
It's a chance, it's a distant chance, but it's a chance. Not to be this time. Leave 70, he'll either go treble 10 or treble 18. Treble 18, leaving himself 58. That's pressure applied enough.
81.
All about this 81 now. 12 for bullseye. And you'll hear this place roar if this goes.
37.
Didn't go, rushed it a little bit with the last dart.
Way off the mark. Chance here for Matt Clark. 2 darts in hand. Tops is the target. Tops is found. A bit of a raise of the eyes for Matt Clark. It's the cleanest finish that he's had so far in the match. Finishing the doubling has not been that kind to Matt Clark thus far.
$55.
A touch unlucky for more from the off there.
60.
Matt Clark's head, he'll just be thinking, all I can do now is hold this throw. And then what happens in the last?
100.
What happens in the last? They want to take it to the last. Would still be advantage Hamilton if we go down the last leg, as he would have the darts, but
60.
he would also have the pressure that goes with the darts.
Absolutely. And as you say, you mentioned what it felt like when you put on that England shirt and how it feels as a player to be up there and try and perform and what it can do to you. You can say the same thing for the players that put on a Scottish shirt and a Welsh shirt. The pressure of representing your country, it can get to people.
There's all the lines, pressures for tyres and all that. But I think pressure's an honour. If you're under pressure, you're doing something right. You're putting yourself in a position to do something right, and it's a slight reverse psychology to it for me, but that's how I try to deal with
133.
So they say pressure makes diamonds.
Yeah, it probably does.
140. England, you require 107.
I haven't been under much pressure at all, then, have I?
I'm sure you've been under a bit previously, Scott. Clark just looking to set up. Hamilton has already had a 3-figure out in this match so far. Tops.
61.
Match start, come and gone.
England, you require 74.
Clark here should get a dart if he can stay straight on all his trebles and hit the big single. He should be able to get a dart. Something to level this up. So it's Tops then to level it up.
35.
Not to
Scotland,
be
you
then.
require 40.
So 3 darts in hand for Hamilton. It's one of those moments you feel it's first dart or no dart. It's first dart for Hamilton. 6-5. The Jocks feel they're still in it. It's a big, big win. Robert Hamilton. You can see what it means to
Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation for both players as they leave the stage. England's Matt Clark and Scotland's Robert Hamilton. This now brings us to our 12th and final set of our first match of the day. And first to the stage, I'd like to welcome England's Sean Hawley. And his opponent, representing Scotland, it's the Claymore, Davy Carway!
Yeah!
And your referee for this 12th and final set, Lee Roger.
Yeah, the final match of this men's encounter between England and Scotland, and there is hardly anything between them. England have the narrow lead, 6 legs to 5. They've guaranteed themselves at least 1 point, but because Scotland defeated Wales so heavily yesterday, it was 10 legs to 2, or 10 sets to 2 I should say, because of that heavy defeat. You feel that this, Scott, is a really big match, not just for David Kerwin, who's looking to tie things up, but if England have got any ambition of making it and winning the title.
Yeah, it definitely lands here. Which way the title goes, I believe, in the hands of these two lads. Sean Hawley, the left-handed player from Oxfordshire. My roommate at last year's World Cup in South Korea. Taking on David Kerwin, 60. The man in plays his darts for Renfrewshire.
And Sean's he's quite used to being put in those pressurised positions, because I remember when you had your team event and it came right the way down to the one player pick, and I know every player put their hand up, they all wanted to do it, but because Sean had just come off, you kind of gave him the opportunity.
Yeah, he's just done a 13 dart leg 43. On the one dart thing against the throw to get us to that sudden death shootout against Croatia, and in the quarterfinals, and a medal rode on that one leg decider, and Boris Kirchmar stepped up for Croatia, won the ball, and did a 13 darter on throw. And Sean unfortunately didn't get anywhere near going for a double, but I say didn't get anywhere near, he hit 4 tons on the trot, and Kirchmar was out, so that's not a bad leg for where I come from.
No, he still put in a solid performance, didn't he? He's going to need to try and find something similar. It's a good pick-off with the last start to make sure he is on a finish, but it's Davy Kerwin, 154.
He's turned the throw, hasn't he, Kerwin?
94. England, you require 152. 58. Scotland, you require 60.
So this thing for an opening breaker throw for Davy Kerwin. He's gone a bit high. He's got a good marker now for the top.
Game shot.
And he used it.
Scotland.
Absolutely used it.
Yeah, and you can see exactly what all the Scottish teammates thought of that. Yeah, but you see it more often than not, especially when someone's got 60 left, that you try and just make sure you do not bust. You do not want to find that treble 20. So you can quite often see someone pull it into the top. So it's not a big surprise if it goes right over.
58.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely in the ascendancy here. The Scottish team are feeling that
60.
If they get a draw here, they know that then England need to beat Wales 10-2.
100.
And then it would still go on leg count. It would be a tall order.
Yeah, the margin of error for England, if this goes 6 apiece, as you say, is nominal. To win outright, they'd have to win 11 legs to 1 against still what I believe is a very strong Welsh side. Alternatively, if it's 10-2, as you say, Scott, it's just going to come down to the narrowest of margins.
Scotland haven't won
137.
It's 2008. I made my debut in 2009 for the England big
58.
squad, so that was probably as a aftermath and the fallout to the 2008 loss.
Absolutely.
77.
And Sean Holly has in Davy Kerwin, one of the most experienced players that Scotland have. Has a high win percentage 100. And also beat the Wales captain yesterday, a marked challenger. Beating 4 legs to 2.
Game shot on the second leg. England.
1-2-9 for Sean Holly to level it up.
It's England to reverse.
Double 18. Super flamboyant stuff from Sean Holly to break back. Now he's in the groove.
140.
Because he throws so fast, when he gets that first dart right, he is able to follow it in. Oh, and you can see once again that screen is frozen.
He was just getting ahead of
I know.
as well. Disappointment.
Just breaks the rhythm, but I think we're back in play. Not too much of a long disruption. But it doesn't seem to upset the rhythm of Davy Kerwin, who finds the match.
140.
Every dart being felt here by the crowd. They know the importance of this game. Risky last half for me there from Sean Holly.
Yeah, that treble 20 just hanging on by a thread, but great leg. 140, 140, 1-2-1 for Sean Holly. I mean, he's down to a potential 2-dart finish after 9. Double again, Scott?
Double 10. It's his favourite double.
80.
Not on this occasion.
Scotland, you require 144.
But it's going to be a big ask, the 144, but we've already seen in this game anything can happen. Oh, the first is in. Another treble 20. Oh, it doesn't go.
Yeah, that would have hurt. We saw the 1-2-9 taken out in the previous leg fight. Sean Holly Kerwin not able to repay the favour, and it is Sean Holly of England who goes within a couple of legs, not just of a win. It's not just about a personal win here. It's a win for Team England.
Game on.
Davy Kerwin will be trying to use every bit of experience he's got to stop that from happening. You can just hear the crowd silence as they're throwing, and then a big reaction off the back of the darts.
I'm finding it difficult to talk here because I'm worried that I'm going to say something to put somebody off, so I'm trying not to give anybody commentators curse.
Yeah, you had that before. I have. That you're so enthralled by a game when you're in commentary that you actually don't remember to speak.
And you have 3 or 4 throws, and you think, oh, hang on, I'm not supposed to be watching this. I'm supposed to be telling everybody what's going on. And it feels like one of those games.
Definitely does, because there are no sign of nerves, no sign of edginess from either of these two.
But Laura, these are the days you play for, whether you win them or lose them, to be in this situation, all those hours of practice, all those years of playing those local leagues and everything, comes to a head in one of these things, and you'd rather find out whether you've got it in the moment or whether you haven't. And you have to say, Davy Kerwin here has definitely got it in the moment. He's looking all like he's going to level up here at 2-2. And the little sprint of momentum of 2 legs from Sean Holly is going to be drowned out here. And the rock well and truly stopped.
Game start on the 4th leg. Scotland.
Wow. Big reaction for big moments, and there is absolutely nothing to separate these two.
Sean Holly still looks very calm for me in this situation. He's not reacting to anything too much. He's just concentrating on his own job, which is what he's got to do. Kerwin now, every time that his opponent hits a treble to start, he's got to follow it.
140.
Another good visit from Sean Holly there. And the big pressure circumstances here.
Yeah, you won't be too worried about the flyer with the third. As you say, a lot of pressure on the shoulders of these two, but you wouldn't know it.
100.
Again, big last dart, Scott.
Absolutely. Everybody really getting into this.
140.
Hear our director saying he needed a treble, then Sean Holly, and he got one.
93.
And again, does it again with the last dart.
164.
Again, this would be a mighty ask. But under the circumstances, you can't rule anything out here.
No, but it's a big slip with the second, and no big treble found, so...
68.
Sean Holly, 68 to go within one of the match, and it's double 10, and it's 2 in hand, but he only needs 1. Cannot underestimate how important this leg is, because an outright win, and England will have a couple of points on the table, and then all they need to do is beat Wales. If it goes to a draw, then they're going to have to beat them by a scoreline, and that's what they need to try and avoid.
140.
Yeah, indeed. Focus on Sean Holly's face. He knows he'd like to get it done here. Kerwin's under immense pressure to hold his throw here. And he thought, 140, that's a good start, I'm away. But Holly is gone with him. And now he's got to back that 140 up with something. Cannot afford to only be 60.
60.
It deserved more, but it didn't. So we're still even Stevens.
Yeah, nothing to separate them, and not much to separate them in terms of the average. This is a high-quality affair between the two, both averaging in excess of 95. Nail-biting moments, I think Jensen's there.
100.
Well, they're 2 of the players who needed to get a point on the board for England, and they're hoping of all hope that they can get a chance to get back in the next game. They need Sean Holly to do this. Great recovery from that treble fire. Oh, super recovery from Davy Kerwin. You've got to doff your cap to that. Brilliant stuff under the circumstances.
41. Scotland,
yeah, disappointed for reaction there for Sean Holly. Didn't really put much pressure on, but full credit, Davy Kerwin down to 85 after just 12 darts. And it's the ball for 3 apiece.
40. England, you require
He did go for the bullseye, it just went just a little bit more north than he would have expected.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. The pressure this 45 from Kirkton Cole Holly really is. Kerwin knows this has to go. Holly's back on that double 10. Double 16 takes a step back. It's a look at the fingers. It's a look at the double 16. He's staring it out.
Game
And that's the
shot,
reason
Mccle.
he's staring it out. Oh, he's staring it out. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Sounds like it's England to throw first. Game on.
I think he could. Yeah, he's definitely learnt where the camera is himself, hasn't he, David Cowan? But that is a really strong start from Sean Holly of England.
Yeah, really classy start. Kerwin has taken the pace out of the game a little bit, I noticed here immediately, and flushed his lines. Holly now needs to back the 140.
41.
Needed a treble there.
It's one of those legs, isn't it? You know that it's going to be edgy. It's natural. It's going to be nervous. Just want to make sure you get in one treble a visit. As a minimum, one treble a visit.
And you can't practice this at home. You cannot practice this situation at home.
No, nothing prepares you for anything like this. I was dreading being in this situation because I ended up being 5th and 6th when we played for England, and I was just so grateful that I wasn't quite in this situation.
Come on, Laurie, you've got to own the moment. Don't be silly. That's why you're in the comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Isn't where I belong.
You experience moments like that. Come on.
99.
Brilliant stuff from Sean Holly again. Leaves himself 1-2-4. Kerwin, you feel, needs a 140 is a minimum requirement here. He went that way for the 171.
64. England require 124.
And now Sean Holly has time on his side, so he's just not having to chase for the bullseye, looking to set up. And
he was always going to go tops and tens there, wasn't
absolutely.
he? Situation.
140. England require 40.
Double 10 then. Double 5.
35.
Oh, he fluffed his lines and missed his chance.
Wow. David Kerwin, by way of that 140, has given himself such a big chance here. 67 required for Scotland.
Has to go 15 balls, surely. Got to get himself a dart at summit.
$42.
He gave it a good go. The Scots are on the floor. Yes, he gets it. What a bottle jump. Honestly, he could have bottled that easily. It was easier to miss it than hit it. What a fantastic game of darts. I'm just, I'm in captain mode.
Right,
I'm really sorry. I'm in captain mode. I can't speak.
I get it, so much emotion, but it's so important. Those 2 points now going to England. The reaction from Sean up there, absolutely brilliant. But you've got to give credit to David Kerwin as well. It was a brilliant, brilliant match, and now all eyes for the men turn to England versus Wales.
Yeah, what a finish. Great stuff from Sean Holly.
Scotland 5, England 7.
To Scotland. To England. Scotland go down by the odd leg. What a match that was. It had everything. It really did have everything. And we are... Here's the players that opened it up for a Scot. Campbell really did get it going, the Scottish captain in game 1. Jason Hogg with his bit. Paul Hogan looked like he was down and out and got himself back into it. Carl Wilkinson, the England captain, you can see he was shaking. Well, Mccle Laurie, he went up there and did his part. And you can see what that means to him. And then Robert Hamilton. And that miss from Sean Holly and the emotion, he never thought he was going to get back. Davy Cohen wide over the ball to go 6 apiece, and Holly finishes it off with his last dart. Nearly too close to the first. Looks like we're going to be heading down. There's your table with your results. 10-2 win for Scotland against Wales, and it's a 7-5 win for England against Scotland. England still have it all to do. I don't believe the Welsh are going to roll over in the last game with everything to play for. There's your table. Sits second in the table at the moment. On leg difference, but if they get another 7-5 win against the Welsh, they will be going home with them. The Welsh will like to spoil the party. If they do, Scotland will be taking the title home.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Gareth. So I'm here with Sean Holly. Sean, sum up your emotions after that game.
It's a mix. It's just sort of, I feel I played really well there, and then almost blew it.
Yeah. And you were pushed all the way by Davey?
Dave's class. He always has been, and he is.
Yeah. You're an experienced player. You've played in this sort of auditorium before.
Yeah.
But that must be up there as one of your best wins for England.
It is, yeah. It's a massive point. We had to win that game, really, because of the result yesterday. And we got over the line and we're halfway there.
I was in the commentary box, that leg where you decided to go 2 double-18s.
Yeah.
Tell me what you were thinking at that time.
It's just the way I always go if someone's on a finish, so it's just the way I always go, sort of thing. It's natural.
Heading up to the stage, you obviously knew that was a massive set.
Yeah.
You win, England get the 2 points.
Yes.
Davey wins, it's a draw game.
Yeah.
You know, what were the emotions coming up to the stage?
Nervous, massively nervous going up to it, but I'm like that before I play anyway, so, and once I'm there, it's right.
So looking ahead to tonight then, obviously you're playing Wales now.
Yes.
You're in a draw game with Scotland at the moment, 2 points each. What will be the messages now coming from Carl as the captain to the rest of the team?
It'll be just to go out and play your game and do what you need to do, get the result.
There you go. Well, you know, as a commentator commenting on the game, that's one of the best games I've seen over the weekend.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll see more darts like that.
Hopefully, yeah.
No,
thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers, Sean. Felly, diolch yn fawr, a nawr nôl I Gareth yn y pwynt sylwebu.
Looking back on Friday night, it was tough, but we went up there, we gave it our best, and unfortunately, after going 2-0 up, we just didn't carry on the form for the remaining games.
I ddwyn cymal yn ôl. Un dart ar ôl.
20.
Yr un lletwyll.
Ie, colli iddyn nhw yn rhoi lot o doler I gweud y gwir. Achos o'n i'n meddwl bod yn siawns I ni I cymryd y teitl eto bydd yn hyn, ond Ewn ni'n gorau heddi nawr I wneud yn siŵr bod ni'n ail dim yn drydydd.
Our game against England never really went our way. We had a few chances in a few games. Susanna's being probably the closest, the double one that fell out.
Nôl I fyny. Oh,
It's a bit disappointing that we didn't get the win, but we all did our best, as we always do, and we'll try again.
We've got something to prove. We've put so much work into it. Each individual, I think you can see the amount of effort that has gone in. Not to at least come runners up, I think would be a blow. So yeah, I think that's definitely what we're playing for today.
Last year we came third by leg difference. All the games were drawn, so that was really tough on us. So this year we're out to try and better that, and hopefully we get the second place.
Chwa ni wedi cael ei brifo colli Lloegr fel la, dechrau mor dda, a wedyn just popeth yn mynd yn anghywir, ond fi'n credu wedyn, amser ni'n brifo, ni'n wario bach yn well, so gewn ni weld, gobeithio bydd y safon yn anhygoel heddi, a gobeithio gewn ni bach o'r look, so ni wedi cael trwy'r penwythnos, a cymryd y win.
What's your message to the Welsh?
Well, I hope I beat you, and I still love you. That's all I'm going to say.
Welcome back to the action here at the Prydain Social Club, Merthyr Tydfil. The Welsh Darts Organisation and S4C proudly bring to you the Tri-Nations 2026 British Internationals. We now move on to our second match of the day, which sees the ladies of Wales take on the ladies of Scotland. First to make their way to the stage, representing Scotland, it's Laurie. Hi! And her opponent representing Wales, it's Rachel Kingdon. The referee for this match will be Mccle.
Welcome back to the Prydain Social Club for the penultimate match of this year's Tri-Nations British Internationals. And this contest between Wales and Scotland is merely for pride, merely to finish second and avoid picking up the wooden spoon, because England have already got the job done. Lorraine Hyde and Rachel Kingdon won their openers and played the first set in their previous matches. Rachel beating Steph Clark, Lorraine Hyde beating Paige Pauling. Now they're up against each other in this best of 6 set contest between
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First set, first leg, it's Scotland to
made the
go
long
first.
journey south.
Game on.
Laura Turner alongside me, Dan McCarthy in the commentary box. This must be nice for you.
It is it's a nice feeling knowing that you've played in the first couple of days. You've done everything you possibly could, but the fact that
60.
you've also managed to already secure the title, I will say it's a great feeling.
Certain sense of satisfaction, maybe even smugness that you get to watch them battle it out for second place when you've already got the winner's medal.
But like Sophie was saying when she was being interviewed earlier, that they were third last time. So I made my debut in this tournament this time 12 months ago, and we all drew. It was 3 lots of 3-all, so we all ended off on exactly the same points. England lost out by a leg. Scotland were in third position by a leg behind England, and that's how close it was. So I still think for these players, you don't want to finish last, and especially with Scotland, they've travelled so far. It's a big journey for them, but the Wales are playing on home turf, so they're going to want to win as well.
Well, Lorraine in particular has travelled more than most, coming from the northeast of Scotland. Sure, she'd love a few tournaments to be up in her neck of the woods at some stage, but fair play to her for the commitment.
Yeah, I know she's another one of those players, and she travels around, she does the WDF circuit, and I think actually just getting to a relatively close airport is kind of arduous enough.
Yeah, home tournament, it'll be the Faroe Islands Open, won't it?
You will, yeah, absolutely.
60.
Well, she's made the better start here. Best of 5 legs in the women's sets, rather than 7 that we've just seen. Dramatic ending we had in the last game with Sean Holley taking England over the winning line against David Kerwin and the rest of Scotland.
100. Scotland
It really was a dramatic ending, and it's just given England the luxury of just having to find a win against Wales when they play them later on.
38.
Lorraine knows she'll be coming back with Rachel Kingdon with that very unusual style of hers where the arm drifts sideways before it goes forwards.
Just squeezes it in the corner of double 10 to take the first leg. It's a hold of throw for Scotland, for Lorraine Hyde.
140.
140 is a decent way to kick off the second leg. The order of the matches has already been determined, so we've got Eve Watson against Kelly Jolly next. Then it's a battle of the captains as Leanne O'Sullivan faces Susanna Majimsi. Claire Crocombe faces Sophie McKinley. Leanne Topper plays Louise Patterson. And then Rose Mort and Chloe O'Brien will round off the women's tournament for this year.
Now this is good from Lorraine Hyde. Lorraine Hyde's such an experienced player, not just playing for her country, but she's the reigning World Masters Women's Champion as well. A tournament that's getting a new location this year, heading over to Las Vegas in July, I believe, so earlier than what it would normally be.
25.
Will you be making the trip over?
No, my kids are still at school, so it's really difficult to kind of try and juggle it. But my husband is going to make up for it and go for the second time to Las Vegas this year. I think he likes it out there.
Lorraine is very highly ranked in the WDF because she's made a habit of winning the very big tournaments. So, World Master, as you mentioned, Irish Open winner, Denmark Open winner. That's qualifying for Lakeside 3 times, essentially.
It is indeed, yes. From both the tournaments in Scotland back in 25, the Classic and the Open. A player that I feel like has been around for quite some time, but just over these last few years has really started to, find her feet, pick up more wins, pick up more tournaments.
77.
So the biggest one of all being the World Masters.
76.
Okay, double 4.
You will see it from Rachel. She will double check what's left. She is relatively new to the sport of darts.
Scotland, you require 109.
She made her debut this time 12 months ago. It was actually the MVP in terms of the women's team.
49.
Yeah, the last time that we and S4C were here was for the Six Nations, and she was very new then. I think it was only her third cap on that occasion, so she's learning the ropes quickly.
Scotland, you require 60.
This for a break for Lorraine Hyde.
40.
The double one, we know that is not a given.
2. One up, one in.
Game shot
Exactly
on
right.
the second leg, 2 Wales. Third leg
Mitchell
is
Campbell
Scotland
levels the first set up. This feels like something of an hors d'oeuvre before the big finale.
140.
England face Wales in the men's competition. Permutations are pretty simple. If England win or draw, the title's theirs. Wales need a big win to make sure it's them.
Yeah, it'd be some good feat, wouldn't it, if obviously I am slightly biased, but if England could pick up all 4 titles this weekend. As we were saying earlier, I think everyone kind of supports everyone. We know them as individuals as well as, you know, you're playing for your country, but we've travelled around with the likes of Rhiannon O'Sullivan, Eve Watson, Lorraine Hyde, so we know each other very well indeed.
$177.
Magnificence from Lorraine Hyde. He's double 12. Mitchell Kingdom not doing too shabbily herself. Double 12 for Lorraine. Double 6 across to the other side.
18.
And that is the worry.
95.
Double 12 is nice. Double 6 is nice. Double 3 is not. Unless it goes, obviously. They're all the same size, I get that. But there are just some, because they don't break down very easily. You can be quite
55.
tentative when you go for a double like
Scotland,
this.
you require 6.
The margin for error is minute when it comes to double 3.
Game shot
Lorraine
on the
uses
leg
the
to
guide of the
Scotland.
first dart well.
Fourth leg is Wales to throw first. Game on.
17 dart leg. It's good stuff from Lorraine so far.
100.
I have to say, Rachel, she's been steady throughout. She just hasn't had many of these kind of moments. Those 2 treble, 3 treble visits that we've seen from Lorraine Hyde. Just giving Lorraine the slight edge.
$60. $45.
A little scoring power pack there, and you can just see the 5 140s from Lorraine Hyde. And yes, there's not one 180 in there, but she did find that really well timed 177, which is as good as a maximum in my opinion.
60.
Especially from 201, leaving a straight double.
$81.
You just heard that third dart just clatter into the one already in the board. Bit of a deflection, which means you need the player at the moment on a finish, and Lorraine Hyde needs a big treble if she's going to beat.
100.
Good tick off with the last dart.
Superbly done. Rachel Kingdom might need 2 trebles here to put herself the advantage.
Scotland, you
only
require
60 scored.
156.
So 155 plays 156, and you'd rather be going for 156.
Yeah, strange, isn't it?
You
It's,
require 155.
There's only 1 point in it, but what a difference it makes.
$41. Scotland, you require 96.
Double 20. Could use that as a marker. Oh, she does. Very well indeed. Double 8 for the first set.
80.
Hyde misses.
Wales, you require 114.
And now Rachel Kingdon finds herself in must hit territory, and the 114 not going to go.
32. Scotland, you require 16.
Could be about to leave with a whimper. Double 8 for Lorraine Hyde to put Scotland in front. Wow. This will be a magical shot.
Game shot.
Oh, what a dart that is from Lorraine Hyde. Tremendous. And it is first blood to Team Scotland in the battle to avoid third place. Lorraine Hyde showing her class and quality with that dart, somehow finding double 8.
Wales, Rachel Kingdon.
Rachel Kingdon walks off stage. There were some good moments from her in that game, but Lorraine dominated it from the get-go, and that was a piece of real quality on double 8. Scotland lead 1-0.
We now move on to set number 2. And first to the stage, representing Wales, it's Eve Watson. And her opponent, representing Scotland, is Kelly Joy. Your referee once again for this set, Mr. Aaron Mccle.
So it's 1-0 Scotland. Lorraine Hyde with a 3-1 win in the first set against Rachel Kingdon. Playing beautifully well. Can Kelly Jolly follow, or can Eve Watson avenge her, in some regards, surprise defeat to Jo Locke? It wasn't necessarily the defeat that was surprising, it was more the fact that she lost so convincingly to Jo Locke. Didn't manage to win a leg, only had darts at double in one of the legs, the 3 that were played, and it's a surprise really, Laura, because Eve Watson has come on leaps and bounds in recent times.
She has indeed, yeah, she's picking up titles here, there and everywhere. Definitely a player that's, as you say, on the up. And I agree. I mean, I know Jo Locke is such a formidable player. She played very well indeed, but to get a win to nil, that is no easy feat against someone like Eve Watson.
So Eve Watson lost her first game, but on the other hand, it was joy for Kelly Jolly, who was triumphant over Lindsay Ashton. Looking at the general standard of both players, we'd probably expect to see Eve win this one.
26.
Yeah, just going off the basis of experience and what we've seen both players do in and around the circuit, then I would agree. Eve is definitely that player, but you cannot write off anyone that you make it through at international level, then you should be a pretty solid player.
40.
Well, 2 good darts there and 1 flyer, shall we say.
$45.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, Eve Watson, she has made the better start of the 2.
60.
And she'll want to redeem herself from that defeat of a couple of days ago. She said it was a hard one to take, not just on an individual level, but as a team as well.
115.
And they did come into this as the reigning champions of Wales.
It was a surprise choice for Eve Watson to start on the 18th, but it's worked out well for her. 116. Needs the treble. Not that one.
60.
She finds herself in that comfortable position where she can just keep chipping away. Very nervy start, I feel, here for Kelly Jolly.
40. Wheels you require 56.
Double top for Eve Watson to get her first leg of the tournament.
16.
Didn't get much closer. There was a wee bit of wobble with the first dart at tops, which maybe put her off.
But as I said before, plenty of time
42.
on her side.
Wheels you require 40.
Always feels like that's in the same kind of position, but she uses the guide so much better.
Second leg is Scotland to go first. Game on.
Although Kelly Jolly didn't actually manage to find a big treble in that first opening leg, there shouldn't be any panic setting in as yet. She lost that opening leg, but it was against the darts.
95.
And that's a better start.
You wonder as well if the adrenaline is flowing around any of these players, given they know they've both lost. I mean,
100.
have you been in this position before where you've had to play a dead rubber, and if so, how difficult is it to get up for it?
I have, but more on like an individual basis, which I think is actually quite difficult to do that, playing in a round robin type format, that the Moda Super Series, knowing that there's no way of qualification, but you've still got to play your part in how that table starts to take shape. I think it's different when you're playing for your country. I still think that there is that pride at stake. I don't know a player that doesn't want to be reselected. So you've still got the opportunity here, put in a good performance, and then look forward, hopefully, to being selected for what will be the Six Nations coming up in a few months' time, where England, Wales and Scotland are then joined by Ireland, Northern Ireland and the Netherlands. So there's still plenty, in my opinion, to play for.
And the squads are cut in half as well.
They are.
6 becomes 3, 12 becomes 6.
It's brutal, I tell you.
27.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think, that players do actually think of when they're up there, not just playing well on an individual basis, but as I say, looking forward to what opportunities may lay ahead if you are a player that can put in a decent performance.
Wheels, you require 101.
Well, this is too easy for Eve. Double top.
Game shot on the
15
second
dart
leg,
leg.
2 wheels.
That is world class from Eve Watson. She's 2-0 up and she's in cruise control.
I think in the sport you do get two different types of players. You get the ones that get pushed on and they like being in a match where someone's firing everything at them and then they can fire back. A bit like what we saw with Sean Holly and Davy Kerwin in that decider between England and Scotland. And then you get these front runners that actually like the fact that their opponent isn't playing so well and just are able to forge ahead. And I think that's what you're seeing here from Eve. Playing better without that added pressure.
100.
Which type are you?
I prefer someone not to play too well against me, I'll be honest. So, if that can happen, that'll be great. Just doesn't happen often enough, I tell you.
41. $41. 26.
And things, unfortunately, for Kelly Jolly just not clicking.
83.
Feeling inevitable that Eve was going to go on and win this one 3-0.
$45.
Yeah, I agree. No real pressure applied on Eve Watson, who's opted to
61.
go for 18s once again, and impressed with the ball management that she's showing here today.
You know what, I'll give her credit. It makes a lot of sense to go the 18s on that route, because if you get 2 singles, you've then got the whole of the bullseye target to aim for.
45. Wheels, you require 170.
170 for Eve Watson. The
84.
title of biggest checkout of the week so far goes to Mccle Laurie, unsurprisingly, with that 170 effort against Lloyd Stereo.
60. Wheels, you require 86.
Match winning opportunity incoming. Doesn't have to chase the ball. And a quick glance over to the scoreboard means Eve knows that. And it's sensible. It's setting up
46.
for when she returns.
She is going to return with Kelly Jolly back on 184. This might be her last visit. If it is, she'll want to go out on a high.
26. Wheels, you require
And that's
40.
not it. It does get to a finish, but Eve Watson has been so deadly on tops. This time it lets her down. Double 10 does
And
not.
the second set.
Easy as you like for Eve Watson. A 3-0 success against Kelly Jolly of Scotland. It means the scoreline reads at 1 apiece now in this battle for second place, the Tri-Nations British Internationals.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for both players as they leave the stage there. Scotland's Kelly Jolly and Wales' Eve Watson. We now move on to set number 3, and it's the battle of the skippers. First up, I'd like to welcome, representing Scotland, Susanna McJimsey. And her opponent, representing Wales, it's Rhian O'Sullivan. Your referee for this set is Jake Powell.
A showdown of the skippers here at the Prydain Social Club. Rhian O'Sullivan, captain of Wales. Susanna Mccle, captain of Scotland. And this battle for second place is well poised at one apiece. Wins in sets so far for Lorraine Hyde and Eve Watson, winning sets that they would have been expected to win, that there's no question. And it's fair to say that Rhian O'Sullivan will be the strong favourite to win this one. He was victorious against Lindsay Ashton last time out, although it was a pretty tricky assignment for her, given that Lindsay went 2-0 up. Rhian was able to turn it around. She goes up against Susanna Mccle, who was beaten herself in her first match, but she managed to secure a wonderful 1-3-4 checkout, which, off the top of my head, is the highest in the women's field so far this tournament. So, she's shown moments of class, but
81.
We know, Laura, that Rhian is one of the very best ladies players on the planet.
She is indeed, she is, yeah. Coming into this tournament, 106 caps for Rhian O'Sullivan. Only lost 20. 86 wins for Wales. Susanna Mccle also has a lot of caps herself in 42.
60.
I am pretty sure that these two would have come across each other on many an occasion at international level.
80.
Yeah, they both went in for the cuddle, didn't they, rather than the handshake before the game started. Could have been much different for Mccle in her last match. She missed 9 darts for the match against Steph Clark, which is not a nice position to find yourself in.
104.
No, and I think against a player of the calibre of Rhian O'Sullivan, you will not get the luxury of having 9 darts to be able to miss them to win a match.
80.
She did have a very unfortunate bounce out, almost falls out of the double, and you've just seen another one there. And another one there for Rhian O'Sullivan.
Rhian coming out in sympathy.
$60. $65.
In fairness, I don't think that was a bounce out. I think it just clashed off the tungsten.
Yeah, just lost a little bit of the power behind it. But she's still first down to a finish.
81. Wales will require 111.
Treble 17.
42. Scotland will require 109.
Treble 18, perhaps. That was the plan.
57. Wales will require 69.
Not a great deal splitting these two, but it's O'Sullivan with the first dart at the outer ring. 57 scored, 12 remaining. Double three. Polishes off. 69 finish, no problem.
Second leg, Wales to throw first. Game on.
So an early break of throw for Team Wales.
60. $41. 121.
It's a real rhythm player, is Prydain O'Sullivan. Quite rapid when it comes to the release of her darts.
100.
Yeah, there's almost no pullback with Rhiann's throw. She just raises her arm and pushes it forward. I've no idea how she can generate the power and accuracy that she does.
It's definitely unusual, it's unique, but I tend to find with a lot of dart players now, you see ones that push, most players will have just a little bit of pullback. You can just see there, up and gone.
100.
But it may be slightly unorthodox, but she uses it to her very best.
60. Wales will require 135.
Normally starts on the bull. Well, she has gone that route. She could have gone elsewhere with Susanna not in finishing range, and like those 3 darts back.
$100.
Yes, the second consecutive leg where Rhiann's just had a bit of a wayward wobble. It's double 18.
74. Scotland will require 130.
Good guide for the treble. Oh, she's so close to finding it. Would have given her a go at the bullseye.
Wales will require 36. 32.
Big slip. She was trying to find a way underneath that dart. It was an awkward angle.
Single 16. And now tops. And that's 1-all. Susanna McGinty breaks straight back.
Third leg, it's Scotland to throw first. Game on.
Cleanly taken by Susanna.
30.
But just the 30 points. Start off leg number 3, and already this is an early opening here for Prydain O'Sullivan.
60. 45.
I'm just looking at the remainder of the fixtures coming on after this. You've got Claire Cropham against Sophie McKinley. Leanne Topper takes on Louise Patterson, and Rose Moore and Chloe O'Brien will see out the women's tournament in a match that I think could be make or break for both teams.
60.
That's the well beaten by you derby.
I did, yeah, they're the two that I played. I actually played Rose in 6th position as well, so Rose has been there before.
All right, Laura, I've not forgotten.
Thanks. I wasn't going to mention it.
60.
I was saying to Scott Mitchell earlier, though, I was absolutely terrified when I realised that I was on last, and it could be that make or break moment. And it does feel rather satisfying when it does go your way, but I think I would have been devastated if I'd gone the other way.
you've got 6 positions really to pick from. In an ideal world, which one of the 6 slots would you prefer?
I was quite happy with 5th. I do like being later on. If you caught me on a normal county match, 6th is perfectly fine. It's one of my favourite places to play, but at international level, when it could be like playing for a draw or playing for the win, that was more nerve-wracking than normal.
Well, Susanna Mccle has hit a single 17. I think she turned around and almost asked Rhian for mathematical help.
41.
We do have a caller up there for that kind of thing. But as we've mentioned, both been captains of their team for quite some time as well. So they will know each other really well.
Scotland require 24.
Double 12, and now double 6.
12.
Opportunity missed.
86.
And it's 2 darts at double 16. Now double 8 for Rhian O'Sullivan. It's another breaker throw.
4 flag, it's Wales to throw first.
We quite often see that we're working on different areas within the sport. It's a race to 4 is very quick, but a race to 3, it could be over in the blink of an eye.
It's just a set at the World Championship. We know how quickly some of those can be played out.
60.
Yeah, it's a case of taking those opportunities when they present themselves in a race to 3, because
81.
As we said, we saw it with the England versus Wales match, that the back end of the draw, the last 4 matches, they were all 1-0. It was quite late on in the evening, wasn't it? It just wanted to get home. I think that's what it was.
100.
Get ready, prepared for the next day.
Maximum of this leg and 1 more to go.
45.
Speaking of World Championships, I'm sure Rhian will be back at Lakeside once again. Missed opportunity really for her last year, losing that semi-final to Lorena Rietbergen. As for Susanna, she doesn't really do many of the tour events on the WDF circuit. She used to play in Scotland and nowhere else.
85. Wales require
We've got Lakeside, Sophie McKinley sat there watching on. Former runner-up in the women's event at the Lakeside.
67. Scotland require 111.
Well, she can still go out. Not now. Going down in increments of 1 is never helpful.
9. Wales, you require 40.
That could be a very flat finale for Mccle. It is.
Shot.
Rhian O'Sullivan makes no mistake on double top. It's a game that threatened to be a real contest towards the mid-patch of it. Mccle getting a leg on the board, but Rhian O'Sullivan's extra class and experience came to the front. Former World Championship runner-up getting the win for Wales, her final act as captain. Wales turned it around, they're 2-1 up.
Rhian O'Sullivan.
Rhian, llongyfarchiadau. Ar ôl perfformiad fo nos Wener, siwt ydy teimlo warias ti heno?
Wel na, fi'n hapus da hwnna, a tybod, ni'n dwy un ni mlaen nawr, so na beth sy'n bwysig i ni fel tîm, so na fel fi'n teimlo fel nawr, so...
Ti'n bod pan ti'n wario be'n capten tîm yr Alban, oeddi hwnna'n meddwl bach yn fwy ti'n moyn wneud datganiad?
Odyn, ond ni di wario'n gilydd sawl gwaith. Mae'n debyg fel bod ni'n wario'n gilydd pob tro i fod yn onest i chi, ond fel arfer fi yn ennill, so na beth oedd y hyder dy fi mewn mlaen i heddi, ond mae dal bell ffordd i fynd, ond ni moyn wneud hwn nawr.
O'n i'n sôn am dy record i fyna'n sylwebeth nawr, fi'n credu cap rhif 108, ti di ennill 88 o weithiau. beth yw e, pan I ti'n rhoi'r pris coch na man, sut mae'n ysbrydoli di?
Wel I fi sy'n byd yn well na ware i'n mlad I, a tybod, sy'n byd yn well na fi na ware bod yn Cymraes a I ware I Cymru, so mae rhoi ysbrydoliaeth I fi I ware yn well gobeithio, ond sa'n dyn neud gwaith penwythnos un, ond na fi'n hapus dar dawna, so.
Diolch yn fawr iawn I ti, Rhian.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. And we reached the halfway point in our second match of the day. We now move on to the fourth set. And first the stage, representing Wales, is Claire Crocombe. And her opponent, representing Scotland, is Sophie the Trophy McKinley. The referee for this set once again is Jake Powell.
Set 4 then, with Wales leading 2-1. It's now down to Claire Crocombe to try and ensure that Wales will get at least a split of the points here. It did not go to plan by any means for Claire in her first contest. One to forget against Paige Pauling. Now she's up against Paige Pauling's best mate from the tour in Sophie McKinley, the former girls and Lakeside Women's World Championship finalist, a feat achieved the very same year, on the same day in fact. No longer a youth player, she's a fully fledged women's international.
First leg, Wales to focus. Game on.
Up against Claire, who will hope for better than the other day when she was suffering an awful lot with darts bouncing out of the board. I don't know if there's a problem with a setup or the technique of the throw, anything like that. But that's already a dart lost to the floor, so things don't seem to have improved.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how well that first dart was actually holding on in the single 20. Something to keep an eye on, because wasn't something that really has affected Sophie McKinley. That's a very powerful throw.
45.
She seems to be lobbing them more than throwing them, and they're coming from the sky rather than being propelled straight at the board.
Yeah, when you do have more of a floaty or a loopy type throw, then yes, you may not have enough on them to actually penetrate the board and hold in enough. Claire here on debut, making a debut Friday. Finished 6th in the Welsh Open rankings, the women's rankings.
Well, Sophie had probably the toughest draw possible in her first match against Dita Hedman, and she lost 3-0 without getting a dart at double, so things can only get better, as they say.
45.
Yeah, I don't expect that result to be repeated perhaps here against Crockham, because we've just got to look at the experience that Dita Hedman's got. She is the current and the reigning women's world champion. I'm pretty sure she hit in and around the kind of 85 mark in that win against Sophie, and it was an 83 average on Friday, so definitely the in-form player of the women's tournament.
$125.
Good couple of visits from Sophie. Gets her down to 96.
Scotland require 96.
It's a nice find with a nice dart for Wales. But she may not get the opportunity to come back. Well, she will.
48. Wales require 130.
10 out of 10 for the eye roll from Sophie there after missing the big number. Aim high. Oh, it's clinging on. Now for the bullseye.
I'd be rushing up to get those darts out of that treble 20 bed, because they have to be retrieved. They can't fall out.
Now double 16 as Sophie's had the early scare.
Gives up the first leg.
Double 8 with the third dart in hand.
Second leg, Scotland to focus. Game on.
Steady enough opening leg for Sophie McKinley in the end, but a look to the heavens, not happy. 26 points scored to open up leg 2. Very little by way of difference in the averages, but it is a marked improvement for Claire.
45. $125.
Claire should be used to this venue. The Glamorgan County player. This is where Glamorgan do play their home matches from. Well, I'm not sure, she's probably used to having all the cameras and everything else that goes with this production with it.
66.
In comparison to this, because bearing in mind the format is pretty much the same as county, what does a county match look like? Are the people in attendance as many as that?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll look, let's say, very similar to what we're looking at here. County teams played over 2 days, a Saturday, a Sunday. There's 6 women and 12 men that play each day, so automatically you do have most teams going and supporting on both days. So you've already got that amount, like 36 players from each team that are just participating, and then you've got friends, family, supporters that come along as well. So yeah, you can get quite a good attendance.
$100.
I think it depends. I think the local derbies are the ones that always seem to get the most attention.
So as a Hampshire player, who do you like beating the most?
44. Scotland require 143.
Quite like beating anyone that we play against, to be perfectly honest. But I guess, yeah, the little rivalry would say Dorset next door.
Our resident commentator and farmer has currently got his pods in watching football, so he didn't hear that.
He did not. Either that or he's just dropped off.
53.
Well, we'll check Scott Mitchell's pulse after this game concludes. Number 16. Well taken by Sophie McKinley.
Scotland.
And this is a much improved performance from Claire Crofton, but still not getting close enough, often enough.
No, this is difficult when you're here on debut anyway, but then when you're running into a player like Sophie McKinley, very calm under pressure. She's a real collected player. She is a former runner-up at the Lakeside. And she has picked up her titles on that Lakeside stage in her own right by winning the girls' title. So she's already, at such a young age, very accomplished in terms of not just how she plays, but what she's won.
57.
I do wonder if she's going to be a player that actually now moves over and we see her playing a bit more in the BBC Women's Series. She isn't one that's been along previously.
Yeah, I'm sure that will come before so long.
Well,
I don't know if it's a combination not just of Claire's throw, but she just seems quite unlucky that she's hitting it quite central on the wires. You heard that audibly making a sound, which just meant that any propulsion that dart had, it was taken out of it.
60.
Well, this game should be Sophie's, really.
40.
And despite that, she's got the advantage against the throw.
Visibly frustrated. It's another one for Claire Crockham on the floor. Hear the cry in the background of just focus on those big 20s. I understand it, but she needed a minimum of a ton to leave a finish.
Scotland require 152.
Yeah, you have to stay straight on 270. It's the golden rule. Treble would be nice.
45.
That not so much. So there's still a chance for Claire. Big score here, and pressure's on Sophie McKinley to take 107 out.
25.
That's not a big score, and that's the third bounce out in this leg
alone.
Yeah, Claire's been really restricted when it's come to finishing. But a chance here at the 160. Haven't seen
41.
a shot in the women's tournament this high.
Wales, you require 160.
Well, I said it was a much improved performance. This leg
Scotland, you require
let Claire
66.
down. 66 for Sophie. That's perfect. Double 18 for a 3-0 whitewash win.
And the fourth
And the
set
finishing
to
has
Scotland.
been on point from Sophie McKinley. 3 from 4 on the doubles. Not too much else to say about that match. It was straightforward for Sophie against Claire, who had one dart at the bullseye in the first leg. But that's as good as it got. And Sophie McKinley, after being beaten 3-0 by Greta Hedberg yesterday evening, has won 3-0 against Claire Crocombe, ending her campaign on a high.
This now brings us to set number 5 in our ladies' match today. And I'd like to this time welcome up to the stage, representing Scotland, Louise Patterson. And her opponent, representing Wales, is Leanne Topper. Your referee for this set is Lee Roger.
Penultimate game, penultimate set in the final women's match of this year's Tri-Nations British Internationals. And we have two players who haven't yet won a leg. Leanne Topper was beaten by Dieter Hedman. And Louise Patterson was beaten by Jo Locke 3-0. Just jogging my memory. So they go up against each other, looking to play for pride and play for some form of victory here at the Prydain Social Club this weekend before Rose Mort and Chloe O'Brien take to the stage in our final women's match.
Leg, it's Scotland to throw first.
Before the finale of the men's tournament takes place between Wales and England. Topper and Patterson, two capable players who were outclassed in their first matches, and
15.
pride is a big thing to play for when you've got your country's shirt on, even if you know you can't win the trophy.
It is indeed, yeah. It's about the individual win, it's about your performance. It's about trying to just pick up a few points. You don't want to be finishing last, and that is going to be the outcome for one of these two teams. Currently, as it stands, there is just 3 legs between them. Just 3 legs separates them. If it was to go to a tie, then it would go down 2 legs difference.
You can tell that Leanne is committed to the sport of darts by the
58.
dart tattoo on her forearm. Still not the best darts tattoo that we've seen this weekend. Kevin Phillips' Crash Bandicoot logo, that's by far and away the best. Do you have a favourite darts tattoo that anyone's got? You're not a tattoo person?
No, I don't have any anyway. But no, I'm not sure. No, I've never really thought about it. Come back to me.
100.
You mentioned both these players looking for their first win, their first legs of this 2026 British International Tournament. But for Louise Patterson, she's actually just looking for that first elusive win. She's got 4 caps coming into this tournament and hasn't been able to pick up a win for Scotland as yet.
$26. $100.
Yeah, relatively tentative start for both these players.
45. Wales, you require 156.
Leanne, the stronger player in the early stages.
45.
Down to all the ones.
$83.
Should have gone down to the 19. The bogey number's been left by Louise.
Yeah, big miscalculation, but it may all be academic. 19 or an 11 is the option. Well, she went for the 19, but just now looking to set up. And only
79.
just found the single 12.
$41. Wales, you require 32.
So double 16 for Leanne Topper. Made a far stronger start to this game.
16. Scotland, you
But it
require
is a
100.
slip from Leanne Topper that offers a chance here. 1-2-2 for Louise Patterson. It's the perfect first start. Single 18 will lead the ball. Well, she's just double checking what she's got left. I mean, it may just be instinct that she's gone that route.
97. Wales requires 16.
Yeah, I'm surprised that she needed to ask that, given that she went for the 18s and not
James
forward,
on
but it
the
doesn't
first
matter,
Wales.
because Leanne Topper has hit double 8, although it may have
Second
taken her out of
Wales
rhythm.
to go first. Game on.
I mean, there are certain numbers on a dartboard that you think are just automatic, you know exactly where you need to go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't always know everyone's specific practice routines, but we do quite often do something called 1-2-1s, which is finishing 121
42.
within 9 darts, and we all just kind of work
41,
together. So 1-2-2, it comes up a lot. It comes up very regularly, so it is a shot that I think most players will be used to going for.
30.
Leanne Topper is often one of those players from Wales that you'll hear shouting and supporting their country. Very animated, more so off the hockey than on it sometimes.
90.
A lot of players are quite animated. I know when I was off commentary duty in the last couple of sets of the men's match, I was watching in the auditorium the last contest between Sean Holly and Davy Kerwin, and the decibel chart was off the scales. It was
28.
loud in there.
Here's a bit of a snip there, which offers up a chance here for Louise Patterson, but Louise still chasing a big treble in this leg.
60.
I do wonder when you are in that position where you're chasing that first win. I remember making my debut last year and I lost my first game to Rhiannon O'Sullivan, and it was actually Louise that I played in my second game, and it was trying to chase that first win. When you're doing that, it's another layer that you're thinking about. And I wonder if that's something that's also on the back of Louise Patterson's mind.
It could be. It could also be in the back of Leanne Topper's mind, and she's maybe dealing with that a little bit better.
13. Wales require 156.
Out. Needed the other treble 20.
140.
Gets it with the third dart, and there's a knowing smile on her face. Smile of someone that thinks, why couldn't I do that a dart earlier?
Ultimately,
100.
Still a really good visit for Leanne Topper.
Double 4. Double 2. Well, she went for it. She could have bust.
Yeah, there was an argument, wasn't there? And the one thing you don't want to do from that position, double 8 is a nice double to leave. People like double 8. You don't want to be after 3 darts in hand, sat on double 1, but especially when your opponent's not on a finish, which I think is why it was a bit of a tentative effort.
I think if she didn't feel confident going for it, she should have bust, but it doesn't matter. She does hit double 2.
Game on.
Now Wales one leg away from getting a point on the board.
It would be interesting to have a look at the table as we go into the very last match, which will be Rosemore taking on Chloe O'Brien. Because as mentioned previously, there is just 3 legs between these two.
60.
Wales coming into the match at -8 and Scotland at -5. I know Scotland were really disappointed to have come third last year by leg difference alone. Something that could happen again.
23.
Just the wrong side of the wire and can't quite make the right adjustment with the last.
$100. $45.
Louise Patterson, not a player that we seem to too much travelling when it's come to the WDF circuit, but
95.
has started to make a few appearances, played at the back end of 25 in the Irish Open and the Irish Classic, moved on, which I think most Scottish players do anyway, playing in the Scottish Open, but also went over to the Isle of Man.
60.
Made it all the way through to the quarterfinals before running into her fellow teammate Lorraine Hyde.
Yeah, it's the first steps really to playing your home country, then move across the British Isles, and who knows, if she has some success, may choose to go a bit further afield.
$43. Wales require 51.
But that's for another day, because she's about to lose, it seems, to Leanne Topper, double 16, and now double 8.
35.
Just the wrong side of the wire. You saw by Leanne Topper's reaction there that felt good when it left her hand. She thought that was going in.
46. Wales requires 16.
Double 8.
Game
Leanne Topper finds it in the top corner. So Wales know they're going to avoid being beaten in their final match of the Ladies Tri-Nations. Chloe O'Brien, it's down to her to try and rescue a point for Scotland. Rosemore will look to complete the job for Wales. One more game to go before the tournament finale of Wales and England.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for both players as leave the stage there. Scotland's Louise Patterson and Wales' Leanne Topper. We now come to the final set of this ladies' match. And first to the stage, representing Wales, is Rose Mott. And her opponent representing Scotland is Chloe O'Brien. Your referee for this final set, Lee Roger.
One last dance in the Women's Tri-Nations between Rose Mort of Wales and Chloe O'Brien of Scotland. Now, it's simple enough for Wales. If Rose Mort wins the 3 requisite legs, Wales will have done enough to finish second in the table. If Scotland win, then the pen and paper and calculator will have to come out, because both Wales and Scotland lost 4-2 to England. So it will more than likely go down to legs difference rather than set difference. Chloe O'Brien, a talented player who has lost her way a little bit in recent years. Qualified for the women's match play, I believe, in the inaugural year of the tournament at Blackpool. A field that you were in, Laura. So what has kind of happened to Chloe recently? Because the averages that she was posting, she's not posting anymore.
Yeah, it was a surprise. Yeah, she has had a bit of a drop-off since qualifying for that match play. Haven't seen her quite so much on the women's series, and not quite sure how much darts she's been playing both locally, internationally.
100.
Well, by way of Leanne Topper, of just counteracting the 3-0 win of Sophie McKinley by getting a 3-0 win of herself, it looks like provisionally Wales are sat in second spot.
So Wales
100.
only need 2 legs to secure second place.
41. Wales, you require 161.
Good start from Rose.
Yeah, for me this is very much a match of experience in Rose Moore against that kind of youthful exuberance that Chloe O'Brien has. But it's how they both deal with the pressure, how they deal with the moment, how aware they are, because it is permutations. Rose will know that if she wins, then that's it, she would have won for Wales. Chloe they'll be aware of that, but I don't think they'll know what they need to do when it comes down to legs if there was a tie.
36. Wales, you require 44.
As comfortable as anything this first leg has been for Rose Mort. Double 16. Now double 8.
28.
She didn't get much practice at doubles in her last match because you beat her so comfortably, Laura.
It didn't feel comfortable, I'll be honest.
Wales requires 16.
It really didn't. But it's Rose Mort that's found herself in that dreaded 6th position on 2 separate occasions, and frustration there for Rose. Yes, she has got time on her side, but you just want to get these legs done and dusted and take it cleanly.
100. Wales, you require 16.
Back-to-back tons for Chloe has given her half an opportunity. 8 proving very tricky for Rose.
Game shot, the first
But
leg.
at the 8th time, 8 is hit.
Second leg, it's Scotland across
That's a
first. Game on.
first leg of this contest for her.
80.
Yeah, a bit of a slip with the second dart there for Chloe O'Brien. She knows she's in a battle.
46.
Mr. Scoreboard needs rebooting.
Has had a lot of darting action so far this weekend.
Dart Connect is fried. The internet is not the greatest here at the Penny Darren. So we await.
No, the Dart Connect is a system that we're seeing more and more often. It's used when both these players play the PDC Women's Series. It is now used at places like the Scottish Open as well. So these kind of disruptions, they're not uncommon because you are relying on the Wi-Fi and the technology itself. So we should know how to deal with it. But in this kind of pressurised situation, this kind of puts more of an emphasis on prolonged wait.
Well, I wonder if we need 50p in the meter.
Yeah, when these situations do occur, then there may be an argument at some point, depending on how long it takes, just to let the players have a few practice starts. And yeah, that is, I believe, what is happening at the moment, because you can just all of a sudden just lose that pace, lose that rhythm.
Well, that is what happened in the very first game of the tournament, Kaya Basil against Joshua Powell of Wales. And the break was, I believe it was around about 7 or 8 minutes long, so it took a while, but now I think the scoreboard is just about caught up. We'll wait to get Rosa's first score in, and then we'll be off and ready to go.
You can see there now that previous leg has gone. Chloe O'Brien's throw has been registered, just waiting for Rose's to go in. And there you see it pop up.
Well, we have it on the board now, so the two players will be ready to restart again. Can't be easy whenever there's any unforeseen delay, whether it's due down to internet problems, whether it's down to noise around the venue or fire alarms we know have been sounded off in the past. Was it a women's series match where Bo and Fallon played each other? One of them went to retrieve the darts and the whole set nearly
The set
collapsed.
fell down, yeah. I think the camera kind of fell down. Yeah, I do recall that. I mean, we've even had it where there's been like a complete blackout in terms of the lighting's all gone off. I'm pretty sure maybe that was a game which involved like Paul Nicholson.
Yes, it was. It was at Ali Pali against
Yes.
Kevin Maness. That was in Nico's final
I think it
outing
was,
at Ali
yeah.
Pali. Watching Paul, hope you're well, pal, and sorry for the reminder.
You know, it came up in conversation just the other week, actually, because when we play at the Super Series, again, it's another system which does rely on the internet, and as we can see, doesn't always go to plan. I think the hardest thing when you do something like this is how you keep yourself focused. There's a break in concentration. And if you are the player that's on the back foot like Chloe is, then it just kind of elevates the situation, the pressure. You lose the rhythm.
Well, the score has now gone in. Oh, it did go in on the screen on my laptop. We do have Dart Connect's windows open on our various devices.
Yeah, I definitely saw it pop up, but for some reason it's gone again.
Laurie O'Brien looking around with bewilderment. Referee Lee Roger has departed the stage. I think he's trying to get some communication from the side of the stage to the players.
Oh, yeah, it is difficult. Kind of at the mercy of the technology. My understanding it is also why when you see a kind of coming out PDC event is they still hang up the pen and paper, because tech is brilliant when it works, but if it does stop working, then this is the outcome.
No backup generators to be found. Well, while we've got this gap in play, we can have a look towards the men's finale, Wales against England. We know what the state of play is in regards to the draw. So, two of the big losers from their first matches, Cavan Phillips and Nigel Hayden. Hayden was beaten 4-0 by Mccle Laurie, and Cavan Phillips lost 4-1 in his first match. Liam Meek will take on the England captain, Carl Wilkinson. That game should zip along quickly. Mike Gillett, Laura's brother-in-law, takes on Jared Cole in the third set. Richie Edwards faces Sean Holly in set 4. Clue Bevan and Matt Clark will go head-to-head. Then it's Dean Reynolds against Callum Francis. We've got David Davis against Noel Grant. Dan Bane will play Jensen Walker. Mark Challenger I can't even read my own handwriting.
I just have to look over. I don't know if I can help you here. Let's have a look.
Well, darts are now being thrown.
45.
Well, answers on a proverbial postcard, please.
60.
Well, they are underway. So the scoreline that is on the graphics is correct.
60.
Yeah, we're back up. We're back up and running.
Mark Challenger will play Robbie Martin. Set 10, we will have Finlay Pember against
79.
Lloyd Pennell. Diane Roberts plays Paul Hogan, and then Ewan Halsall and Lewis Gurney will play the very final set of this tournament. Sorry about that, Robbie.
45.
Plenty more darting action to come. We've still got to resolve who will come second and who will come third in the women's event.
43.
Currently, as it stands, one more leg for Wales, and I believe that will guarantee them second spot.
60. Scotland, you require 140.
It will, so this is a time for magic. Chloe O'Brien won't provide it.
Rosemore
could seal the runners-up medal in style. 150 checkout on the cards. I would have loved to have seen her attempt it with 3 bullseyes, but she was far too sensible for that.
I've seen that happen previously. It's rather flashy, but when it works, it does look good indeed. I'm just not sure any of us are quite brave enough.
Scotland, you require 95.
Well, I believe the large scoreboard at the side of the stage, it's not the
Wales, you require 130.
internet as such, it's just that screen is a bit problematic, so I think we've got a backup one that's been held up on a little iPad. I hope Lee Rogers' eyesight's very good.
Well, it was a slight slip in the previous row for Chloe O'Brien, who couldn't find a big 16 to make sure she was back on tops, but no mistake here. And tops now tends to level it up at 1-1.
36. Wales, you require 85.
$25 a bull will surely be the route. It's what Rose tried.
69.
And picks off the treble 18 nice in the end, but Chloe O'Brien, well, that's a wild first one. It's 7-7 and it's pulled into the wrong bed.
Wales, you require 16. Game shot, the second leg. Wales.
Second leg won by Rosemore in exactly the same position, 8-8. So Wales have done enough to secure second place
The leg is Wales
in the
to
Tri-Nations.
Game on.
And now Rose wants the whitewash.
60.
Yeah, Rose will just be focused on getting that win, but you could hear a huge cheer from the Welsh supporters
25.
as Rose converted that second leg.
$45. $41. $100.
It's a good find with the last start for Rosemore. You have to give credit to both these players because this has not been a straightforward match in terms of the pausing and the scoreboard situation.
$80.
Well, the good thing for Rose is, I believe that Dart was destined for the single one segment, so she's not lost too much. The O'Brien darts are standing up very, very tall in the board. It can't be easy to navigate around them.
No, it forced the switch, didn't it, there? The first one lands low of that treble 20 bed and she finds it difficult to get away over the top, whereas Rose persevered. You see there, they're just
100.
landing that bit flatter and she's able to use it to stack on top of.
$85.
Good visit from Rose. She's 86 points away from ending with a 3-0 win.
58. Wales, you require 86.
Treble 18. Doesn't need to go hunting for the single.
38.
Well, you'd rather miss outside than hit treble 16, I suppose.
Absolutely, yeah. Rather perturbed look on the face of Rose Moore, who just played it a little bit too cautiously.
60. Wales, you require 48.
So she will have to burn a dart to get to a double. It's double 16. Oh, pulls it really badly into the sevens. 25 left. 9 would leave her favourite in this match, double 8.
Dropped down there by Chloe O'Brien, and not a great deal of pressure has been applied to Rosemore.
Super guide.
Game shot.
And it's a super hits. A hat-trick of double eights for Rosemore. It's a hat-trick of legs, and Wales, while they don't get first prize, will walk away having finished second. She likes it. Rhiannon O'Sullivan and co celebrate in the background. Chloe O'Brien swift to exit the stage. That is the end of the women's competition, which we knew from yesterday had been won by England. Wales finished second,
for Scotland's Chloe
and
O'Brien
Scotland
and Wales's Rose
round out
Moss.
the trio by
That
finishing
concludes our
third
ladies
in the
match
table.
here, and the final result was Scotland 2, Wales 4. We will be having a short break just now, then we'll be back with our final match of the weekend, which sees the men of England take on the men of Wales.
Mae Rose Mort a Rhiannon O'Sullivan wedi ymuno fi. Rose, if I come to you first.
Sure.
What a performance. You knew what you had to do to make sure that Wales got the win. What are the emotions after that victory?
Oh, exceptional, exceptional. I needed that win very badly, not just for Wales, but for myself.
And you know, after Friday night, did you feel you had a point to prove? You know, obviously some of the girls were disappointed with the way you played on Friday, but today now you brought your A game and we saw the best of you.
Yes, massively. I know I've got it. It just wasn't there on Friday, unfortunately. So
the issues with the scoreboard, you know, as a player, what are you telling yourself in that delay?
It was very, very difficult, obviously, for both of us, and we managed it. We managed very well, to be fair, in the circumstances. So.
Yeah, and especially the way you started. You started so well in that first leg. You know, in comms we were saying hopefully it doesn't cut across the way you're playing, but you felt comfortable at the restart?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we both did, and we both agreed to carry on without the practice start. So, you know, it was good.
Great, diolch Rose. Rhian, fel capten, ti'n bod wedi ennill yna nawr a meddwl bod chi'n gorffen yn ail. Be mae fe'n meddwl i fel tîm?
Fi'n ar ben y byd, fi mor proud o'r merched, a ni wedi dod trwyddo hwnna, a fe'n galed, ond ni wedi dod yn ail, so gallu bethau meddwl am mwy, so fi dros y byd, ie.
Ie, ti'n bod, fel o'n i'n gweithio Rose, oedd ambell un o chi falle pwynt i brofi ar ôl nos Wener, ond yn amlwg, ti'n bod, rheini o ddim wedi wario cystal nos Wener.
Na, fi'n credu o'n i'n stryglan nos Wener, a ni'n gwybod bod mae'r safon yn lot o well da ni i gyd ar nos Wener, ond o'n i just yn quite wedi ennill a neud beth o'n i gallu neud. Ond fi mor falch bod ni wedi yn ail, gyfan gwbl, i twad.
Ie, a nesa nawr, ti'n bod, y dynion Cymru yn erbyn Lloegr, byddwch chi'n aros ma i gefnogi'r boes?
Ie, wel, wrth gwrs, ie, a gobeithio bydd hwn ysbrydoli'r bechgyn i wneud beth i ni wedi wneud. So, mae popeth i wario amdano, so, ddim wedi gorffen eto, so...
Yn gwybod, o ran dyfodol y tîm ma, beth sy'n nesa nawr i chi fel tîm?
Wel, ni'n edrych mlaen fel short squad nawr am...
Y 6 glad, ie?
6 gwlad a cwpan Ewropeaidd a popeth fel ni. So, oedd hwnna Kevin yn meddwl am lot o bobl. A bydd hwnna hefyd dy'r bechgyn, so... Ond mae eisiau dim meddwl am na a meddwl am heddi cyn dim byd arall.
Ie, eich gyfachariad mawr. Massive congratulations, well done, Rose.
Thank you very much.
Diolch.
Well, after the result against Scotland yesterday, we can't change it now, so we just got to focus on today and just go through the process again now and get back up there and hopefully all play well.
Mae bach lai o bwysig yn credu achos bod ni mas o'r gystadleuaeth yn hunain, ond yn amlwg ni'n gallu chwarae rôl eitha mawr nawr yn y gystadleuaeth a helpu'r Alban neu gwanhau siansys Lloegr o ennill y gystadleuaeth. So, na, mae tipyn o bwysig arno ni dal dwi'n credu achos mae doi glad yn dibynnu arno ni, really. So, na, fydd yn gêm cyffroes dwi'n credu am Lloegr.
We've just basically beat Scotland 7-5, fresh off the bat with that one. It's massive. I can't wait to get back up on that stage and play again myself. But as captain, I live and breathe every dart what's been thrown by the rest of the lads. So it's amazing. It's an amazing day so far.
This is what you play for, playing for England. You know, playing for your country. You know, we want to go and secure it quick and make sure we're going over the trophy. Because you know we believe we are on paper the best team here.
Mae chwarae'n erbyn Lloegr yn gêm fawr ar unrhyw lefel, so na, fi'n credu byddwn ni gyd yn barod am y gêm yma.
We work all year for this. Play county darts for Yorkshire. Everybody's come from all over England to play, and we match up as a team, and you've got that one opportunity to show your best. And it's not that easy. It's not as easy as what people may think it is, but you try your best and try to enjoy it, and hopefully the result comes your way.
England will have their tails up then going into the last game, so they'll be full of confidence. But it's up to us to knock that confidence out of them.
You look at history, you know, you look at the list of people who have won the titles. It's England, and the majority think, you know, we've got a reputation to uphold.
Mae bach mwy o bwysau yn nhw, ond mae'r chwaraewyr da nhw i ymdopi da'r pwysau yna. Ond na, fi'n credu os gallwn ni chwarae gêm yn hunain a rhoi pwysau yn nhw o'r ddechrau, mae siawns wedi dda ni.
Message to Scotland is congratulations on coming second. The message to Wales is please don't play so well this next game and let us win.
Welcome back to the action here at the Prydain Social Club in Merthyr Tydfil. The Welsh Darts Organisation and S4C proudly bring to you the 2026 Tri-Nations British Internationals. This now brings us to our last match of the weekend, which will see the men of England take on the men of Wales. Without further ado, let's get our first two players on the stage. First to make his way out, representing England, it's the Undertaker, Nigel Hayden. And his opponent, representing Wales, he's the Welsh Nightmare, Kevin Phillips. Your referee for this first set is Mccle.
Well, that is some introduction to the final game of the weekend as Wales take on England. Wales have nothing to play for in terms of title-winning ambitions. They cannot win the Tri-Nations title. It is between England and Scotland, but what Wales can do is do Scotland a huge favour, because if they beat England by any scoreline, they will have gifted Scotland their first Tri-Nations men's title since 2008. Any other outcome, and England will have completed the clean sweep. And it's an interesting first set contest coming up between two very different characters. The rambunctious energy of Cavan Crash Phillips and the understatement of the Undertaker, Nigel Hayden. These two were well beaten in their previous sets. Hayden going down 4-0 to Mccle Laurie earlier this afternoon, while Phillips was beaten 4-1 by Jamie Bane of Scotland yesterday. So two players who want to prove themselves. Scott Mccle is alongside me, Dan McCarthy, to call in the final game of the weekend.
59.
It looks like it's England's to lose, but Wales will be playing with anger, you reckon, after what happened to them against Scotland, because they were battered 10-2.
Yeah, they won't play the same game again, Dan, I'm telling you that now. That will not happen. There was pressure on being the home nation, being the first men's game up there, and I just don't see them making the same mistakes that they made yesterday. England will know they only need 6, but I wouldn't be kind of telling the team that we only got to get to 6, otherwise before you know it you only get to 5 and you do lose 7-5, so, and that's no good to them at all. You've got to concentrate on winning your game as an individual, and as long as enough of you individually win your games, then you get to that 6 or 7 that you need. I think we're on set 590 there, as our graphic is showing.
It has been a long weekend. You think Wales can recover from being 590 sets down, Scott?
I think they're going to have to win the next 12 if that's the case.
Well, Nigel Hayden's on
44.
174 after that visit, 175 after that visit of 44. Phillips on 263.
99.
Finally gets a treble, so he's first to a finish, although Hayden will be on a much better one. Or should be at least. Definitely will be now.
95.
Will do nicely.
Wheels you require 164.
A big break of throw in the early stage as well. That's nowhere near.
46. England you require 80.
Double top. And the way to approach firing your first double of the tournament is not to drop the dart. Hayden didn't have much practice at doubles against Mccle. Laurie, he gets to go now, but misses.
118. $41. England you require 40.
Phillips unhappy with his start. Hayden holds in 22.
Leg to England. Second leg is Wales to Pro.
So already he's done more than he did against Laurie earlier this afternoon. He only had one dart at double in that match.
100.
Full of accessories is Calvin Phillips, isn't he? He's got the crash tattoo, he's got the thick rim glasses, the snakebite piercings. The next time he comes up to the hockey, have a look at those Welsh flag earrings he's got. Very blingy.
Oh, Crash, I thought he had those big thick glasses on because he's been welding.
Look at those.
Yeah, look at those lovely little horse dragon earrings.
100.
Always handy when you live in Sussex, you know, those.
Yeah, Calvin Phillips, a proud Welshman, but because he does live in Sussex, that's the county he represents.
$43.
Nigel Hayden is another one whose nickname is The Undertaker, because he's an undertaker.
Yes, it's rather self-explanatory.
83.
Not because he overtakes people on the inside lane on a motorway, which is also an undertaker.
Oh, it's got to that time of the weekend.
$85.
161 for Campbell Phillips. He had a go at 164 last time with little reward. Same outcome pretty much. Could go to the bull.
57.
They went looking for the
England
17s.
93.
Not being a good start for Team Wales. Hayden goes safety first, 18 or treble. And he plays it very safe. So moves across to have a look at the bullseye. Well, it looks as though some of it was covered.
Wales you require 104.
Good guide for treble 18. But that is a flyer.
$29. England you require 50.
Well, we've seen this once before. Double 18 for double 11. Double 7, I should say.
36.
So, Crash here has a chance at 75. Treble 17. 18 for tops.
35. England you require 14.
Double 7. Despite being next to one of the favoured doubles on the board in 16, it's not a kind one. Float one over the top.
Game shot
to
on
the
the
side.
second leg to England.
England lead 2-0 in the first set of this 12-set epic we're about to have.
Yeah, no, he's not happy how he's playing, but he's 2-0 up. And that's the main thing. Nigel Hayden and I were part of the class of 2007 for the UK Open in Bolton.
100.
We made our TV debuts or big time debut there. We were qualifiers,
85.
local qualifiers for it, and we were on in a hotel together, and I got given our UK Open shirts together. I'm sure Nigel will still get his. I've still got mine proudly hung up in the wardrobe. And yeah, Nigel Birch, who's no longer with us, he was another one that was in that
45.
group. Sam Rooney, Mile High Mark Hilton. There were a few of us that went on to kind of achieve a bit.
55.
Those 32 that day.
Back when the UK Open was at the University of Bolton Stadium, as it's now known.
Yeah, oh, is that what it is? It's now known that, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we used to know it as the Reebok.
Yes. Reebok in the old Barclays Premier League days.
140.
I'm feeling that's where Dieter Hedman beat Aaron Turner in the UK Open, wasn't it? I got a feeling it was there. Good times. They were when I think they were Punch Taverns were the sponsors back then, and you had to qualify from each area. I think nowadays it's Riley qualifiers, but
85. England Uruguay 81.
Nigel Hayden then, treble 19 for double 12. Does
Going for the ball. Well, he did.
56.
Unnecessarily so, a critic could say, with Cavan back on 216. You are correct, Scott. It was at the Reebok where Dieter beat Aaron.
60. England Uruguay
Way back
25.
in 2005. Double 8 for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot on the
Too
third
easy
leg
at the
to
moment.
England. Fourth leg is Wales to Pro
Cavan's not turned
Game
up.
on.
He's got to win. 4 legs on the bounce. In order
140.
to walk away with his head held high this weekend.
I did say yesterday, it's a big thing to walk out in front of the cameras and have your walk on and everything, but you do want to make sure that your walk on is not the best bit of your game. And Crash is
85.
just struggling to find his rhythm here.
And give him credit, was one of the better walk-ons we've seen this weekend.
Oh, he's always class on the walk on. He doesn't come on like a whippet. He's not that quick.
No, he's more of an energetic staffy that likes to jump all over people and be friends with them.
Yeah, absolutely. But he's a nice guy, that's why. We all love Crash. That's a good boy. Great to be around.
95. Wales Uruguay 151. $59.
Cavan should be winning this leg for a position. 92 left on the board.
68.
That's okay.
England, you
He's double
require
12.
146.
146. Nigel Hayden would mark a devastating start for England, and it's on either side of that. Unfortunately, doesn't go, but it's a perfect setup shot to leave double 8. Phillips, 24 left.
No score.
Well, they were high, wide, and not very handsome. Phillips walks away. I think he's packing his darts case. He looks at the screen. Hayden looks at double 4 and takes double 4. And after being whitewashed in the first match of the day by Mccle Laurie, Cameron Phillips gets a taste of what it feels like. Nigel Hayden much too strong. Phillips trudges off, feeling much more dejected than he did on his walk-on. Great start for Nigel Hayden there. 4-0 was the margin of victory. Phillips only getting darts at double in 2 of the legs. And on England's quest to complete the Tri-Nations quartet,
Wales, Cameron Phillips,
4-0 to Nigel Hayden in the first set. And it's a great start.
We now move on to set number 2. And first to make their way to the stage, representing Wales, is Big Meeks, Liam Meek. And his opponent, representing England, it's Carl Wilkinson. Your referee for this set, once again, is Aaron Mitchell.
So England have made the most perfect start to the final match of this year's Tri-Nations. Nigel Hayden taking the first set, 4-0 against an out-of-sorts Cameron Phillips. It's now down to England's captain to carry on the good form, not just from the first set, but from this afternoon as well. A narrow 7-5 win over Scotland secured by Sean Holley Wilkinson was
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Second set, first leg.
victorious in his game against Derek McLean.
Game on.
Not a great performance, I think it's fair to say, but he had enough in the tank. He goes up against the speedster that is Liam, the left-hander Meek, averaging 85.8 yesterday. He was beaten by Glenn Parsons. It was a game he probably should have won because he missed 11 darts at double in total.
60.
He's got the talent. Does he have the temperament to beat the Barnsley man Wilkie?
60.
Well, yeah, there's big relief there was for Wilkie in his last game.
41.
A lot of pressure, first time as captain. Something that I can understand. When you become captain of an international team, you're kind of the leader, and then other opponents too, you feel if they can beat the leader, then they can get to the team.
60.
So there's a new target on your back. So not only do you have the pressure of winning your game, but you've also got the pressure of motivating your team.
140.
I think it's why when international teams find a captain that are
125.
kind of good at the job, they kind of keep them. The Ross Montgomerys, the Martin Phillipses, the Martin Adamses of this world
58.
become captains, and just the job helps their game because that's the way that they're made.
$127.
Caught 2 lines there was Carl Wilkinson. Only gets 7 points with the third dart. Double 12 for Liam Meek.
73.
He is quick.
England you require 88.
Bounces again for the young and old.
$60. Wales you require 24.
So 2 misses for Wilkinson. Second miss, a third miss. Double 3.
21. England you require
Wilkie's got to
28.
jump in here. This is the captain's job. Yeah, nicely done. Third dart.
England. Second leg is England to throw first. Game on.
I was out there in the crowd. I'd have been telling him don't come home without it. And he duly didn't.
$55. $60. $60. $140.
You could ask yesterday about former international players giving me a message. Dale Hughes has messaged me. Smiler
84.
himself. I hope you're well, Dale. You probably couldn't get a ticket, Dale, because it's absolutely rammed in here, mate. You wouldn't get in here. Standing room only.
Oh, that's a beauty from Carl Wilkinson.
Nick Kenny and Ross Montgomery sent messages yesterday.
54.
Really nice to receive them, to let them know that they were watching.
You've got a bulging contact book, haven't you, Scott? $62 left.
82. $52. England you require 52.
Very quick thinker as well is Liam Meek. It's what you tend to find with the quick players. They're good at the maths, they're good at board management.
20. Wales you require.
They have to be quick thinkers because of the pace they play. There was Sean Hawley there, just in shot. Man, they got the winning point.
48.
England against Scotland.
England you require 32.
Double 4.
28.
3 more misses. Carl Wilkinson.
Acquire 102.
They are beginning to mount up. Double 16. Not the usual route for a left-hander.
England
Tend to see them favour tops or 10s because of how they throw the dart across their bodies.
2.
No way through for Wilkie.
Wales require 32.
England captain offering out a bit of generosity here. Liam Meek more than happy to take it. As you can see from the Welsh crowd, they did not have a lot to cheer about yesterday. They are making their voices heard today.
First leg won by Wales in the entirety of this match. And Liam Meek will feel he's got away with one. Wilkinson will be furious, having let such a lead slip, missing 8 darts at double.
60. 59. 100. 80.
That looks expensive, straight in the top. A bit of a Robin Hood.
100.
Liam Meek was a bit of a fixture when Motor Super Series was at Southampton.
98.
I've not actually seen so much of him since we've moved to Portsmouth.
Must be a big Saints fan.
Maybe, I don't know.
60.
Maybe he just hasn't had the call. I don't know. I've got no reason. I've got no idea why.
55.
He'd be nice to have there. He gets on with the job. He doesn't drag the game out, does he? He just gets on with the job.
30. Wales require 152.
Like if Roadrunner was a dart player. Just bang, bang, bang.
11.
Well,
England require 151.
You just heard that. He got some advice from the crowd. Take your time. And maybe that's what Liam needs to try and do a bit more. 151 for Wilkinson.
91. Wales require 141.
Double 19.
93. England require 60.
No movement for Wilkinson, no need.
Third leg to England.
Much, much better on double top.
Fourth leg it's England to throw first. Game on.
A lot of support in the room from the Welsh.
97. 132. 100. 45. 48. 82. 60. 45.
It's a real mixed bag so far from Meek, isn't it?
It really is. It's from very, very good at times on 6 darts, and then he disappears for 9 darts again. It's a little bit of feast or famine from Mccle.
81. England, you require
Mixed bag within that
96.
visit. 96 for the skipper. To only take 36 off. It's a poor return, but it's left the 60 checkout that he took so expertly last time, and Mcque's not going to handle 116.
28. England, you require 60.
Take 2. Same
Game
result.
shot on the 4th leg to England.
Good work from the Yorkshireman.
5th leg is Wales to throw first. Game on.
The England captain doing captain-like things. Leading from the front.
60. $100.
That's what happens when everything is hooked up with Liam Meek's throw. Can be a massive scorer.
60. $91. $45. Wales, you require 170.
Loads of room to the right, and he went leftwards.
85.
There's no guarantees that he'd have gone for the bullseye had he hit the 2 trebles. Could have opted to lay up, but I get the feeling Liam Meek is a showman, and he would have gone for the 170.
Yeah, without doubt.
96.
Without doubt.
Wales, you require 85.
Options here. Not the optimum one.
49.
Does leave double 18. And it feels as though this set is going to be prolonged.
140. Wales,
Ain't
you
going to take
require
this out.
36.
It's the magical 60 for Wilkinson.
Game shot on the
Does
5th
take care
leg
of
to
business.
Wales. 6th leg is England to go first. Game on. $124. $100. $98. $60. $99.
180 needed for Meek to leave a finish.
100.
Oh, Wilkie would have been wanting a 140 here.
41. $39. England, you require 139.
139. Devilishly tricky. Much easier now. Could go treble 19. Could go treble 13. Yeah, treble 13 would have left tops. He's been hitting that for fun so far. It's a shot that made sense.
100. England, you require 36.
This for the second set.
18. Wales, you require 102.
Somebody was calling out just as he was about to throw, not helping him at all. They were trying to support him.
Double 11. What a shot from Liam Meek. As soon as that first dart landed where it did, he was always going to stay there, use it as a guide for treble 20. Double 11 can be tricky, but Meek made it look easy.
Game on.
You have to feel now with that breaker throw, momentum is now with Liam Meek. It's going to be interesting to see what he does with these first 3 darts with that momentum. Yeah, good straight tum. Good response from Wilkinson.
What timing from Liam Meek. And at this stage of the match, it's almost a shame that Wales can't win the title outright.
140.
Because it could be a genuine 3-way battle. Wales playing for pride.
81.
Playing to stop England.
Yeah, Wilkinson, the sword has got to be on his metal here. He needs a treble.
60. Wales, you require 140.
Well
60.
Yeah, needed to stay up, didn't really want to move. Wilkie now needs a couple of darts under that one. He's gone left, didn't strayed.
85.
Did recover with the last, but it's all about Meek now.
Double top. Wilkinson's been great on this target.
60.
Meek less so.
England, you require 160.
Both players have had set darts. Wilkinson 3 to Meek's 1.
Has to stay straight with this first one. Can't finish now. And that second dart showed it.
65.
Good recovery with the last, but
Wales
now Liam Meek,
20.
double 11, left-handed.
Double 5. It's some recovery from Liam Meek. And Carl Wilkinson has thrown that away. He was in control. He had 3 darts to win the set. He couldn't take it against Liam Meek. And it is Big Meeks who nearly took a tumble there down the stairs. And he gets Wales' first set of the contest
as you leave the stage. Let's
against the England captain.
Carol Wilkinson and Wales.
Shaky and nervy times, and it means a lot to me. He was beaten by Glenn Parsons yesterday at double 5. Was his friend in the corner. Match that should have belonged to Wilkinson, it didn't. Meek wins 4-3,
We're going to
it's
move on
1-1.
to set number 3. And representing England, it's Jared Cole. And his opponent, representing Wales, it's Mccle. And your referee for this set is Jake Powell.
We're getting warmed up now in the final match of this year's Tri-Nations between England and Wales. One set apiece. Nigel Hayden doing Cavan Phillips to nil, winning 4 legs. Much different set last time out between Liam Meek and Carl Wilkinson. The England captain was in control, he was 3-1 up, but Meek roared back and took 3 legs in a row to win 4-3 to level the game up. So what have we got now? We have got Jared Cole of England. Very talented player, someone who's come achingly close to making the professional tour on a few occasions in the past. He beat Nicky Danoon of Scotland 4-2 earlier on. And then Mike Gillett of Wales was beaten 45 by Danoon yesterday. So they both played the same Scottish opponent. Now they play each other. It's a final that's warming up nicely, 45. Scott.
Yeah, indeed. And just had Carl Wilkinson on, and now is it Mike Gillett now we've got on? I mean, there's other razors available. But yes, no, I totally agree. This one's a tough one. These guys know each other really well, live in the same region of Hampshire. And they play for 2 different county teams. Hertfordshire for Gerald Cole, which is his home county, and
140.
Mike plays for Hampshire.
These two come from talented darting families, because we've already alluded to the fact that Mike is our friend Laura Turner's brother-in-law. Jared's older brother Rex is a very handy player as well, and they both went to Q school together for the PDC in January without success, but now they're both on the Challenge Tour.
Yeah, and to be fair, Rex is the better looking one of the two of them as well, to be fair. I know he'll be watching, he'll love that. Jared will hate it when he watches it back, but he'll get me back at Modus at some point.
56.
Doesn't get double top in the first leg. 3-1 for Gillett. Big ask, tricky check out. Made much easier. Top stops, gets the first one, and gets the second one. That is world class from Mike Gillett, and an early break of throw. Jared Cole statuesque on stage as Gillett readies himself for leg 2. That's how you get your match underway.
85. 96. 95. $96.
I've seen Mike Gillett play on the Lakeside stage in the past and
95.
had to get time off work because he's a teacher by trade.
$85. $56. Wales, you require 140. $50.
Only 50, but Cole's back on 194.
$54. Wales, you require 90.
2020 and Bolt. Well, could be better than that. No, it is the bullseye.
41. England, you require 140.
Rush of blood there. Could have gone tops. Now, the way Jared starts to stand up in the board, it was touching the lower wire, so it blocked off a lot of the treble 20 bed.
9.
Does at least get another chance.
20.
Double 4. We've seen this quite a few times this weekend.
18. Wales, you require
10
40.
Inadvertently hitting double 6.
Well, that's annoying for Gillett because he hit 2 of them on his previous visit and then had 3 in that hand and he only needed to hit 1 of them and it didn't go.
Hit 2 in the first leg and has missed 5 in the second leg. Makes sense.
Wales, you require
Ironically, Jared Cole hit that with his last dart though and he'd already messed up his visit.
He shot the second leg.
No such mess from Mike Gillett. He goes 2-0 to the good.
Game on. $22.
I'm going to tell you what this does within the room. Having been here 1 or 2 times myself in the situation. This now gets the Scottish interested in the game already. And they'll be now hollering for Wales. There'll be twice the noise cheering on Wales than there usually would be.
57.
And the only way to stop that happening to keep it quiet is to go and win your games.
Yes, England definitely the underdogs in terms of the support in the room.
30. $100. $59. $95. $90.
You can see Team Scotland watching on. Prydain with a permanent smile on his face. There was a bit more of a stern look on Stuart Wares.
100. $140. England require 127.
Treble 17. Now the bullseye for Jared Cole.
102.
Really good attempt from Jared Cole.
124.
Now it's 14 and the ball for Mike Gillett. Oh, and he takes it.
And the third leg. Wales.
And the room is starting to get noisy.
Jared Cole could be 3-0 up. Instead, he's staring down the barrel of a whitewash loss, because that's a second ton plus outshot from Mike Gillett. And while the scoring may not have been anything special, the finishing has been great.
57.
Yeah, Gillett is definitely razor sharp here in this one.
The comedy stylings of Scott
43.
Mitchell there.
$140. 44. 95. 100.
Gillett looking very relaxed up there. This 3-0 lead, and why wouldn't he?
Could soon be 4.
100. England require 149.
This is very necessary for Jared. Won't go.
57. Wales require 89.
Treble 19 for double 16. Okay, different approach needed. Treble 14 in all likelihood. What he tried.
41. England require 92.
Cole could play this safely and go treble, go for the bullseye, I should say, but he went treble 20. Now needs treble 17.
32.
Oh, he's in the lap of the gods.
48.
Double top for a whitewash, and Wales get it. Mike Gillett with some great finishing throughout the course of that match. Beats Jared Cole 4-0, who walks off almost with a reluctant grin on his face. Gillett apologetic, it seems. Cole could have gone 3-0 up. He had darts in the first 3. And perhaps losing all 3 of them sapped his spirit somewhat. Gillett then went up there, took out tops with a 48 checkout to win 4-0. Wales are 2-1 up, and it's getting interesting. Is this final? England need to win, Scotland need Wales to win, and it's Wales who are winning now.
We now move on to set number 4. And first to the stage, representing Wales, is Richie Edwards. his opponent, representing England, is Sean Hawley. Once again, your referee for this set will be Jake Cole.
Set 4 then, and we have England's hero from earlier this afternoon, Sean Hawley, who won that last set against David Kerwin to beat Scotland, against Richie Edwards, who is back playing for his country, back playing county after a period away from the sport. Decided to move away and take some time out. He's back now. He didn't go to plan for him yesterday against Derek McLean. He walked away from that contest with the lowest average of the 24 players that threw. So he's got to improve.
Game on.
And he's got the first throw against Sean Hawley, who walked away from last year's tournament with the best running average overall. So Hawley, on paper, should be winning this one pretty comfortably against Richie Edwards, who enjoyed that rather lengthy walk on. The rapid left-hander will be feeling very good about himself after being the man to get that crucial win over Scotland. And will that confidence come to the fore in this second appearance for him today?
45.
He has started well here. Sean Hawley yet to find his range. Talking to Holly, did you know it's only 35 weeks and 6 days till Christmas?
I didn't, and I didn't want to know that, to be honest.
I know, it's pretty scary, isn't it?
Means it's only about 32 weeks until Lakeside.
19.
Indeed.
60.
Asking himself to calm down a little bit there, Sean Hawley. Richie Edwards living every dart.
60.
Not looking about with the Hawley approach, is there? As soon as Edwards has finished throwing, straight up onto the hockey. Treble 18.
83. England
Went for the empty treble 20 bed to leave double 30. Another one of those.
100. Wales require 26.
Doesn't want to go inside. Played the first one tentatively, played the second one perfectly.
81. 95.
So I heard the sound of a small child shout, "Come on, Dad," then, so I think Richie's little one's in the building.
I think that might have been the same one we saw, I think, profusely yesterday when he came out on the wrong end.
Sean Holly's not settled at all.
For me, England have got to be a little bit careful here. This match could get away from them if somebody doesn't start taking grip of some of these games. Look at the games that are coming up. Lou Bevan taking on Matt Clark,
95.
Dean Reynolds and Callum Francis, and David Davis and Noel Grant. And you have to say, those are three of the better performances yesterday from the match with Scotland.
46. 41.
No finish for Edwards. Bogey number.
Could be an element here that they're such relief over beating Scotland that thinking the job is done. And that would be a silly thing to be thinking if you sat there in an England shirt.
Double top for Richie Edwards. Double tens landed right in the middle. Will there now be a sense of panic in the England camp?
Gets Wales to throw first. Game on.
Because on paper, when the draw was made for this third and final match of the day, this was one you'd look at and think, it's not a mismatch, that'd be disrespectful to say, but it's one of the ones you would more expect England
58.
to get the result from. Not happening for Holly.
$46. 60. 140. 80. 100.
This is a much steadier performance from Richie than what we saw yesterday.
133.
Holly gets the bare minimum
Wales require 180.
to leave a finish. 118 for Richie. Well, he's gone 18s first. It's not a route that too many
98.
players,
England
fans,
require
pundits
170.
like. 170 for Sean Holly, needs the bullseye, needs inspiration, and he was so close. He was so close.
Wales require 20.
Has that done enough to rattle Edwards' cage? The answer is no.
Third leg. Wales will play England the throw first. Game on.
Well, you know you're in trouble when the only dart at double you can get is a bullseye at the end of a 170. That's been it so far for Holly.
$26. 180.
80 for Holly. It's greeted with a fairly muted applause.
$45. $132.
Much better this for Sean Holly. Much better for Richie Edwards.
England require 130.
And there's his loudest fan.
99.
Went for the bullseye. He's so quick that camera nearly couldn't catch up.
$82. England require 31.
17 left. One for double eight.
No score.
Good have been.
Shows the nervousness of the situation. He's really fortunate here that Richie Edwards has left 168. When you leave 168, 9 times out of 10, you hit a couple of trebles on your next visit. I think they call that Sod's Law.
88. England require 31.
Be much more careful here. Double 10. The first leg.
26.
Sean Holly goes inside. Edwards could win it here. What would be a surprise 4-0 triumph.
Wales require 80.
Double top.
60. England to require 5.
The whole auditorium murmurs.
One.
And that's the 5 that Sean Holly hit to win the match. 7-5 for England against Scotland. And now it's all about Richie Edwards. He's hit double 10 already. And he's hit it again. He has a 4-0 win over Sean Holly, the hero of the England-Scotland game. And Richie Edwards, it's all about the relief.
Richie Edwards shows the room that he is a capable and talented player.
England's Sean Holly
And now England are starting to rock a little, because it's 3-1 to Wales. Edwards kisses the Welsh badge, and after England made a fantastic start through Nigel Hayden, beating Crash Phillips 4-1, 4-0, Liam Meek, Mike Gillett, and now Richie Edwards have done their work that they needed to do. Wales delighted, and Scotland are now anticipating success.
We now move on to set number 5. And representing England is Superman Mccle. And his opponent, representing Wales, it's Bane. In set number 5, ladies and gentlemen, your referee is Lee Roger.
Well, this final match of the 2026 Tri-Nations is starting to get interesting. England early on in the piece threatened to run away with it, with Nigel Hayden's confidently taken 4-0 set win over Cavan Phillips. But 3 more sets have followed. Carl Wilkinson, the England captain, missed 3 darts to beat Liam Meek. Jared Cole could have gone 3-0 up against Mike Gillett. He went 3-0 down and lost 4-0. And likewise, Sean Holley lost to Richie Edwards by the same scoreline. Holley was the hero against Scotland. He never got going in the match against Edwards.
Game on.
And speaking of Canberra, Scott, you really fancy Clew Bevan, and it comes with reason as well, because even though he was pitted against Mccle Laurie yesterday, he went 3-0 down. He's fought back really confidently, and it was only a great last leg from Laurie that saw the young Scotsman win. But Bevan's got levels. He's been proving that over various circuits recently.
100.
Yeah, he really has. He's a co-pundit with us here as well, with S4C. So we like him because of that anyway.
Yeah, he's a lovely guy, he's Clew. Remember, he sported a very dashing Christmas jumper back at Lakeside when he was there as a pundit.
42.
But he's on dual duty here this weekend. And he had the highest average of anyone in a Wales shirt yesterday, but Matt Clark, after losing his match earlier today, is playing like a man with a point to prove.
137. England require 85.
Matt will play at his pace. He will not change anything.
$31. $85. England require
Roy with last
54.
start for Clew. Now double top for Matt Clark to end the run that England finding themselves in.
Game shot in the first leg.
And that's the
England.
first leg that England have won in the last 11.
Game on.
Yeah, nicely done by Matt Clark, and the rot needed to be stopped for England. You feel again, this is a really, really big set in the way the outcome of this match could go. England have really, really got to find something here. They've got to stop the rot. They've got to stop Wales cruising.
134.
You don't mind losing sets, but you really want to be pushing them and asking the questions of people. And so far in the last 3 games, I don't think we've really done that.
100. $60.
Troubleless from Clew.
$140.
Clark's playing well here. Playing like a man who got back to Lakeside after a 2-decade absence at the end of last year. He was winning titles and he was
99.
going abroad to play them, really committing himself to the tour. But he's committed to his country here this weekend.
$78.
Down to a
Wales
finish.
require 148.
Bevan 148.
100. England require 147.
So he's going treble 20 route here. Probably stay there. probably stay there again.
60.
Really was looking for a ton to pressure the 48 of Bevan. Double 16 then for Bevan. And double 16 got, levels it up at 1-1.
The Legacy England to throw first. Game on.
Well taken from Hill. One dart at double. One leg one.
40. 85. 140.
'Powerful scoring from Matt Clark.
57.
Giving himself a big chance of winning.
83. 81. 44. 96.
Good recovery there from Bevan. Oh, needs a treble.
43.
Gets one, but not the one he was after. Treble 3 does not do the job.
Didn't like the lie of that. The dart wobbled.
99. England require
Had to go
151.
travelling around the houses. And a few ropey visits from Clark mean that Evans in the box seat to win this leg. And especially
45.
now.
Wales, you require 83.
Double 16. Who's next door?
75. England, you require 106. $58. Wales, you require 8. Game shot in the third leg. Wales.
Evans turned it around.
Fourth leg is
2-1 to Wales.
Game on.
2 more legs, then it becomes 4-1. At what stage, Scott, do England start to worry?
Right now, if I was the captain, right now. Dean Reynolds to come. One of the stronger players from the Welsh side, and then David Davis to follow him. So
140.
I did say off air I was looking to be 3-1 up here for England at this point in the game,
96.
and 3-1 down. Got into the 3 players that we're going into. No disrespect to any of the England players either. It's just that it's a more difficult task.
$44. 100.
And the point for me is Wales can't win it, so they're playing with so much freedom. There's nothing for them to. I know it sounds wrong because it's an international match, it's a test match, so there is always something to play for, but they will have a much more relaxed mentality in this game than England will. England have got everything to lose.
118.
It's that sportsman's instinct. Just because there's nothing on the line in terms of trophies. You want to win because you play sport, and that's why you play sport. It's to win things.
Yeah, absolutely. And
60. Wales, you require 102.
Oh yeah, still 16.
86.
smack bang centre of the bullseye from Bevan there. Really good from him. Clark left a bit wanting back on 202. That don't help you. That don't help at all.
That's 57 points on the floor.
Wales, you require 16. Game shot on the fourth leg. Wales.
Fourth leg won by Cleo Bevan.
Game on.
Wales won away. Three winning legs to Bevan. 3-1 in sets to Wales.
96.
You can't say that Wales don't deserve it either. They've kind of gone in and bossed the games.
$60. $134. $100.
Yeah, good from Clark.
Even so, Cleo's breathing down his neck.
58. $82. $135. England, you require 134.
What's his route of choice? Oh, wrong side of the wire. He's going to treble 19s for double 10. 56 left.
94.
Now it's
Wales,
wait and hope for Matt Clark. Treble 18 will be the shot for Lou Bevan here. Two darts at double 12. Has to move across, it's awkward. The room goes deathly silent.
66.
So to save himself, Matt Clark, double top. Get himself back in the game. And this is just a hold throw.
Game shot on the fifth leg. England.
Nice smile with it as well.
Game on.
Well, fair play to Matt Clark. It stops the rot. Didn't have a dart at double since the very first leg that he won. So it seems as though whenever Clark gets chances, he's more than capable of taking them. The problem is getting chances in the first place.
140.
And at international level, that is easier said than done, but
100.
you're in that white shirt because you have battling qualities usually. And Matt Clark does fit that description wholeheartedly.
140. $82.
Well, this game was seesawed somewhat. Clark started well. Bevan then wins 3 legs in a row. Had darts to win the match 4-1. Clark is trying to turn it around.
96. England, you require 121. $83. 82.
Valuable
England
treble,
required
leaves a
38.
ton. Chooses to split. And chooses to hit.
Sixth leg, England.
Brilliant stuff from Matt Clark. I think we said he has fighting
England to throw first. Game on.
capabilities. He's just showed that from 3-1 down. He's escaped a couple of match darts at 24. And now has the throw to throw for the match. I have to say, in the last couple of legs, he's looked much more comfortable. Nigel Hayden and Noel Grant still looking on. Noel Grant's still got a bit to do here today. Yeah, that second dart, Justin just holding on for Bevan. Had to come out to the 19s. There you go, the averages. Tidy averages. But what they also show you, 87.45, 87.43. There is less than a width of a cigarette paper between them.
Well, that second dart seemed to bounce off the first.
Clark here will be looking for a score of around 98. Anything more than that would be a bonus. Has to go across now to the 18s, but you have to make sure the big 18.
98.
And he does that nicely. He's first to a finish. Bevan back on 3-2-1.
100. England, you require
Only a turn,
164.
it's not enough to get to a finish. He needed the lot.
Brilliant, brilliant visit from Matt Clark. Deciding leg, 140, 99, 98, 140 from Clark. Leaves 24 after 12. Masterful stuff from him. Bevan now chips in and leaves himself 81. Pressures the shot. Will he return? It's all about Matt Clark and this double 12.
No score.
No rock stopper just yet.
Wales, you require 81.
Everyone watching on. 12 or treble. That leaves double 13 for the match. Phil Bevan takes it. He showed stones under pressure. And the Welsh flag is being waved around proudly. They might not be playing for the win here, but they are playing for pride. What a match that was. A proper roller coaster contest. Phil Bevan comes on top with Matt Clark missing 3 set darts. It is 4-1 to Wales. And this is a much improved display from yesterday. Bevan gets the handshakes from the Scottish team as much as he does from Team Wales. Looking for some double 13. Wales are now 3 sets up. They lead 4-1.
That means we're now on to set number 6, ladies and gents. And first to the stage, representing Wales, it's Dean Reynolds. his opponent. Representing England, it's Callum Francis. Your referee for this once again is Lee Roger.
Well, Wales are turning what should be a jubilant occasion for England into something of a nightmare right now. 4 titles this weekend, 3 of them already won by England, the ladies, the boys and the girls. But England are on the ropes here against Wales in the men's. A Wales win wouldn't be enough for them to lift the title themselves, but it would hand Scotland the crown. So Wales are playing to spoil the party for England, so to speak, and it's now the turn of Callum Francis, Hampshire regular, Murder Super Series regular, and Dean Reynolds, who once upon a time was one of the hottest young properties in the world of darts. He went away, he's come back now, and he played pretty well in the opening set yesterday against Scotland. He had darts to win all 7 legs against Stuart Wares and somehow found himself on the wrong side of the results. But he showed plenty of ability in that game at least, and if he can time his doubling well, then Callum Francis may be provided with plenty of problems, Scott.
Yeah, all the above, but Dean will be a man on a mission.
81.
The Welsh have won 4 sets on the trot. We spoke about teams getting momentum, and now it's very similar to a county game. That's why your players are selected from the county system, because they deal with this type of thing month in, month out.
58.
And for me, when you start selecting away from that, sometimes you don't get those fighting qualities.
Well, this first leg has been dominated by Dean.
100. Wales to require 85.
Rejected a PDC tour card. Who knows what he thinks about that decision now, but he's looking at double 8.
77.
And we'll look at more doubles with Francis back on 217.
There's probably a reason behind it for Reynolds that he turned that card down. It was just something that he probably wasn't able to do, whether it was work-wise or whatever. There would have been a reason. He's not a silly man. He's just taken out double 4. And the room is getting louder and louder and louder as the Scottish team smell blood. The Welsh could do something here that the Scottish team were unable to do.
100.
Well, it was a terrific dart from Dean Reynolds when you consider that the pressure shot from Francis, a 177, left him on tops.
40. 55. 81. 100. 100.
Good stuff from Callum Francis here. This leg, ton, 140, 81 ton. After 12 darts, finds himself on 80.
Double 10. Double 5.
75.
He'll hate that. Now has to navigate a very awkward, low-numbered finish with Reynolds on a bogey.
95. England, you require 5.
Reynolds has put a little bit of pressure on this now.
James on the second leg. England.
Pressure.
Third leg is Wales to throw first. Game on.
That's for diamonds, apparently, according to our co-commentator Laura Turner.
It's a nice variant on the old 60. Pressure for tyres adage.
Yeah, absolutely.
$100. 27. 42. 100.
I think the last leg has done from Callum Francis is made. Dean Reynolds think a little bit.
61.
Able to find the treble with the same fluidity as he did the leg previous.
85. 60.
Nervy third leg. Reynolds got off to a great start, but he's regressed somewhat. That's 2 visits of 27 in the same leg. That won't do his cause any good. England need to find the range. Francis does that.
England, you require 98.
I wonder whether he'd be tempted to stay on the 20s and use the guide. Yes, he'd leave double 9, but it looks so inviting. Double 16 for Reynolds.
86. England, you
You're
require
inviting those ton plus finishes at you again, aren't you?
It doesn't matter now because Francis is 2-1 up. Breaks the throw. Dean Reynolds does not want 2 losses next to his name.
$85. 60. 30. 100. 100.
Keep fighting Dino is the message coming from the crowd.
96.
Another good visit from Callum Francis. Using his noggin, getting his 6 off, leaving himself 80.
59.
2 straight darts to give him a double.
80.
One good one, they give him 2.
Double top.
60.
Really well recovered. And he could afford to go the 13s route with Reynolds not even halving his score after 12 darts. This has been a calamitous
45.
leg. And a calamitous visit to boot.
20. Games on the 4th leg. England.
No such calamity for Callum.
The leg is Wales to throw first. Gang on.
And after 4 straight set defeats for England, they're looking at a fabulous position to wrestle some control
100.
back in this game.
$41. 140.
It's better from Reynolds. Time 140 in this leg. Once again, he's put the pressure
41.
on Francis, and Francis has gone 41-41. Like a pendulum, Reynolds is back in this now. 1-2-1 after 9. Not too shabby at all from him. Found a bit of belief, found a bit of confidence, hasn't he?
Wales should require 121.
How quickly things can change in this format.
81.
Smartly plotted from Dean, starting on the bullseye with 1-2-1. Francis needs 3 big trebles, doesn't get them.
140.
Gets 2, but
Wales should
still not
require
enough
40.
to leave himself in finishing range.
30.
Strange how there seems to be so much tension amongst the Welsh contingent, even
100.
though that
Wales should require 10.
they have no trophy to play for.
But they have a big chance to stop the English. You know how the Welsh like to stop the English.
England requires 79.
Tag teaming from Team Wales and Scotland. This for the sets.
Game
And
shot
Callum
at
Francis
6
does stop the rock for England. It's 2 defeats in a row for Dean Reynolds. Didn't play as well as he did yesterday against Stuart Wares. It was a very solid display all around from Callum Francis. 4 from 8 on the doubles. 50% at any level is a good hit rate. And Francis could be the man that gives England some control in this game. Tops was found in the top corner.
Callum Francis.
First the lips for Dean Reynolds. Not a great display from him. Callum Reynolds at the halfway stage gives England a second set. They still trail Wales
We've
by
now reached the
4-2.
halfway point as we move on to set number 7 of our final match of the day. First to the stage. First to the stage, let's hear it for Noel Grant. his opponent, representing Wales, is David Davies. For the 7th set, ladies and gentlemen, your referee will be Aaron Mccle.
So here we go then. 6 games down and the match score 4 sets to Wales, 2 to England. England needing 6 sets to take home the trophy. Wales needing to win to allow Scotland to take home the trophy. They have a big say in where it's going to go, and up to now they've been stepped up to the task. Noel Grant here throwing in your picture. He took on Colin Hepplewhite in an earlier match where he just about got over the line 4-3 against Scotland. David Davis and Robert Hamilton yesterday
Game on.
went down 4-3 to him. So it's not really a hold on to your hats game because both of these guys aren't particularly quick flowers.
100.
So the pace is going to suit one another nicely. We do have
100.
For me, this is probably one of the most important sets of the day, particularly for England. They can get this back to 4-3.
40.
Jensen Walker's next, and yeah, I'm not disrespecting anybody, but Jensen didn't play well yet earlier today. He'll be chomping at the bit to get back up there and put that right.
100.
I still think there's some mileage in this game just yet between England and Wales. England have got to stand up
60.
and be counted now from here on in. There is not a lot of room for error.
$43.
If we had a bookmaker involved, the odds compilers.
140.
We'd be looking at England as the underdogs from this position.
Certainly would, but one more set here.
England, you
And
require
then becomes 4-3. You've then
161.
got Jensen Walker against Dan Bane, and you know what Walker's talent levels are. It can change so quickly.
60.
And it feels strange to say, but right now, England could almost be playing for the point. Another 4 sets needed.
I said at the start of the game, I think there's an element of you can't start this game thinking we only need 6. You've got to start the game saying we're winning the match. We're England. You've got to go and win the match. You don't go playing for a draw.
Wales, you require 140.
Another treble for double 10.
126.
Flew out of David
England, you
Davis's
require
hand.
63.
Double 12 for Noel Grant.
Game shot on the
Clinical
first leg
finish.
to England. Second leg is Wales to prove first. Game on.
Just when Wales were putting England under pressure, up steps Grant, and it would be a healthy dose of irony if Grant was to win both of his sets after not being in the original squad, Scott.
There is a bit of irony within that. That is absolutely right. And does that mean he hasn't been waiting a couple of months and getting excited about playing and only known for less than a week?
60.
That he steps up and, yeah, you may have something there.
He's a curious case, is David Davis, because the back end of last year, he won the UK and Ireland Associate Member Qualifier to get to Alexandra Palace. He won his first round match there, beating Mario van der Harder. He lost 3-0 to Luke Littler, but played really well, averaged 95. He qualified for Lakeside at the end of last year, winning the Irish Open, and yet he went to Q School and completely bombed that, didn't even get through stage 1, and now he's played poorly here. So he's an inconsistent player, but a mercurial one, because when he's on it, he's really, really good, is David Davis.
He really did have a few good matches. Didn't he win the Red Dragon Champion of Champions as well in that period? So winning it became a sort of a thing for him. It was just he had to turn up and your game was there. But like you say, it's how you react from when your game isn't there and the confidence starts to go. How long does it take you to bounce back? How long does it take you to work it out? This is down to 54 after 12 darts. 85, 85, 140, 137. Misses the big 14. Gets a dart at tops all the same.
14.
Noel Grant back on 213.
$47.
Still no finish for Noel.
40.
Just underneath that.
Game shot on
Like
the second leg
that.
to Wales.
Davis
Third leg, it's England to
levels
prove
the
first. Game
7th
on.
set up. We're into the second half now. Finish line is in sight. Bane against Walker. Challenger against Martin. Pember against Pennell. Roberts against Hogan. And Halsall against Gurney.
45.
Well, fair play to him. He stayed there and didn't try and go to the 19s like most would have done.
It's a classic pub visit, that. 3 single ones, but I'm sure Davis will rectify that quickly.
Wasn't really punished by Grant, though, was it?
100.
And the scores of 3 and 100. He's back level with Noel Grant.
100. $60. 100.
It's a leg Davis could win after starting with 3 single ones. All's well that ends well. Grant struggling to get trebles here.
$92. England, you require 152.
Now needs 2 treble 20s for double 16.
Really good visit that from Noel Grant. Treble 18 then for double 16. The treble 18 is hit. Double 16 for a 106 from David Davis. Goes on the inside, and the doubling has been his issue here so far this weekend.
It's just 1 from 5 so far. 1 from 2 now for Grant. Make that 1 from 4.
Wales, you require 16.
Oh, Francis sat down, he's done his job. Davis is doing his.
To Wales. 4th leg is Wales to throw first. Game on.
England will start counting after this, because if David Davis wins this 7th set, then England can only afford to lose 1 more.
100.
Well, Grant's got to back that ton up now, which he is more than doing, and more than done. It's our first 180 of this particular set.
$96.
Just 60. So Grant thought he was wrestling the impetus back from Davis.
83. England, you require 161.
Had to switch, realised as soon as he threw the dart. Little mistakes like that at the end of a long weekend can start creeping in, Scott.
Yeah, and it's how much they affect you on your very next visit. That's the point of it. Are you still ruining the problem? The answer is no. 82 left, may go for the ball.
81.
He hits to 1.
62.
Halves the score. Grant 62, treble 10. Okay, it's a 6, so 16 for tops.
42. Wales, you require 81.
Long way off.
12 and ball. And this will bring the house down if it goes.
56. England, you require 20.
Hear the murmur around the room.
Game
No
shot
Grant,
on the 4th
fair play
leg
to him.
England.
Steps up and wins that leg against the darts. 16 darter. It's
Game on.
good stuff from Noel Grant.
Yeah, didn't waste that 180, did he? Used it to effect in that leg. Really good recovery with the last dart from Noel.
39. $82. $140.
After working hard to break the throw in the previous leg, Noel Grant's throwing away the advantage.
$42. $61. $100.
More than enough at this stage. Go to the 18s.
95. Wheels you require 80.
Trying to pile in, but these are very awkward 1-3-3. Might not get a go at it. For another break of throw, it'd be 3 in a row.
40. England you require 133. $95. Wales you require 40.
Down a bit from there. Still down a bit from there. And a double in from David Davis. Keeps offering opportunities to Noel Grant.
There's been no shortage of chances for Davies. Could have won all 5 legs. He's going to get more chances.
Wheels you require 40.
Noel Grant's fluffed his lines. So does
20.
Davies.
England you require 19.
Double 4. And he takes it.
Fifth leg to England.
Fifth leg goes to Noel Grant.
Fifth leg is Wales to prove first. Game on.
Smiles amongst the England table there, but I've got an old county manager that tells me it's better to be lucky than good, and I think sometimes
100.
he is absolutely right. You don't have the Irish here, but Noel Grant's having the luck of them.
He's dodged 13 bullets from Davies.
100. $100.
Really nice visit there from Noel Grant. Ton 140 for him, 100 for Davies.
100. $60. 42.
Well, he's made another counting error. I'm sure I just heard the words, "What are you doing?" coming from his own mouth.
Another one of those trebles here. And that could be well and truly punished. Not much as quite as it should have been, and a really good visit under the circumstances from Noel Grant.
159 cannot be checked out.
47. England, you require 101.
Treble 20.
85.
Doesn't get it, but leaves double 8.
Wales, you require 112.
Davies at the point of no return.
Double 16 to level it up then. The place goes bonkers again.
To Wales. 7th leg is England.
You know something, it may have helped Davies, the fact that he only had one dart at double. Because he's missed so many of them. He could focus some of his energy on getting the treble, getting the single, and then it's just more rhythmic, it's more fluid, down to double 16.
96.
I think you have a case there, I really do. I've been in that situation myself many times where 3 in my hand and I keep making a mess of it, and then to give it to me at the end of a combination and one dart in your hand and you know it's got to go. There's no second thought. Your mind is saying it's got to go, and you convince yourself. Maybe that's what's happened to David Davis there. And those 3 darts there that Noel Grant's probably 3 of the best darts he's thrown in the whole match, and he's only ended up with 60. Momentum is a little bit with David Davis here after the 1-1-2 to save himself. Under pressure to hold throw, and that's a brilliant visit. Serves a steal. Stone cold from him, no reaction.
46.
The Scots can't believe it. They put all their daffodils down for the time being.
29.
Well, he needs another treble.
100.
Doesn't get one.
We could see he's now overcompensating for the 2 mistakes that he's already made on the counting towards that end.
He's now pausing and thinking.
Really big treble, really big treble from Grant. 79's not the best thing to be left on, but I'd rather be on 79 than 95.
97. England, you require 79.
You've got to go 19-20 tops here. Double 11 then. That's the safe one.
57.
He went for it and on the wire. First guide wasn't really a guide, was he? He done 112 last time. Can he do the 98?
He's had a dart at double in every leg of this match. He's not going to get one from this
58.
leg.
England, you require 22.
Mark Challenger, the Wales captain, with his head in his hands. England have got their third set. They only need 3 more to guarantee victory in this year's Tri-Nations British Internationals. Across the board, it could be England's. The women's, boys and girls titles have already been won. And Noel Grant, the late call-up, has won 2 from 2. Davis missing so many darts at double throughout. Noel Grant missed a fair few himself. but double 11 was the difference. It's now Wales 4, England 3. This game is seesawing.
Llew, 7 set wedi chwarae, Cymru ar y blaen o 4-3. Faint o ergyd oedd hwnna, ti'n meddwl, colli'r un diwetha yna nawr?
Do, oedd y gêm na'n huge, mae 2... Oedd e'n gêm... Wel ie, mae'n 4-3 nawr, mae 5-2 i ni yn gêm hollol wahanol, so mae gofyn i'r boes ni nawr i bwrw yn ôl a just cadw fynd nawr.
O ran perfformiad i hunan, ti'n perfformiad safonol unwaith eto, yr 81 a ti'n bydd o'r emosiwn pan bwrys i'r dwbl 13?
Fi'n gwybod, oedd yn edrych yn eitha thing, ond mwy o'r rhyddhad na'n rhywbeth. Ar ôl miso 2 ddartan i ennill, 4-1, i cael gyfle to i ennill, a nath Matt miso 3 ddartan ar dwbl 12 i ennill y gêm. So, pan ges i'r cyfle nawr, ni'n gwybod, mae'n rhaid o fynd a lwcus i fi ath e mewn.
Ti'n bod fel chwaraewr profiadol yn y tîm nawr, o edrych ar y drefen o'r gemau sydd ddod. Ti'n bod Dan Bainon, Finley Pember a Ieuan Halsol. Bod y 3 na'n ennill i capiau cyntaf. Pwy fath o gyngor fydde ti'n rhoi'r boes na nawr? Mae nhw'n setiau huge i ddod. Be fydde ti'n gweud wrth o'r un i nawr, cyn mynd lan i'r llwyfan?
Just i mwynhau'r gêm, maen nhw wedi wario yn barod ddo, so maen nhw'n gwybod beth i'n ysgwyl. Yn amlwg, mae'r pwysau falle yn fwy heddi, ond fi'n siŵr bod nhw'n iawn just amlacio, mwynhau a just canolbwyntio ar y gêm, really.
O ran, parell Lloegr, yn amlwg mae bach fwy o space i'r gêm ma na unrhyw gêm arall. Be sy'n angen i'r Cymru i nawr i wneud siŵr bod ni'n cael y 2 set nesaf yma?
Just i cadw nhw'n dawel, really, achos fel ni wedi gweld yn y gêm yn dytha, os maen nhw'n mynd 1, falle 2 ddim ar y blaen, maen nhw'n lleisiol iawn cefnogwyr Lloegr, so os da ni mynd mlaen yn gynnar yn y gemau, cadw nhw'n dawel, bydd cefnogaeth Cymru yn adeiladu lan, a fi'n siŵr dyn ni bennau, ond mae'n bwysig ni ddechrau'n da yn y cymarau nesaf.
A dim dim ond y cefnogaeth o ran y Cymru, mae'r Albanwyr yn nghefn yr ystafell yn gwybod pe bai chi boes yn medru ennill. Nhw bydd yn ennill y gystadleuaeth, felly hynny meddwl lot i chi fel chwaraewyr fyd?
Ydy, 100%, chi'n ar ôl fi, wel, yn bersonol, ar ôl ennill y gêm, o'n i'n cerdded off, a dwi'n credu oedd y boes yr Alban yn mwy bles na boes Cymru bod wedi ennill mewn ffordd. So na, mae fi'n meddwl trwy gymaint iddyn nhw, meddwl trwy gymaint i ni, ond fi'n siŵr bod y boes yn gwybod beth yw'r sefyllfa o ran y tabl, a bydden nhw'n edrych mlaen am y gemau sydd i ddod.
Diolch i ti Llew a pob lwc i'r tîm.
Diolch.
Welcome back to the action here, ladies and gentlemen, at the 2026 Tri-Nations British Internationals. We now move on to the 8th set of our final match of the weekend. And first to the stage, it's Dan Bane! his opponent, representing England, is Jensen Walker. The referee for this set, once again, is Aaron Mccle.
Set 8 out of 12. And the pressure, the tension is going up notch by notch. Successive wins for England, thanks to Callum Francis and Noel Grant, have pulled England back from the brink somewhat because Wales were building up ahead of steam. He went 4-1 up, it's now 4-3, and it's now Dan Bane, who was a rare Welsh winner yesterday, beat Jason Hogg 4-3. Decent performance, averaging around 83. Got a thumb plus checkout of 120 in there. And then Jensen Walker, who will be desperate to right the wrongs of his match with Hogg earlier on. He was 3-1 up, and he then missed 2 darts for the match. Walker, a supremely talented teenager who is a regular winner of events in the WDF system, wants to be a winner for his country. Scott Mitchell alongside me, Dan McCarthy in the commentary box. And Scott, you're starting to get nervous as well, aren't you? Watching on as an England fan this weekend.
Well, yeah, to be honest, I haven't watched on as a fan for an awful long time. I've usually been involved, so yeah, I mean, what a big win that was from Noel Grant in the concept of the day. Both the last wins, Callum Francis looked cool as a cucumber getting his, and
82.
Noel Grant then battled, and it was more to the point. I think both of them could have won it sooner and easier. David Davis would be the one who walks away the more disappointed, because I think both games that he's played this weekend could have easily been his, but double trouble caused him issues. So
80.
Jensen Walker will have been waiting in the wings and hoping it was close, so that when he gets up there,
24.
He'd have a chance. He was disappointed with his game earlier today when I spoke to him, so he can't wait to get up there and do his bit.
97.
Been playing some lovely darts in the last few months. Really come on and stepped up to the next level. And he's going to be asked questions again in this match by the looks of things.
97.
So
England, you require 116.
Double top. And he's already asking questions of Dan Bane.
Second leg of England to go first. Game on.
Absolutely correct. Brilliant checkout. And he does look focused. Sometimes he can give the game away, can Jensen, with his emotions.
60.
Start chuntering away to himself, and opponents, depending on who they are, can feed off it, but seems to be
100.
keeping himself in check right now.
he does indeed.
125.
Not reacting to any bad darts. I like this Jensen Walker. This is how I like him. He's looking very
100.
businesslike. Can't really take anything away from Dan here. Dan Bane is putting up against him as well. But Jensen's in that rhythm and in that flow at the moment.
100.
Once again, brilliant setup from Walker. Bane hasn't really done a great deal wrong.
123.
Walker on a 96 average, going at tops. There, that goes with one dart.
To England. Third leg is Wales to prove first.
Well, at this rate, this set might last only a few more minutes.
60.
Bane caught in a Walker whirlwind.
A couple of hours ago, I was fearing that sort of run of 3 games. Lou Bevan, Dean Reynolds and David Davis. Well, the English has managed to win 2 out of 3 of those. And
58.
Huge result in the middle order. And that's what's got them back in the match.
96.
Jensen here will be giving the team a lift if he can bring this home. But we are very early doors. Take nothing away from Dan Bane, and he will battle and battle.
96. 59. 95.
Yeah, brilliant use of the board again from Jensen. Leaves the big fish. Bane did beat Jason Hogg in their Wales-Scotland match.
170. 28. Wales
That's a poor visit.
64.
But Bane on throw, still with work to do.
100. England Uruguay 142.
It's impressing me with Bane here. He hasn't gone away. Jensen Button throwing the kitchen sink at him in the first 2 legs.
44.
And he's not let it get him down. He's realised what's going on. It's not that he played bad, it's that Jensen has played that well. Now gives himself a chance at double 16 and has to believe to take it out.
Fourth leg is England to go first.
And that's what he does. He holds his own throw. Jensen Walker's one of those that analyses his game, and he'll realise that the breaker throw early doors was useful to him. Bane here showing that he isn't going anywhere. He looks cool as well, not flustered by the situation. There's the double stats, 1 from 1 from Bane and 2 from 2 from Walker. 100% on the doubles for these two. Really impressive stuff.
41. 171.
What a shot from Jensen Walker. Around the houses, on the trebles, to leave the big fish again. But what a shot from Dan Bane in response.
England Uruguay 170. 134. Wales Uruguay 140.
Fantastic visit again from Jensen Walker.
100. England Uruguay
There's something Dan Bane can play. So can Walker.
18. Wales Uruguay 40. No score.
Screams into the sky. He knows that was a chance that's gone begging. Yeah, offered the opportunity. Oh, hello. The England team giving him the big one. Gives him a look.
Game on.
3-1 for Jensen Walker here. I still think he's got work to do here. Dan Bane has not been terrible in this match at all. He's been there right with him. Just outplayed in a couple of big moments in each leg, and I don't see him going away here.
Yeah, if there's one player that's likely to go on an explosive run, it is Walker,
42.
but Bane's a steady Eddie.
$119. $92. $60.
Wrong choice from Bane and not to switch on Dart 2 there.
60. $97. England, you require 145.
4-5. This would be lovely. Too big an ask.
94.
Good arrows though.
Wales, you require
4
102.
scored, 51 left. Bane has double that. Double top.
82.
Really, really good attempt from 3-1 down. When you're 3-1 down, those don't always go.
29 left. And he's cost himself a dart at double. Tidied up with 13, but only has one chance. One chance is all he needs.
And it's set.
Lovely display from Jensen Walker, who wins 4-1 and gives it some towards his teammates. He can be an explosive character. Dan Bane doesn't walk away with 2 wins from 2. So 51 checkout for Walker. And the game is level. It's 4-4 now.
Leave the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Wales is Dan Bane and England's Jensen Walker. We now move on to set number 9, ladies and gentlemen. And please welcome to the stage, representing England, it's Robbie Martin! And his opponent, representing Wales, it's Mark Challenger! The referee for this set is Jake Powell.
4 sets to go in the Tri-Nations. And it is finally poised. Mark Challenger, Wales captain, is hoping to go better than he did yesterday evening. Went down 4-2 to Davy Kerr and played nowhere near his best, it's fair to say. He was wasteful on the doubles and cost himself a big opportunity. Robbie Martin, on the other hand, played well.
First leg, England 2
in his match earlier today, but went down to Jamie Bane, had his chances, that there's no doubt, had chances in all 6 legs that were played. And he is a player who's on the up, he's been performing well at county, across other systems as well, Modus, Q School. And if he can get the win here, he would put England on the brink of victory in this year's Tri-Nations.
100.
Mark Challenger is out to stop him. Wales want to win for pride, England want to win for the title, and Scotland want Wales to win for the title.
$93. $58.
Robbie Martin's a player you know really well, Scott. Did you get a chance to talk to him after his loss earlier this afternoon?
Yeah, I did. He felt that he played well and was just a bit unlucky in a couple of moments. He had a couple of moments that he knows that he could have been a bit sharper and maybe finished them off. And I was trying to explain to him, you know, you've still got a game to go. You know, that's going to be a tough game as well. And I think over-dwelling on the last game, you've just got to forget it and cast it aside. Have a thought about it maybe on the way home or tomorrow, but not before you play this next game. That one's gone. Concentrate on this one. The one thing that I explained to him he did know with Mark Challenger, he knows exactly what is coming. You're not going to catch anything that's untoward here. You know he's going to be good. You know, he's going to be steady and he's going to be solid. He's the captain. So I said there's going to be a certain amount of pressure on him and you have to sort of capitalise on that extra pressure that he has.
Well, he's having to move over, just deciding what to do, staying on the 20s.
60. England do require 140. $60. Wales do require
Just
90.
up for one big treble. This is no gimme for Challenger.
Go for the treble, and he went too hard for the treble. He should have concentrated on the big one, big 20, and then got himself a dart at the ball. You don't get yourself a dart at anything, you can't stand a chance to win. And advise Rob Martin do exactly the same. Stay straight here. Now single 20 and tops. That's all good. Double 10.
70. Wales do require 50.
10 for tops.
30.
Challenger doesn't break the throw.
England do require 10.
Yeah, Martin comes back at this 10. You really got to go straight at it with the first one. You don't want to be under with the second. And that's exactly what's happened. And
6.
Frustration for Martin once more.
20.
That should be a really good guide. It is a good guide. Mark Challenger with the early break of throw. It was on the wire and the dart leant over kindly to the right. Perfect visual guide.
$125. 21.
Really good pick up with the last there from Martin. 125 from Challenger puts him in control. The early part of this leg.
95.
Martin's darts going quite high here every time, and
100.
sometimes as a player you've got to use your experience a bit, sometimes step back a little bit to get your range. Sometimes you have to stand back. I'm interested to know if that's what he's done on that occasion, because that was a much better visit.
Well, that happened quite a lot in his first match of the day. He was throwing straight and through, but just too high.
100.
The adrenaline, when you're playing in that England shirt, the adrenaline comes and you throw a lot harder than you usually would. And it's the same when you're playing any big TV tournament. You know, the first few throws until you settle down, the adrenaline, you throw like a rocket. It just, and again, like I was saying earlier, you can't practice that. You just have to be in the situation time after time to learn how to deal with it.
Ball for Challenger.
36. England require 154.
He usually goes treble 19s on this route.
$104. Wales require 45.
Tidy set up.
Game
Tidy
shot
top
the
for
second
Challenger.
leg. Wales. Third leg England to focus. Game on.
Wales lead this 9th set 2-0.
42. $100.
Challengers in free flow here.
$100.
Good response from Robbie Martin.
$30.
An opportunity knocks now. Such unfortunate. He could have 180s in his darting life that were further away than that.
$45.
Challenger having a really sticky patch in this leg. Got to try and jump on it.
59.
Yeah, this has not been a high-quality game by any stretch. I'm surprised at Robbie's choice to go back up to the 20s. He's left 155, and you would always favour 156 because you're going for the same target twice.
60. England require 155.
Thought he was about to prove me wrong.
93.
Absolutely, commentator's curse and all that.
Can't really understand the last start either. He hits the treble, he leaves double 17.
98. England require 62.
Double 16.
Game shot.
The legs walk, that's all that matters.
England.
Robbie Martin gets on the
Full
board.
leg wins the full first. Game on. 120. $57.
Scoring is the biggest part of Robbie Martin's game usually. A couple of weeks ago in a vault, Stratford Club in Salisbury, and
60
in the quarterfinals, and just couldn't live with him with the scoring. He was scoring so well, he just gave himself more opportunities. When I got there and got an opportunity, I managed to get the leg, but I had to score so well to go with him. It's his biggest trait. How on earth did that go in treble 20, that last dart? How on earth?
Magic mark.
96.
You can see there,
95.
finishing your point, Scott, the first 9 average, much higher for Mark Challenger.
$134. Wales require 126.
No finish now for Challenger with that big 3.
42.
So, opportunity for Robbie Martin to level up.
Got to be 15. He went so aggressive, he should have given himself a chance.
41.
And that's why he had a right big 0 that, hasn't
84.
he? Really needed to go single 15 for the ball there and get yourself a dart summit. 14 to go. Nervy moments here in this one. It really has been a scrappy leg, hasn't it?
Let's require 33.
Nine for double 12. That first dart in the way. Well, no, it wasn't.
To England.
It's whatever you think's right in your head as a dart player when you get up there. In the moment, you think some silly things, but hey, that one worked for him.
I've got to say, the viewpoint that we get from our camera angle is different to what it's like on the hockey. So, a target that looks blocked, the player can find space.
57.
In the words of the late, great John Virgo, there's always a gap.
It's another game that saw Mark Challenger cruising at 2-0. Now been pegged back.
81.
It's now turned into a best-of-3 sprint. A best-of-3 sprint Robbie Martin is used to. He plays in lots and lots of vaults down in our area. He topped the money list on the last series of vaults in the southwest.
79.
10 vault night, so he was on maximum points. 86 average, I think, for the series. So top the money list.
95. $100.
Really big last start there from Robbie Martin.
He's worked his way 95. Back into this game.
He hasn't panicked. Now you feel that the ascendancy is with him. He has the throw.
80.
It's another one on the floor. 80 floor.
Well, Challenger's so persistent on treble 20, and rightly so with that dart. Rightly so with that dart. What a visit from Challenger. Seemed unhappy with the light. Double 16.
Game
3-2.
fifth leg. England.
Cometh the hour, cometh the man. What a big shot that was. Looked like he was in all sorts of problems.
'96. '57.
Challenger's still got something up his sleeve. Back up to the 20s would make sense.
58. '59. Wales require 167. '60.
Only had 2 last leg shootouts so far. Liam Meek beating
60.
Carl Wilkinson.
Wales require 107.
Noel Grant beating David Davis. The third 7-legger seems inevitable.
59. $100. Wales require 48. Game shot the 6th leg. To Wales.
Mark Challenger, after 3 straight legs without a Darts at double, finally gets a chance and takes it first time of asking. Biggest leg of the entire match so far.
Yeah, very much so. It is. That one's wobbly, so Martin comes out. Always tries that treble 17 route on the first visit if that happens.
$59. $104.
Timing this impeccably, isn't it?
Yeah, 97, 140 for Robbie Martin. Challenger not finding a treble on his first 2 visits. This is where Robbie Martin needs to continue to hit a treble. Got to find one here somewhere.
64.
Kind of understand that. Kind of understand that.
95.
Yeah, it's an even ton he's left. Or an even 2 ton.
56. $100. England require 144.
Huge moments. Really a huge check out. Martin will be back, but he could have landed a massive blow then.
$85. England require 12.
It is double 6.
No
It
score.
is the wrong double.
Wales, you require 102.
I've no words. I've done it myself. I've no words.
Challenger's going to get a dart. It's double 16. It is 5-4 Wales, and that is nerveless. It is brutal to Robbie Martin and England. Mark Challenger with a captain's finish gives Wales a 5-4 lead. England have to win 2 of the next 3 sets to win the Tri-Nations men's title. After that haymaker from Mark Challenger.
We now move on to set number 10, ladies and gentlemen. And first to the stage, representing Wales, it's Finlay Pember. And his opponent, representing England, let's hear it for Lloyd Pennell. Your referee for this set is once again Jake Powell.
Three more sets to go. 3 more opportunities for England to secure the Tri-Nations title. Wales are doing their level best to stop the Mark Challenger, put a dagger through English hearts. Robbie Martin had 2 chances to win the contest, but Challenger with the 102 has given Wales a 5-4 advantage in sets. Lloyd Pennell, Paul Hogan and Lewis Gurney are the three that can make themselves heroes for England. Now Pennell can't secure the title for England here, but he can put them on the verge. He goes against Finlay Pember, who struggled yesterday in his defeat to the Scottish captain, Scott Campbell. Pennell had to mount a comeback against Glenn Parsons earlier this afternoon. Lost his first 2 legs, then rattled off 4 on the bounce. Scott Mitchell, can you call this game as we sit here now? Can you call a final outcome? Or is it just too much of a coin flip?
I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's too much of a coin flip. I'll be out there at this point in moment in time
93.
telling my players these are the days you play for to find out about yourself. Asking them if they want the moment, asking them if they want it,
England require 88.
and telling them it's now or never for me.
Well, this has been a lightning start from Lloyd.
That
could be a new nickname, Lightning Lloyd. 11 darter to start.
Game on.
And if he continues to do that, he'll break all sorts of records.
$100. 60. 46. 100. 47. 60. 100.
Well, Lloyd Pennell was unlikely to carry on the 11 darts show.
104.
And he's doing a very good job so far. Pember much improved from yesterday.
Wales require 141.
Pember is looking for a break of throw.
45.
Worth adding.
England require 108.
Eight or 16. Goes for the former. Now tops.
88. Wales require 96.
Really good second dart that from Pember.
88.
And almost an absolute corker of a last.
England require 20.
Pennell, he looked up for it in the first leg. It's all about these moments.
He shot the second leg.
Really good stuff from Lloyd Pennell.
Third leg, it's
Hughes
Wales
there.
first. Game on.
Casting an eye over the job.
59. 100. 60. 137.
Really good visit from Pennell. Really on the assertive here.
60. $100. 60. England require 164.
More trebleless visits from Finley. And Lloyd Pennell is romping away with this one.
140.
Well, we could be on for the highest average of the weekend here if Pennell keeps going.
82.
Yeah, been mighty impressive up to now, hasn't he? Double 12 this time round. Really nicely done by Lloyd Pennell. Really good stuff. And rightly applauded by the England faithful.
It's just what England needed after that really disappointing result. It's not that Robbie Martin played bad, it's that Mark Challenger took a check out that he needed to take.
96.
I don't think Robbie Martin's played up bad in either of his games today. Just been unfortunate to be on the wrong end.
60.
It's the results business that we're in, and it's the results that you need.
Perfect dart.
99.
There'll be a tinge of disappointment to only come away with one treble.
59. 58. 140.
Pember's definitely learnt from the experience he had up on the stage yesterday evening.
83.
And Pennell's just realised he should have switched. 165 left on the scoreboard.
81.
That means Pember has half a chance. Pennell needs a handy setup, and that's a great start.
Well, that's dealt with the 5.
135.
Left himself double 15. Is he going to get back? Yeah, Pember misses the 51. 84, so we'll go back for the treble 20.
97. England require 30.
Is he going to split it, or is he going to go for it? On 64, I think he's got to go for it. And that's the way to do it. Do it first dart. Now double 4.
Game.
And what a 4-0 win for Lloyd Pennell. Brings England right back into the mix. The match score now is 5 apiece with 2 to go. Really positive stuff there from Lloyd Pennell. Big lift for the England team. Positive outcome and a positive reaction to the loss for Robbie Martin.
Let's hear from both players as they leave the stage.
Inspired performance from Lloyd Pennell. An average of around 97, by far and away the best we've seen so far. It's Wales 5, England 5, with just 2 sets left. One more set is all that is required for England to retain their Tri-Nations title.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now come to our penultimate set of the competition. And I'd like to welcome up onto the stage first, representing England, it's Paul Hogan! and his opponent, representing Wales, is Dian Roberts. Your referee for this set is Lee Roger.
It all comes down to 2 sets of darts, and perhaps Paul Hogan is the right man for England to have in this situation. England win this set, they secure at least a draw, and they retain the Tri-Nations title. Dian Roberts wins this set. We go to a decider between Johan Halsall and Lewis Gurney. 6, the magical number required for England, as Paul Hogan looks to follow on from his very good game against Scott Robertson earlier this afternoon. He was one of the most impressive players for Scotland, so Hogan did well to beat him.
11 set, first leg, England to throw first.
And Roberts lost to the same opponent 4-2 yesterday evening. Scott Mccle, you noticed something that's perhaps indicative of Paul Hogan's experience on the walk-on.
Yeah, I noticed earlier there's a lot of players that, you know, it's all a bit of camaraderie here and everything else. English players coming on and shaking the Scottish people's hands, all lovely and good, but Hogan, he didn't. He went straight by the lot of them. Old school, they're the enemy in this situation, although they're not playing.
100.
For me, an old school move from an old school player.
Because Scotland are just as interested in this match as Wales and England.
134.
Scotland could still be champions.
$55. $140.
Good start from the Welshman.
$44.
Not so good from Paul Hogan.
Everything we saw from Lloyd Pennell and bossing it from the start. Well, we have to say this is a very slow start from Paul Hogan.
44.
The problem is he has to throw as well.
100. Wales require 140.
When he gets to a finish, Roberts on one from a similar range. Can he get rid of it? Needs a ton. This will be very high in the bed, you think?
100.
It's a good shot, Dian Roberts.
142. $100. Wales to require 40.
A chance for an early break. Roberts take the chance. One more. He can't take
30.
it.
England require 42.
It's a bit of a saviour shot here for Hogan. Drop the dart, so resets.
26.
One on each side of the wire, but not in between, which is where he needed it.
It was raucous earlier on. Now, no one dare murmur.
Five. England, you
Now
require
Hogg gets a chance. Wow. From a little Welsh youth player there at the front. Jensen. Ellaway. Hogan goes and hits the double 8. 1-0 to the good, and I have to say, it's a bit of a Dick Turpin job.
41.
Should be kitted out in the master stripe jumper. Oh.
82.
Roberts missed 6 darts at double, and Hogan wasn't going to miss forever.
Hogan's from Basingstoke, and being that close to London, I'm sure the stagecoaches would have gone through there as well.
26.
So a big gap already in leg 2.
This is taking a very similar ilk of leg 1 here.
60.
Diane Roberts probably should be one up here at this point. It's 100 to the good plus these.
45. 46.
Well, that 180 in this leg has made a big difference because elsewhere it's not been good from either player.
No, hasn't backed it up, has he? Hasn't backed that 180 up.
60.
One trebleless since the 180. Hogan's only hit 1 treble, and that was in his first visit as well. It's not for the lack of trying, it's just not happening at the minute.
Require 120.
Hit Shanghai yesterday against Robertson. Deja vu.
100.
Not this time, but Hogan back on 2-8.
Wales, you require
A more relaxed throw from Hogan because he feels the leg is gone.
Game shot, the second leg. Wales.
Wales take the second leg.
The leg is England, the throw first.
Hold a throw for Roberts. Paul Hogan not following on from the
60.
brilliance we saw from Lloyd Pennell. Did a proper job on Finlay Pember, who managed a mere 1 dart at double.
60. 100. 100. 140. 31.
Shoulder slump. No pressure whatsoever from Roberts. Now Hogan can make a move.
101.
I think that was a happy accident. Hit the treble 7 rather than the 19, and he's left a straight ton. Sometimes you need a bit of luck.
95. England, you require 100.
That'll do.
Yeah, under the circumstances, Roberts back on 2-1-5, and Hogan really didn't think of 177. He wanted to go 180 and pressure the shot. Down on 75. Hogan now needs tops. Double 10.
20. Wales, you require 75.
Start on treble 17. Okay, he could go double-double. He wasn't too far off.
35. England, you require 20.
The percentage shot, aiming for the bigger target. Hogan aiming for double 10 again. This time hitting it.
At this stage of the proceedings, it's not about averages, it's not about anything else. It's about willpower, it's about belief, it's about doing it for your teammates, and it's about taking your chances.
To be all or nothing for Van Roberts. Couple of 180s, as you can see.
55.
But Hogan has been more consistent in the one treble visits. And if you get loads of them, they mount up. Stay there.
92.
I thought he was very brave to stay there.
60.
Hogan was back on 364. He didn't need to stay there, but we're going fishing now. Yeah, fishy, fishy. Oh, not to be.
98. Wales, you require 72.
Hogan might be leading, but he's not getting anything going.
52.
When he is getting it going, he's getting it going on his own throw, and he's holding his own throw, but that's a risky game to play.
Much better.
Wales, you require 20.
Now the pressure's on Roberts.
No score.
And he doesn't respond to the pressure. Throws that one away into double 15, and Paul Hogan has bought himself a chance. 12:04. Double 16.
72.
That could have put England on the brink.
20.
Slight delay for me, meant he had no conviction on that. He had to make sure of the Big 12, which he did. One inside there, and it levels us up. Can he get that in there? It's a long shot from here.
10.
It's gone inside. So Hoagie
England, you require 32.
gets another bite at the cherry.
Double 16. And next door doesn't let him in either.
Wales, you require 10.
More misses. More misses for Dan Roberts. 8 in total. This would be something of a heist for Hogan. But he's missing 2.
No score.
Who wants this leg?
I cannot speak.
Wales, you
I
require
cannot
10.
speak.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Barky celebration.
Fifth leg is in
Ben
for
Roberts
Game on.
wins the fourth leg of this 11th set. Out of nothing.
Paul Hogan, you beauty.
$44.
I was about to make the point that Paul Hogan's the only man to ever hit a 9-darter in this tournament.
60.
Back in the Cedar Court Hotel in Bradford.
I can tell you exactly where I was. I was the next game on. I was actually in the lavatory.
137.
Somebody ran in and said, Scotty, you're on. I said, no, he's got another leg to play. He said, he's 9-darted it. They've just called you. Your music's on.
60.
Quick wash of the hands, and up I went. I believe it was against Alan Suter as well. Whatever happened to him?
43.
Hogan hasn't hit a treble on any visit since the 180. Roberts has got a 137 and a 134. Just got him back level.
60.
Hogan once more doesn't hit a treble. Tense, nervous headache, this one.
Amazing how Paul Hogan could win this match with one of the poorest averages. But that's the chance he's got himself.
Can't believe it didn't go. And he could get broken his throw here. Double top for Roberts. The place will go bananas if it does.
Double 10 is found. It's a break of throw. One more leg for Wales would then mean it's all down to Lewis Gurney in the final match against Johan Halsall.
Game on.
Yeah, Roberts has got to hold it together here.
Golf dust.
Absolutely, absolutely. One of those matches that the pictures speak louder than the words.
He's clinging on for dear life. Mind you, it's been nervy for both players.
100. $60. Wales, you require 120.
So Robert's got 6 from here for the match.
They only need 3.
100.
All Paul Hogan can do is try and apply pressure. He's trying.
51.
It's not working.
Wales, you require 20.
Double 10 rescued Roberts last time. It does this time. And would you believe it? We are going the distance in the Tri-Nations. One more set remains. Well, we've been playing nearly 10 hours today, and it comes down to one more set of darts. Absolutely astonishing. How are your nerves, Ewan Halsall and Lewis Gurney? We're about to find out.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to our final set of our final match of the whole competition. And first to the stage, representing Wales, is Ewan Halsall. His opponent, representing England, it's Lewis Gurney. For our final time, folks, your referee for this set, Lee Roger.
Well, 10 hours of darting action today, and it comes down to potentially the next 7 legs. Team Scotland are chanting Wales, Wales, Wales. Because if Wales win, thanks to the impressive Ewan Halsall who was great yesterday, 89 average in his win against Colin Epplewhite. That will hand Scotland the Tri-Nations title and prevent an English clean sweep. Gurney wins, it finishes 6-all, and England get the point needed to secure the title. Scott Mccle, former England captain, man who's played in this tournament so many times.
41.
As the captain, what would you be saying to Lewis Gurney right now?
I'd be saying get up there and enjoy yourself. Try and own the moment. Try not to let the moments in the game own you. And most importantly, keep learning.
40.
Well, support for England is outnumbered by 2-1 in the building. Wales want to win just for the sake of winning. Scotland want Wales to win because it gives them the crown, which would be for the first time since 2008.
Yeah, we've been in here in a similar position a few years ago.
91.
We've got some lovely pictures of Ross Montgomery and Alan Suter jumping up and down with blow-up daffodils. But that's the fun of the game, and that's the fun of the fair here.
44.
You'd want to get a microphone there, wouldn't you? Well, England have won the men's
60.
title after that 2008 success. They've won it every year, bar 2016 when Wales took it.
100. Wales,
And that was in this very building as well, if I remember rightly.
Two poor darts from Halsall.
66. England you require 146. 60. Wales you require 94.
Double top.
Well, that shows the pressure at the moment for me. And I'd be trying to bounce off of that if I was Lewis Gurney. Opportunity he didn't expect. This is a freebie.
Two singles leaves the ball. Treble 7, double 7, that's even better.
England.
And Lewis Gurney, nerve free it seems. I must admit, his demeanour in the walk-on suggested he was feeling the pressure, but that will ease it an awful lot.
I think that will settle him down.
100.
Disappointed with just a ton. Shows you his mindset and focus. But don't be disappointed. We spoke about this earlier in the afternoon.
45.
Sometimes you want more than just a ton and you try a little too hard, and the next thing you know, you've got 45 and you'd be absolutely begging for a ton.
60.
Halsall's had to wait a long time.
100.
For Wales, it is effectively a dead rubber clash in terms of the chances of winning the title. But it's a long time for Halsall to wait for a game that, in the wider context of the tournament for Wales, doesn't really mean
60.
anything.
And his England teammates there doing all they can to get the best from him.
97. $60. 87.
Really big last start that
124.
from Halsall.
78.
Got to hit the big numbers on your way in. Steps back this time, doesn't rush it like he did on his last visit. Having a good look at it. Doesn't take his eyes off it.
72. England you require 46.
Well, that was nowhere near the single 14.
60.
And it's the risky play as well when you've got the 10 or a 6 on the other side in the moment. It's a really nervy moment. It's a bigger section to go for.
Game shot in the second leg.
He's broken back. And Wales are in the ascendancy again. Team Scotland crammed together at the back of the auditorium, watching with such keen interest.
60. $45.
England have won 4 of the last 6 sets.
85.
So if they do go on and lose, they'll be ruining the slow start that was made.
140.
Hugh Bevan, with his win over Matt Clark, gave Wales a 4-1 lead.
85.
A bit unlucky there, needed to stay straight.
Such a quick game, this.
60.
Yeah, it is rat-tat-tat, isn't it? Have no time to cheer between throws.
59. Wales, you require 116. $42.
Doesn't come away with a great deal, so Gurney with a chance. Fails to take the chance. That's a shocker.
Wales, you require 74. $34. England, you require 145.
If I'm not mistaken, Housel threw the flatty there on tops.
He did.
83.
Clear game management to try and give himself the best chance to hit tops. Seems to be slowly leaving tops at the minute. Now double 10. Up for double 5.
Game shot.
Clutch doubling.
Wales. Full leg is England to throw first.
And this is coming loose at the seams for England.
85.
Yeah, no panic yet. It's all about holding your throw here. It's a big leg this for Gurney. Needs to hold his throw here. But momentum is definitely with Housel here.
$140.
Derek McLean trying to keep calm.
It's obviously backwards and forwards at home going, we can win this, we can win this.
100.
Been a nervy display from Gurney, and it looks a nervy throw he's got. There's so much body movement when he throws the dart. Maybe he doesn't rock back and forth quite as much as John Henderson, but it's in the same ballpark.
100.
It's how he's always thrown. He's thrown like that forever, ever since I've known him.
$60. England, you require 76. $26.
Gotta hit those big numbers in those big moments. Gotta hit them.
$100.
And every time you don't, you offer your opponent a way out.
Double 8.
Game shot in the fourth
Quality
leg.
dart
England.
from Lewis Gurney.
Fifth leg is Wales to throw first. Game on.
A maximum of 3 more legs. Sheer effort it has taken all 12 team members for all 3 countries in this men's tournament.
81.
Fancy swapping positions with any of these guys, do you, Dan?
Nope.
45.
And if they saw me play darts, they'd say exactly the same.
We'd probably tell you to stay in here, would we?
They would.
100.
Once again, Housel doing well on his own throw. 81 and 100. Needs another treble here, Lewis.
95.
Not quite to beat. Let's stay in touch. Trails by 41. Plus these.
100.
Trails by 141. So you know the equation now.
81.
Oh, my word. What a turning point that could be. That is 120 points on the floor. And if Lewis Gurney doesn't jump all over that, what will he jump all over?
100.
Almost does jump all over it, but the ton is good. Fair play to Housel here.
140.
Back in there. Gurney on 180. Can't do a lot about it, and that is just
30. Wales, you require
not what
60.
the situation needed.
Fair play to Halsall.
Game
Fair
stop
play
at
to
Sick
him.
leg. Wales. Sick leg is England to throw first. 55.
Quite ridiculous leg of darts. Had the conclusion that England didn't want. And now Gurney has to be perfect.
60.
He's on throw. You've got to believe here more than anything. And remember that you're on throw and you have the advantage.
60. $53. 40. 83.
Gurney is in a situation he must hit here. Straying is
44.
not enough. Housel's turned the throw now. He has the advantage. He basically has the darts in this leg now.
98.
And that's definitely turned them.
37.
Only 37. Well, this has been a dreadful leg at the worst possible time for England.
136.
2 treble visit for Halsall.
67. Wales, you require 71.
Housel has 6 from here.
Needs them too. He's got time.
31.
What have you got, Lewis? What might be your last visit?
44.
It's all come crumbling down.
Wales, you require 40.
Double top. Ewan Halsall. Not just for Wales, but for Scotland. Scotland celebrates. Wales have done them the most almighty of favours. And Scotland take the Tri-Nations title for the first time since 2008. Wales won the battle. England won the Battle of Britain earlier on, but Scotland win the war.
England's Lewis Gurney and Wales Ian Halsall.
A final set that had everything.
The men's match.
It did not end with an England win.
England 5.
Scotland did all the heavy lifting yesterday with the 10-2 battering of Wales. Led by the talent of Mccle, Laurie. The delightful dozen from north of the border can celebrate. Everyone so proud of the efforts. Scott Mccle, we have had over 4 hours of action in this last contest. It was always likely to produce drama. Did you expect that kind of drama?
I did. I knew that the Wales wouldn't play that way again. And we spoke about momentum at the start of it. Well done to the Scotland team. They've waited long enough, but they won it. Didn't beat England, did they?
They didn't.
Oh,
it started so long ago. A game that swung from one way to the next. Hugh Bevan made it 4-1. England then started to come back. Mark Challenger with a huge 102 checkout. Make it 4 legs all. And it all came down to 2 young guns, Johan Halsall and Lewis Gurney. And that's the dart that won it for Wales, that won the whole tournament for Scotland. No wonder they were chanting for Team Cymru. Halsall's stock will have risen. Here's how it's ended then. Team Scotland finishing on top. Look at the set difference. Plus 18 in legs, plus 6 in sets. England have to settle for the runners-up prize. Wales bring up the rear. But everyone got a victory in the end. Scotland, though, with the biggest victory, they take the Tri-Nations title here at the Penny
the man of the moment. Should we call you Ian Mccle? Is there a bit of Scottish in there, Ian? Oh, what a performance on your debut for Wales. Just explain the emotions.
Well, before the game, we were seeing it was a close game with Diane at 5-all. I was going, oh no, please don't leave it down to me. But Diane did the job done. We've got a fantastic team, and we got the job done. We've done ourselves proud to come back from the heavy defeat by Mccle and his team. Scotland were fantastic. They deserved the title, and I'm just proud that I could get a job done for my country.
I just want to touch on a crucial moment there. I think it was the last but one leg, where you had 2 darts in the treble 20. They dropped to the floor. Are you thinking it's not going to be my day when that happens?
Oh yeah, I was just going, oh no. You know, during that game, I knew what the score was going to be. It was like, if I won, Scotland would have the title and prevent England from the clean sweep. And yeah, I was like, I felt like I had 2 countries on my back, not just one.
Yeah. Oh, well done, Ian. And we've got Mccle, Laurie here. It's worth watching Mccle than playing in it.
Yeah, 110%. You know, I feel like today we should have done it ourselves. We're lucky that the Welsh have a great side. We had so many chances against certain people in the England squad. I feel like we should have done it ourselves, but you know, I actually think this was better because it was funner to watch. You know, I'm sitting here when he had 120 points and I went to the floor. My heart skipped a beat. I felt like just walking out the door. I didn't even. Yeah.
You know, we've spoken a lot about the dominance of England in this competition. They've won it 41 times, or the 44 versions have been played. What does it feel to get that upper hand over the English?
To be honest, it's probably the best feeling in the world, beating England. You know, a lot of them weren't happy with us celebrating with the Wales team, but I couldn't care less. At the end of the day, we wanted Wales to beat them because that means we win the title, not them. So, yeah, I couldn't really care less what they all think. I'm just glad we're here and we're the champions.
Yeah, massive congratulations to you and your teammates. Yeah, Jan, just to finish with you, you know, your first experience of playing for Wales, you know, sum it up for us, mate.
It's been the best weekend of my life. I've had this experience with the youth, but to do it at the senior level makes me, I wouldn't say prouder, but more feeling that I'm playing at the higher level. I know what's expected, and
I think my dad's phoning me.
Oh.
And it obviously makes you want to taste a bit more now, I suppose, yeah?
I'll do this. If I die tonight, I'll die an happy man that I played for my country.
Yeah. No, massive congratulations, Ian. Well played.
Not either.
And congratulations to Scotland once again.
Thank you very much.
Jacob, thanks both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the trophy presentation is soon to get underway. Wales and Scotland in collaboration almost. Mitchell Laurie answering the phone to his dad. He'll be answering the phone all evening, you feel. It's been a long old wait for Scotland after losing against England this afternoon. Now we move on to the presentation.
What an absolutely fantastic 3 days of darts we've had here at the Penny Darren Club in Merthyr Tydfil. At this moment in time, I'd like to introduce you to our presentation party. On stage at the moment we have, on behalf of Welsh Darts, Jane Warwick and Wayne Williams, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome up onto the stage the Lord Mayoress of Merthyr Tydfil, Paula Layton. So first of all, we will start off with our third place teams, and it will be our third place ladies team first. And that was the team of Scotland. Captain Susanna McGimpsey, Louise Patterson, Kelly Jolly, Chloe O'Brien, Sophie McKinley, and Louise Patterson, and Lorraine Hyde, and team manager Cliff Murray.
Well, we start the trophy presentation. Boys and girls received their accolades yesterday, so we start with the women's competition, which concluded today. Wales faced off against Scotland. It feels like a long time ago now. That was a game won by Wales. Rose Morts hitting the winning double in that one. There were a few good performances from Team Scotland. Lorraine Hyde, probably the standout performer there. Sophie McKinley with a 3-0 win against Claire Crocombe.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, the team of Scotland
make do with third position in this year's Tri-Nations tournament.
Next up, we would like to welcome up our third place men's team, and that was the team from Wales. Mark Challenger, Howe Bevan, Dan Bane, David Davies, Richie Edwards, Mike Gillett, Yarian Halsall, Liam Meek, Finlay Pember, Kevin Phillips, Dean Reynolds and Deanne Roberts, with team manager Keith Ashton.
Presentations underway. Hugh Bevan was probably the most impressive performer for Wales today, it's fair to say, in his win against Mccle. There were some good displays from the Welsh players throughout. It's disappointment that they only finished third, but Scott Mitchell, they could be proud of their efforts, and particularly with how they handled the pressure of the final few sets.
Yeah, particularly, I mean, for me, it was kind of one of those, they were playing for pride. They really did get a good hammering from the Scotland team yesterday, and it was about bouncing back. It was about, it was a shock to the system. They were all a bit nervous yesterday, and they all knew that they could not perform like that today and get away with it. So I think they edged it today. I think they edged it today against England, and quite rightly so that they won 7-5. I thought they were just the better team in the big moments.
Well, the 12 players all rushing onto the stage. Liam Meek climbing up the stairs Tarzan style rather than using them normally. Character he is. Everyone getting involved in the photographs. Tall ones at the front, they can get on the knees.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time.
Make sure everyone gets in shots.
From Wales!
There was the match winner.
And what I love about this is they're carrying on like they won it. That's what I love about it. That's how big a moment it was for them to beat England. Man down, man down.
I suspect whatever happens, Liam Meek's going to have a good evening out. As will the whole team.
Our second place ladies team. And as the ladies
I think Housel will be getting a few drinks off of the Scotland team, I think, by the end of the evening.
I suspect he'll have tasted Buckfast for the first time by the end of this evening.
Aston, the ladies of Wales.
Yeah, very much so.
Now move over to Team Wales, who finished second in the ladies' competition, led by Rhiannon O'Sullivan, continuing her mega haul of Wales caps. So proud to lead her nation. And a little bit like Scotland, there were some decent performances from the Welsh ladies throughout. O'Sullivan, obviously a highlight, not necessarily from a dancing perspective. Eve Watson played very well today. 3-0 win for her against Kelly Jolly of Scotland. Second place will have to do for Wales. Welsh bucket hat is out. Now it's their turn to strike a pose. No title on home soil for Wales will probably be the biggest disappointment, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. They put on a good tournament here this time round. The venue have been absolutely class. All the staff here at the venue. Obviously, it's been fantastic to have S4C here, covering every dart.
We now move on to the runners-up.
The YouTube channel really is big for international darts.
From England,
That was a big win for Wales on their channel.
Callum Francis, Carl Wilkinson, Jensen Walker, Robbie Martin.
Well, this will probably be the most sombre of the medal collections.
Nigel Hayden,
not too many smiles, not too many players willing to go through with the handshakes. A lot of them go through the motions. Of smiles on the faces. Our cameraman seems to have hit the deck, but he's back up on his feet now. He should be okay. Do you think England threw it away in the final, or were Wales just too good?
I think sometimes you have to doff your cap and pay credit to where it's due. I think maybe Wales were not quite under the pressure that England was, because obviously they couldn't win it in the end, but they still did their job amicably. And a lot of new faces in the England team this time round, and you can't buy experience in this game. You have to be here a few times. So I have to say that most of the players in this team will be better for the experience. Yes, it hasn't gone their way this time round, but they'll be better for the experience in the long term in all forms of their darts. Not just international team darts, but going forward as individuals.
For the men from England!
Yes, England reluctantly accepting their second place positions. Sean Holley, for him it was so different early on. It was his dart at double two that secured the win against Scotland, which teed up a last match decider against the Welsh. So now we get ready to welcome the winners on stage. The England men depart. The England women are about to set foot.
To our champions. And first up is the ladies section. The 2026 Tri-Nations British International Ladies Champions are the ladies of England. Lindsay Ashton, Laura Turner, Steph Clark, Joe Locke, Paige Pauling, team captain Dita Hedman OBE, and manager Paul James.
Dita Hedman can add another title to her enormous resume. Sure, the trophy cabinet will be bursting at the seams. The real team of the generations. Peter, followed by 18-year-old Paige Pauling. Our very own Laura Turner played her part very well in England's triumph. Lindsay Ashton didn't manage to get a win, but she showed what she's capable of. Steph Clark with a big moment as well. Well, the 6 players that won for England roll up to the stage. The England flag is going to be waved victoriously by both Lindsay Ashton, who's got hers draped over the shoulder. Paige has got hers in her hands. Medals being handed out by the dignitaries. Wayne Williams of the Welsh Darts organisation. He's headed up a fantastic tournament. S4C have headed up a fantastic broadcast.
A small measure of the ladies' player of the weekend.
And a big old trophy to lift as well.
British International ladies' player of the weekend was Dita Hedman, OBE.
Dita Hedman, player of the tournament. Can't really argue with that, can you?
No, absolutely not.
Ladies and gentlemen, all we now have left to do is present the trophy.
Shine brighter the older she gets.
Bit heavy, that one. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Ladies British International Champions, the ladies of England!
England win once again. I thought Dita was about to do a one-arm trophy lift. She's ready to rise with a little help from Lindsay Ashton.
Don't lift it too high, girls, you'll damage those tiles.
And it's a big spike as well, so they'll probably come toppling down. Good advice, Scott. Hopefully the Scottish men's team heed that advice as well.
I've actually been up there and done it myself, that's how I know.
Just get the smallest player to lift it. Give it to Paige.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our men's champions. And your 2026 Tri-Nations British International Champions.
They are heavy, Lindsay.
And the men from Scotland. Jamie Bane, Colin Heckaway, David Tillman, Glenn Parsons, Nicky Danoon, Jason Hogg, Scott Robertson, Stuart Wales, Gary McLean, Robert Hamilton, Scott Campbell, Mccle, Laurie, and last but not least, team manager, Cliff Murray.
Well, it was a stressful but ultimately rewarding experience for Scotland. It's never nice having to rely on results going your way elsewhere, but that's what Scotland were doing, and they were feeling every single dart that was being thrown between Wales and England. But the stress has been alleviated. The players go up and celebrate. Cuddles for members of the girls team. Daisy May Duffy has been partying all weekend. The 11-year-old who took part in the girls tournament. When you think of Scotland, you can really struggle to look past Mccle, Laurie, but he was great all weekend.
He's probably thinking, I don't know what all the fuss is about winning this. It was a piece of cake, you know. I've turned up, played my first one, and we've won it. What's the issue? I don't know where the problem's been here for us not winning it before.
Aside from Mccle, who would you say have been the most impressive standout stars of the Scotland team?
I think there's been a few. I think Davy Kerwin has kind of come in and used his experience and done a job. Scott Campbell, he got them off and running against England. Didn't quite get the job done, did they, against England? But there's been a few standout players. Jamie Bane, another one, who was really, really solid and determined and really wanted it. And This is going to stand them in good stead for the future because they're going to come back with confidence next year and know that they can win it.
No surprise to see Mccle Laurie get the MVP.
Now
He
all
is
is ready to be said. Once again,
supreme
your
talent.
2026 British International Men's Champions, the men from
Scott Campbell
Scotland!
will lift the trophy aloft. And going back to what Dylan Williams, our presenter, said a little bit earlier, in the previous 44 incarnations of the Tri-Nations, England have won it 41 times, so for Scotland to take it off them, it's some achievement, Scott.
Some achievement indeed. They've just noticed that the roof is low, so be careful with the trophy lift. Scott Robertson, another one there. I did miss him out on how important he's been to this team, bringing his experience.
Well, all 12 will bathe in the moment, looking to lift the trophy. Stuart Wares, who was in early doors for both of Scotland's games, celebrates. Nicky Danoon, the joker of the pack. Glenn Parsons was always solid in the Scotland shirt.
And I have a funny feeling that the celebrations will go on long into the night for the Scottish team.
I hope none of them are working tomorrow.
I hope none of them were working tomorrow.
Well then, let's have a look at the tables for the 4 tournaments we've seen. In the girls' event, it was won pretty comfortably in the end by Paige Pauling and Ruby Gray. So Paige, a double winner. I believe the only double winner over the weekend. So well done to Paige, another couple of titles to her name. Likewise, England winning the boys' tournament. Not quite as straightforward as the girls. Wales and Scotland sharing a point apiece. England getting the maximum 4. On to the women's tournaments. All results ending 4-2. All wins going the way of England. Impressive in the set difference and the legs difference. +4 and +13 respectively. Wales runners up there as well. But this is the screen that Scotland will savour, the closest tournament of the lot. And look at that result from yesterday. That was the result that ultimately clinched it, the fact that Scotland were so strong against Wales yesterday evening. The 7-5 win for England earlier this afternoon made it interesting. It then all came down to England versus Team Cymru, and that Ian Halsall dart at tops gave Wales a 7-5 win against Team England, gave Scotland the trophy.
Well, Llew, am benwthnos a am ddiweddglo, twod o'n i'n siarad fan hyn yn gynt heno, twod yn gweud bod yna chwaraewyr dibrofiad I ddod, ond twod Deian a Ieian yn ennill y gêm I Gymru'n diwedd, am berfformiad gan y ddau.
Do, chwarae teg i'r ddau nhw, oedd yn arbennig yn ddau gêm beth yna. Mae'n meddwl lot I ni fel Cymru, yn amlwg mae'n meddwl mwy i'r Alban trwy'n, ond mae'n digwydd bob blwyddyn. Ni'n colli yn erbyn yr Alban, oedd yn meiddi Lloegr. Fi'n credu bod yna meddwl lot I ni fel glad, achos ni'n gwybod pan ni'n chwarae byn Lloegr, mae'n rhaid ni ennill mewn ffordd. So, penwthnos digon siomedig mewn ffordd, ond dim meddwl glywed y da iawn I ni fed.
Ie, a tybod, glywon ni fan nawr, Mccle Laurie chwaraewr y penwthnos o ran y dynion. Ges ti brofiad o ware erbyn ni wedi gweld nawr yn dod trwy'r ranks o sliced I dros y 12 mis diwetha. Beth yw'r profiad, beth o bobl gytre, beth yw I fel chwarae enigma tebyg I fe?
Odi, mae'n teimlo'n da iawn, mae'n ware byn rhywun fel fe, chi'n gwybod mae'n eich codi eich gêm eich hunan. Mae Mccle, mae lot o sôn amdano fe, ond dyw e ddim yn unbeatable, ond
A tybod, o ran perfformiad Cymru, tîm dynion Cymru, lle di roed y fus arno, tybod, falle le ath hi'n anghywir o ran, tybod, y gêm erbyn Alban?
Ie, o sawl gêm oedd y doubles yn erbyn Alban, oedd e'n... Dwi'n credu oedd 4 neu 5 o'r gêm yna yn 4 i 3. Os yw'r gêm yna wedi mynd ffordd arall, o blaid ni, bydde wedi bod yn... Falle draw ni, bydde wedi bod yn codi'r cwpan heno, ond fel am y dat.
A wrth gwrs, tybod, ni wedi bod ma'n Merthyr yn Pen y Darren. Siwt deimlad i fe i ware tu blan torf cytre fel la?
Ydy, mae'n meddwl mwy dwi'n credu, achos ni ware o flan cefnogwyr ni. Gweud nawr, fi'n credu oedd mwy o sŵn ar Alban heno na Cymru, ond... Na, bod tro chi'n o Cris arno, mae bost ar y meddwl lot.
A diolch yn fawr iawn i ti am yn dyddannu ni penwythnos yma. Diolch yn fawr i ti am y sgwrs.
Diolch.
Double 16. A di swyddodd fwywaith am y ddechreuad i Caia Basel.
Game, shot, and the first set, 2-0.
Stereo yn igneiti. Mae yna.
Game, shot,
Mae o wedi igneiti.
60.
Mynd i fod.
Game shot, and first set. England.
So ladies and gentlemen, your 2026 Boys Champions, Team England. It's Bullseye, DCB, Duffy.
Dyma cystadleu'r ieuenga y penwythnos. Double 10, mae fewn.
And the second
a dyna
set.
ni fuddugoliaeth i Ruby Gray. Mae Paige Poling wedi ennill
And the
cymal.
second set.
Your 2026 Girls Champions, Team England.
I ennill y set dros Gymru. A mae di gwneud llong gyfachada Ian O'Sullivan.
To Wales.
Mae honna mewn gyda. Un dart ar ôl. A dyna ni. Bydd y fuddugoliaeth yn un swmpus. 6 darts o leia at y double 9. A dim ond un oedd angen.
To England.
Tarw coch amdani i ennill yn groes i'r tafliad. Double 16. Ie, mae mewn.
No score.
Ond mae wedi gael o. Mae honna i mewn. Mae yna yn golygu fod yr Alban wedi ennill y gêm. Double 20 felly am y set. Newid cyfeiriad. Mewn i'r double 10.
And the second set.
Bethau Rose Mort yn taro'r double 8. Double 8 i mewn ar un a Rose Mort wedi gwneud ni. Mae Hogg yn angen double 12 i ennill y cymal a wedi gwneud. Wel, am ornest o'n honna.
Di am bwrw tarw coch. A mae'n na.
Game shot.
Double again, that.
Game shot. And the third set. 2-in.
Oh, hello.
180.
Double big. I Richie Edwards.
Yeah. Game shot. And the fourth set.
Double victory.
Oh! Game shot to the fifth set. Well.
Mae'n gwbl gyfartal o ran setiau, mae'n 4 set yr un.
Mae'n hoffi dwbl top. 2. Mynd am y 10 am dwbl 16. A challenger i ennill.
And another set. 2-in. 180.
Ian Robertson. Ydi o am I gwneud ti. Ydi mae o!
And the 12th set! Wow!
O, credwch I fi! Mae Cymru wedi curo Lloegr o 7 set I 5. Ond y bwysicach, mae'r Alban wedi ennill y Bencampwriaeth. Grychwch arnyn yn dathlu. Wel, am y drama y Merthyr.